to the spot. Watch the whole crowd change. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Know what it takes, I'ma always play my nose. Had you came to win, never will I lose. Yes, I'm breathing, I'ma have something to prove. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Know what it takes, I'ma always play my nose. Had you came to win, never will I lose. Yes, I'm breathing, I'ma have something to prove. Y'all can sink or swim, but I'ma make a move. Know what it takes, I'ma always play my nose. Had you came to win.
Welcome back, COD fans. It's time to get down to business. The final month of qualifiers and every match counts.
Let's hope the hangover's lifted after Major 3, because Toronto Ultra are up first today. And they may have some frustrations to vent after that shutout defeat on their home turf.
But it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, Joe.
These guys are f***ing brain dead.
Then Minnesota and Boston face off, trying to soak up any CDL points they can for a chance to make it to champs.
And then we close out today with LA Gorillas versus the Royal Ravens. Carolina is on the bubble. I wonder which version of Glacier we'll see at champs this year.
Let's get this going already. The Call of Duty League starts right now.
They are gods on the map. They are playing with too much energy. They cannot be stopped. Brett and Shotzi out of control in domination on Rio. Johnny down. 1v1. And Rio. Map point. Cross with the double. Inside. Dials up. A triple. And it's over.
You heard? Slow down. There's shut out. There's shut out. There's shut out. Watch out. Nice shot, bro. Top
scrap.
Under mid.
Top bridge. I'm hitting top mid.
Both there.
Let's get it, climax. Top mid. Our steps. Nice. Let's get He's done. I'll go.
Over 800 days separated Optic from their last trophy. They raise it at the end of our Toronto Major 3, and they do it in emphatic fashion. A sweep over the home crowd. Shotzi dropping 37 kills in that final game. Definitely living up to all the hype as one of the best superstars in the league, Aches.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Honestly, I can't believe it's already been 2 weeks since we've left Toronto, and now 3 of our top 4 teams hold a trophy this year.
Alley Cat Nameless, we have one more qualifier to go. Before we jump into that, can you talk to me a little bit about what you saw in Major 3? What did you take away from Toronto?
Man, just unbelievable. Like, our top teams obviously dominating once again. Optic Texas and their growth, putting in that work. We saw that storyline throughout the entire stage of them trying to expand their map pool. They put it to work there, beat everybody they needed to in the top 4, and get that championship with a 4-0 victory, looking like the best right now.
It was a fantastic major, and it wouldn't be the same without the fans. A big shout out to everyone who came out, especially the Hype Squad. They're lining up at 9 p.m. midnight.
And they have better fits each and every year, and I swear, as this event went on, it got louder and louder. Some of the hometown team, they were just like, okay, we've got to go up against the green wall. We're going to have to bring it. And they truly had that battle. It was special.
And this is now back-to-back majors. We have our top 4 teams make it to Sunday, which made all these incredible moments and all these really hype action happen all over the weekend. This is easily one of my favorite outfits with the green wall. I know she was hard celebrating Sunday after that win.
Is that a Toronto jersey holding up 4 and tapping his chest?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right, brother, we got to get your story straight next year.
I do gotta say, some of them Toronto fans, they change like the wind. I kept seeing them. New fits, new jerseys every day. I'm glad you're supporting the COD League, but listen, pick a team.
Pick a team, pick a player. It's hard to pick if you've been watching all year long. You know we got superstars from top to bottom in this league, but most of them, they're amongst your top 4. And if you're looking at the standings, there is huge parity between our top 4 and 5th place. You look at where subliners are at, They're even 140 points behind this Toronto Ultra. The difference between your top 3 and subliners, they won an event, right?
Yep, that's the only team in our top 4 that has yet to lift a trophy this year. Optic Texas being our most recent. Still at the second place, though, but only 25 points behind Atlanta FaZe. They could take over that first spot.
Right, and Namus, what I love about this graphic is that strength of schedule, something that we haven't really been able to dial into until this 4th qualifier. Optic's got an easy run, right?
Yeah, absolutely, right? And they're only 20 points behind Atlanta FaZe. And you look at Toronto Ultra, they look good throughout this major. The finals didn't go their way, but it's really anybody's game for that first spot when you talk about our top 3. And then in terms of New York, they're at 255, but the drop-off from them to 5th is just nuts.
And I think the key for all these teams is, well, just don't play each other in the first round of champs. You want to play one of these squads. Miami Heretics, a surprise performance on LAN. They get their LAN W, and now they have a 5th seed coming in.
The Miami Heretics never cease to surprise me. And the fact that they're holding on to 5th place right now with the amount of changes and trials and tribulations they've had to go through the past couple of weeks. And then even right behind them, same story with Seattle Surge. They're tied in points right now, but you can tell that their disparity between online and LAN isn't that big as Miami Heretics.
Yeah, you know, and hone in on Miami Heretics because the strength of schedule, they're the hardest one headed into this. Yeah. And keep in mind, Vickel's not going to be playing in their next 2 games, I believe. So they're going to have Purge coming in as a stand-in. So they're not going to have that same chemistry to build off the momentum that they just had. They're going to have to really stay confident.
If we ended the qualifiers today, those would be your 8 teams moving on to champs. But these 4 are still in the hunt. And you can see they're not that far back. Minnesota with the A seed is sitting at 120 points. They've got half of their points on LAN, half of their points online. Carolina in the exact same position, but Minnesota currently with the tiebreaker over them.
Yeah, and like you said, they got more of their points on LAN. When you talk about Carolina, they've had some big dubs there. But yeah, I mean, they're right in the mix, and you look at their strength of schedule as well, 3rd. Like, it's going to be tough. They're going to play some of the top teams. You just have to garner some upsets.
And why I wanted to show this graphic, 3rd for Royal Ravens, who are trying to fight in, 2nd for Legion, and then, of course, you have the easiest run for anybody for LAG, a dark horse to make a run. But if you ask the community, this seems to be the fans' pick for a squad that is going to power their way into the top 8, Allie.
Yeah, this is easily one of the teams where everybody is expecting them to power themselves into the top 8, and not only that, just because the tail end has been so much better for them. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make as deep as a run as maybe they were hoping at the most recent LAN, and that's going to be the biggest disparity between them and some of the other teams. You saw Miami Heretics, only 20% of their points came from on LAN. Same thing with LA Thieves. Those are 2 teams that they're looking to go head-to-head for breaking into that top 8 for champs.
It's just for Carolina, they just keep blowing their opportunity. I mean, you think about online last stage, in one of their first series, they lose to Seattle, and then you get to LAN, it's like, okay, if we're going to make it a champs, we got to be able to beat teams like Seattle. They lose to them, right? Which would have set them up with a date with New York subliners, who Carolina have beat so many times before. So Carolina, they just got to take control of their opportunities.
Just a 10-point difference between 11th and 8th place, and Carolina faces off against that 11th-seeded LAG to close out the night. Another squad you're going to see in action, Austin. They've had their ups and downs, and mostly downs as of late. Let's take a look at some of the new moves they're making. A 5th roster change on the season, Allicat.
Yeah, and I mean, it needed it, right? And honestly, they bring in Major Maniac, and I'm really excited about this pickup because this is one of the more staple players that we have in the league. This guy is a veteran. You bring him to a team like Boston Breach. I'm excited to see what that dynamic between him and a player like Snoopy is that has such a high ceiling.
Yeah, and he's also very good at search and destroy. Every team that he's been on, like, they found success. And when you think about, him and Priesta playing together, they have championships back on that Atlanta FaZe team early on in the CDO. And so Major Maniac, he's had a very long journey. I will say I'm extremely happy for him, and I think he's a very capable player. But I would say that he's sort of like a diet version of Slasher to me, right?
Diet version of Slasher?
I would say, yes, I would say that, right? And that's not a knock on him. That's just an ode to the greatness that is Slasher. And I feel like, the move that they made, they tried to bring in a lot of young talent. Could have just kept Austin. It would have been a better spot.
Great to see Major Maniac back in the CDL. The bad news is you're joining the worst team in the league with just 50 points. Boston needs a huge run here in our 4th qualifier. You look at what they did with Beans and Pentagram, absolutely nothing. 0 points from all of that effort. Now they bring in Major Maniac. You have to question the decisions by the GMs up there in Boston, by the management. And also, you got to question, what is this new team going to look like with Major Maniac joining Priesta once again?
You don't even know, right? At this point, you got to say Boston Breach, the only way we can go from here is up, right? And so high hopes for Major Maniac, but I'm pretty sure for Boston Breach right now, it's not even like looking towards champs at this point, like win a series.
No, this is your champs. This is
win
their
a
champs.
series.
Like, this is when the players got to, like, we're playing for our spot in the next year. Because if you come in this stage and you do what you just did, some of those players won't have a roster spot, right? So they got to go for broke. The good thing about them is they had a lot of Game 5 series where they lose search and destroys, a lot of moments that they just threw away. They are talented enough to get series dubs.
Multiple round 10 and round 11 losses in those Game 5s. Major Maniac going to try and fix that for Boston. Let's take a look, though, at everything else that's going around the league, Alley Cat. Catch me up with what you have seen from the changes in our map pool, because 6-star no longer has a pool in it.
No, it no longer has a pool, and we've actually kind of solidified it down to now only 4 rotations. So all these really fun pool party gunfights that we saw from Shotzi and Optic Texas and everybody throughout the weekend in Toronto will no longer be going down, but you know, long live the pistol and water gunfights.
I'm gonna give a shout out to Spin Spence, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Spence.
Texas, Matt. Listen, all right, so we got 4 hills now, all right, and we got rid of the pool hill, and P4 is gonna be on the statue, not inside security. We all know those bulletproof windows and how awful it was to break. So we're gonna switch that over, and I think it's gonna play out a lot better. I mean, it's gonna be just straight battles back and forth, obviously giving teams an opportunity to actually break that security hill now on statue. I think it's gonna be way more fun to play and watch.
Can we give a shout out to production here? This is sick, Allie.
This is really cool. So we're gonna have the same P1 and P2, and as we move over to the P3 on the rooftop bar side of things, we're gonna move across path. So not too much change as far as the beginning goes, but again, we're just saying goodbye to the pool, and we're gonna be moving over to the Sky Bridge for that final hill in rotation. Only 4, and it's gonna be the only map that we have that is only going to be 4 hills.
Do you expect a lot of teams to be comfortable picking 6-star today here, the first day of the qualifier?
Yeah, if you're not cool playing 6-star, I just think you suck. Because this map is, it's honestly, it plays great, right? Like, we move the hills now, spawns make sense, the pushes make sense, right? Like, that and Rio are just, to me, 2 of the most fundamentally sound maps. But here's another change that we have is the explosive barrels and propane tanks.
Giant exploded!
They don't do it
tank! It's all gone.
I know Clint is so happy right now.
Man. I'm not. I miss the 5th man on the map in high rise. That's going to be really sad.
If you're just tuning in, we had several moments throughout the year where random explosions had massive impacts on the map high rise. Not only in control, but also search and destroy.
Like, how does he die
the
there?
Randomness is going away, but the explosions are not gone. We're seeing a buff to a score streak here out.
What's hilarious is so now the radius has almost increased 50% of the cruise missiles.
Good.
It's just so ironic to me because last year we weren't even like allowed to have scoring kill streaks, and now we have the cruise missiles and trophies don't stop them. They have such a big impact on some of these games. So I'm really excited moving forward to see how many, maybe 2, 3, 4 pieces.
Do more people focus on playing for these streaks now, Nameless?
Yes, 100%. And that's how Call of Duty should be. Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's some situations where you have to bite the bullet. Am I going to play for this kill to get this streak that will help me later in the game, or am I going to try to play the objective right now and potentially die, right? So it becomes a game. And then you see also the MCW and the rivals, they get some increased in damage buff for the MCW, which headshot damage, which I actually kind of like.
4 bullet kill. Right?
I actually kind of like it. And then the rival also increased damage range, so they'll be able to square up. And then also the trophy system, some people might not remember, and I think it was a patch ago, now they only block 2 things, which I think is a good change.
Right.
As well.
Yeah.
Balancing the game before we get to champs, you'll love to see the evolution, and today the matches continue. It's the first day of our qualifiers leading up to our Burbank event. It's going to be Toronto Ultra taking on Seattle Surge first, followed by Boston, Minnesota, and LAG versus Carolina. Lock in. It all gets started after this.
Fans, time is running out to make your picks. Choose your winners now by scanning the QR code you see on the screen. Hurry, it closes at 3:15 Eastern.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes the Reaper Operator Skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a Squad Up calling card you can use in-game.
I'm interested in making ends opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having the safest place. I'll take a check. Finishing his drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage in 10. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci my cologne after the show, she told me that shit was a favorite sin. Sprint advantage spacious, we can take it friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
Our Major IV Qualifiers begin right now, and the players are already in the lobby, so we're jumping right into our Scuff Pick'ems. And Sailor Moon, you are on fire in Toronto. I want you to do the honors with our first pick of the day, Rosalie.
I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra for sure in this series.
Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, I think Ultra will get 3 maps, in fact, this series, so I got Ultra taking it.
You got Ultra taking it. I've got Ultra also taking it. I don't think Seattle Surge is able to best Scrappy. They look to prove they are still a team to beat after getting 4-0'd in that final. To cast this one, we got Merc and Maven on the mic. How you doing, Maeve?
I'm doing fantastic. Listen, we're excited for some fun. This is going to be an interesting little segment. I mean, a lot of the talk throughout the course of this year has just been, oh, the top 4 are handling business. Like, that's who's going to make it to Sunday. The rest of the day is blah, 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 blah.
Sure.
Listen, we know we have this triangle of whatever you want to call
power.
It right now. A triangle of power at the top. But it's not really about that as we get ready for Major IV. It's everybody else, right? It's kind of the 5 through 12. Who's going to get there to qualify for champs? Who's going to get those much-needed CDL points? Yes, we'll be casting some of the top 4 teams, but it's really about everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle has a chance here. I mean, it kind of give themselves a bit of a cushion, you know, get some more CDL points, maybe cause an upset into the new 6-star. So again, you saw the Season 4 changes. There were some others as well, like new boots. So a lot to look forward to these next couple of weeks.
Yeah, we'll try to highlight some of those moments. Yeah, some big changes, whether it's, talking about this map, the boots, as you mentioned, the radius of missiles hitting from the sky, the propane tank changes, all sorts of stuff, the trophies. I mean, we'll try to highlight that stuff as best we can, but you would imagine, I mean, none of this stuff you would think would have too big of an impact really on the overall results, right? It's not the same as maybe adding 2 to 3 different maps and modes to the rotation.
No, I don't think so. I think 6-star is going to play very similar. Obviously, just the pool hill, which some players were very, very good at.
Shout out Shotzi, the best in the world.
Yeah, wasting a lot of time on that hill and contesting 20 to 30 seconds, winning gunfights. No one else knew how to win. So, yeah, you have that. But Ultra, they have owned this matchup on the year. 4-0. We saw it at the last major in winners round 1. They were able to take it 3-1 fashion. I think for Ultra, just sort of getting back to business, the one good thing for them is they're playing both high rises, which high rise for them, they avoided. But you just kind of saw, even in that final, they need some more options at the end of the map pool.
Well, okay, let's take away what happened in that final, right? The fact that, you kind of get mollywopped, things go a little bit south. In some ways, they got back on track, right? Because I think the conversation after Major 2, when you think about it being an Optic FaZe final, it seems like maybe Ultra aren't in the conversation. They get kind of slammed like 3-0 by FaZe in the qualifier stretch. It's sort of a question of, are they in that trifecta at the top? Sort of reminded people they are.
Oh, they are. Yeah, they absolutely are. Just Optic got the best of them, that is for sure. But now we do have Scrap 6 in a row. He's got that new cruise, so we'll see that into play. And you and I were just kind of joking, like, that thing might turn into, like, more team kills.
That's
we'll
what
see.
I don't know.
Thought. I don't know what 50%, how big of a difference that's going to be, but I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I kind of figured maybe that would be the case. Just lead to more team kills maybe, but dude, I got asked so many times, just like, who's the best right now with these teams? Like, is it Optic now? Is it FaZe? Will Ultra bounce back?
Who knows?
Is it sort of for you just like, we know how day-to-day COD can be. When it comes to these three, who's going to be hot on Sunday?
Well, I mean, yeah, typically it's sort of what Optic's beating Ultra, Ultra's beating FaZe, FaZe is beating Optic. The only thing that changed really at the major was Optic finally beat them.
Yeah,
that was that tournament.
I don't know if FaZe are going to have another 0-4 surge Sunday, but we'll see if they'll be able to turn it around. For me, it's just who is going to be hot. But hot right now is going to be Toronto Ultra. Scap is shooting right now. Scrap up to 12-3. Quadruple positive, streak to work with, absolutely dominating. Insight, not sure if the AC is on full blast or my guy's battling out of an igloo, but he's got the full-on hood up.
Yeah, he's got contacts on as well, but this will be our new first look at the new Statue Hill, P4 there towards the bottom, just see how this plays out. Now, normally, I would say in CODs of the past, when you have a hill sort of on the bottom side or top side of the map and it's right in the middle, the goal is to control both sides, sort of right and left. And what that'll do is that'll normally spawn the opposing team out. It's just difficult to do because usually there's a right spawn, there's a left spawn, and it's just sort of this back and forth battle. But if you're able to push out both sides, normally that spawns your opponents where they don't want to be.
We'll see if they'll be able to do just that. 0-4, who struggled early, was looking for number 4, now up to 5. But Abuza, who is, now with an AR in his hand, one of the players of the tournament, really. One of the big reasons these guys are able to get top 6. They're going to need him to pick it up if they're going to win a matchup like this. I mean, he was incredible at the major.
No, he was great. And I just think, yeah, you sort of had Envoy and Scrap going off, and they went off at the major versus this team. Again, 4-0 on the year. They've only dropped a map. It was a control. So you have this 60-point lead or so through our first rotation. The slaying very much one-sided, but maybe you saw a little glimmer of hope if you are Surge there on that hill.
Envoy, he'll be on 4 in a row as he is looking for more. Seattle Surge's POV, though, if they try to break on through. Envoy gets 2, though. That'll be number 5 and number 6 to line it up as he will get another streak now to work with for this Toronto Ultra side. Trophy up and trying to lock it down for Scrap. As Ultra battle for what time they're able to get. Really nobody in the hardpoint for now is just kind of fighting around it as Kleenex will look to get dirty.
Yeah, I mean, you would love to see this, obviously, for Envoy to continue this from the major, right? There was sort of the talk after Major 2. He's got to get better, him, and Insight. And I think sort of stage 3, Envoy absolutely has gotten back into that form.
That's why I kind of want to take, like, the final kind of is what it is. Like, Optic got hot. Like you said, you've been there as a competitor. Everything is going your way. Every decision is the right one. Like, that was their day, bro. They were by far the best team. But if you take that out of it, like, yeah, you saw some stuff from Ultra that you needed to see desperately. Like, that they could make those run. And Envoy, Insight, they're the guys you're going to have eyes on.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the final stats, just those, well, especially Insight really struggled.
Choke slam, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get back into form a bit. He can be such an important piece for our Major 1 winners as Envoy continues. You pretty much have had good spawns. That's what's been so tough for Surge throughout this game. P2 has been well controlled by Ultra. You can see number 1 trying to flip the spawns. That's going to be Scrap. So they're just playing how they want to play this map right now.
So now with like the water hill kind of taken out of it, is it just going to be a guy trying to find a route, guy trying to disappear? Like, Where do you think it's going to be used?
What, the water?
Yeah.
Probably a lot more in search than we see, but yeah, it normally it's just going to be, yeah, maybe you take a route, try to survive, push on out. Sounds good to me.
Sneak through, yeah. Well, it's just not going to be, water sports for 60 to 90 seconds, but Ultra trying to take the first series here, up 40 seconds so far in control. Let's go to listen right now with Toronto Ultra.
Outer, watch out. Behind one. Front, hop two. Front, lobby now. Lobby dead. Bro, one front, one outer. Hop up already. Hop. Last two. Help me, help. Nice, last two. Let's see that. Hop again. John in. Two. Your grenades. John out. One. Boozer's weak. Standing on top. Lane.
Do it. Nice one. Lane down.
Nice.
Maybe with steps, shoot.
Close mid stairs there.
All is fun.
Getting out mid. I'm pushing out outer, bro. Yeah. We have no shoot the tro. I'm mid. Head outer. Ivor up.
Look at you with steps.
I'm front, by the way. They're not. Yeah, outer tiki. Yep. Absolute.
No, with steps again.
There's two. One's in water. One more. Water. There's one in the back, too.
Right there. One in the back.
Front still. Trying to get to time.
20 seconds.
Water stairs, too, Toby. Yeah, all good.
It's one hold as well.
They live off.
Yeah, come mid. One's push on the back.
I have a streak as well. I have a streak, yeah.
Flip this. 3 mid. What's 3 mid?
Bingo. One mid, by the way.
You want me? Stun you.
Oh.
In you. Rest the ult.
Stun. You want me?
Rest the
Stun you.
And you, weak.
No, one more time. Nice.
Yeah, bro.
No, I can cruise. Absolute dead.
I'm sliding, Jeremy. Long. I'm one shot. I might try pinch low. Go low.
One mode dead.
So we blow the game out right here.
I'm all mid.
I'll drop it down.
Pushed outer. 2 outer. Dead.
One more weak on the steps, guys. On the steps, laying down. Left, close up on you.
It's both weak, bro. Low on stage.
Yeah, low, bro. There's two. Two their side.
Look you.
Nice, you know.
One long again. Absolute long, bro.
Stab. We have a streak as well.
Getting back to it, 60-point advantage now for Toronto Ultra. Seattle Surge still trying to keep this close and competitive, so maybe they can make a run late in this, but it just feels like there's a hump they haven't been able to get for. They haven't been able to like burst through and really take advantage of this game.
No, they are staying in the game so far. I think just sort of dealing with really that first rotation, staying within 60, now still around 50 points. They've kept it scrappy, and I mean, just through the listening, you heard some frustrations on the Ultra side trying to finish this first map on out. Not the most intense comms we've heard from them, but still.
When is it, though, with them?
Like, yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Very rarely all of that intense. Typically cooler than a cucumber. But here, vibing to the music, it'll be a 4 right over to Brezzy. We will go as he'll try to get the cut towards mid. Just lock this down in and securing time so far, and a time to maybe rally now will be Surge, but you've had these streaks and you've been waiting to rock them. In it goes, and well, the first one ends up being a team kill. Wonder how much of that's going to be. Maybe not the best example, but
no, I think it is. I mean, he was on the other side of the balcony, so we don't know.
Dude, you literally said it to me like 50% more sides. My first instinct, I'm like, literally, they're just going to kill their teammates more. Like, how often are you thinking with a cruise you're going for multiple kills? Like, that's not really the thought. You're trying to isolate like one player. It's just going to be like, oh, I think my homie's safe. Oh, he's not.
Yeah, and behind that now you have Seattle within 23 seconds. So you are very close into this game. Now if you're Seattle Surge, plus you have rotation is, yeah, we see the picture-in-picture there. You saw where Climax was. And again, this update just came out a couple of days ago. Our teams have some scrims on it, but they're going to have to think about that. And like I said, now it's a 10-point game.
Here we go, starting to rally and bring it back. This is why we always talk about teams kind of keeping it close, keeping it competitive, just staying within like 60, so it's maybe one full hold and you're right back in the game, and that's exactly what you're getting right now from Seattle Surge. They're just trying to look for their first lead in what seems to be the entire game. A chance to do it right now as they get 2 down. Tick by tick, they're over the hump. Now in front goes Seattle Surge, 50 points away from a map 1 stunner.
And this is kind of what they were doing at the Major. It just felt like it was just difficult to put them away. Just always staying within these maps. Really a solid game out of Brezzy. He's got the most kills at 30 and
What's
30.
that remind you of? Like Ultra Bowl.
Yeah.
Honestly, just tough to put away. Like,
as you do have Ultra on rotation though towards P3. This is looking to be a clean setup. Envoy getting some of that scrap time. Maybe a chance to put away this game 1 here.
A chance for sure. But here comes the 4-man push from Seattle Surge. How good can it be? Abu's at least able to trade out 1 before the stun will hit. Kleenex and Inside still holding for now. Maybe an opening. I thought Inside maybe loses aim assist for a moment. It might get caught, but it's knocked down to 1 HP now. Everybody spawning out water side and trying to flood across. 25 points down needed for Ultra to close this one out. Abusa with the opening pick. Trophies there for coverage. Envoy sitting at the bar and looking to lock it down. He might be the last line of defense. They're able to burst through with just a little glimmer of hope remaining. 30 seconds left in the hardpoint.
Yeah, you have the close funds though for Toronto Ultra. Continuously just contesting time and time again is Surge. On that balcony hop up. And there we go. There is the first shot, but there's always one more. There's going to be the 4 dead. You can't win here though, Surge. They're going to have to rotate. You see 1 and 4 on your minimap, already to be in a position. You still have another cruise just in case things go wrong for Ultra.
That's what's so tough. You got to keep sitting bodies at it because they see it needs a little time, but then it puts you in a precarious position now for the push in towards Statue and lining it up. It's Scrap that'll get 2, and that should seal the game. One more player close, but not close enough. Ultra, the hemorrhage a bit late. There's a rallying cry from the side of Seattle Surge, but not going to quite be enough. They'll get one on the board, and probably feels good after, the 0-4 and the final, just to get something going here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I mean, for them, again, just map pool is going to be a big thing. Obviously, this 6-star could be important for them in more and more matchups, but...
Well, I think, as much as I said before this, like, a lot of this is about the 5 through 12, like this next stretch. Yes. In the bigger picture for champs, yes. But also in the bigger picture for champs, yes. I mean, the conversation is just the map pool between those 3 top teams. So similar, like what was the conversation with, I think, Optic kind of leading into Major 3. It was sort of them working on the high rises. You're not going to see Ultra try to do it. And that's what we'll try to point out as we talk about the 5 through 12 as well.
Yeah, here just looking at the stats. I mean, the fact that Seattle kept this within, 32 points. Props to them. It was a hot start for Scrap and Envoy. Kind of got everybody going.
Yeah,
but you see yeah, you see how many players on Ultra, all with 30 bumps on this 6-star.
Yeah, it ends up being, I think exactly 30 they get outslayed by. So yeah, the fact that you keep it within 30 points, pretty impressive. Difficult to do. Certainly we've had teams that have managed to do really well in the past in Hardpoint. It comes to mind, somebody like a Red Reserve randomly has popped in my mind. They were the kings of it, bro. Outslayed by 50, win by 2. Okay, awesome. We take a look at the highlights now. Toronto Ultra, Seattle Surge map 1.
No, but what you're saying with the map pool, was sort of the talk of town was that sub-base pick time and time again. They had the choice in the final. Map 1, we played sub-base or 6-star. They went for the sub-base again. Lost that one. Just didn't trust their 6-star. And I mean, Optic was also undefeated on that map.
And I think that's why it's so tough, because like as much as part of me doesn't believe as much in like the crowd and like getting hot, and yes, there's some magic to the confidence in making that run, but like I do believe that if a team is hot and just had their biggest win on the year and finally beating FaZe, maybe don't give them their best map, their undefeated map in the map 1. Maybe don't do that. But when you don't have strengths elsewhere, that's what ends up happening. But that's like, the last thing I want to do is the team that is really hot right now, like, let's toss one up.
And they also beat you on it like a round before.
Yeah. Just
winners runs.
Fastball right over the plate to start us off. Awesome.
Yeah, but you should see the sort of game flow map 1. Again, it was a hot start there. Just up to 128.59. But then you just see the blue line just stays close and close. At one point, they had the lead, but then Ultra with the streaks able to put map 1 away.
It was a gritty effort there from Seattle Surge, just not quite enough. Now we should look forward to Search and Destroy. Joe, any highlights just for these two teams going to be coming off of the Major 3?
Well, I think this was sort of the strength for Seattle Surge there for a bit when 0-4 came into the lineup, but then their respawn got better, but their S&D dipped down a bit. So I think if this is a Seattle Surge team, it's, again, you bring 0-4 into the lineup last stage, it feels like you're getting better. Now can we create a complete game plan from top to bottom?
Yeah, I think that's, honestly, what you're describing is sort of like, that's like the conversation for like all of the 5 through 12, right? It's just like this ebb and flow sort of where the strengths are, trying to get balance. Whereas you talk about maybe the top 3 teams, you're pretty good at everything, right? Like you typically need to be pretty good at everything if you're going to get tournament wins. The rest of the teams just trying to figure that out, trying to find that balance, because if you're going to beat the top 4 teams, you have to. You can't have a big glaring weakness, so you're not going to beat them.
Yeah, now this real Search and Destroy. I mean, for Ultra, this is one I think they put a lot of work into. I think we saw them beat FaZe, right? Both Search and Destroys. Rio was that Game 5, Round 11 at the last Major. And when we all saw Rio pop up sort of in that winner's final, we're like, uh-oh. Right, you let FaZe get that, and this should be done. But Ultra, they have had this is what they do. They've had their S&D number. They prep well.
I should have known it was going to be a rough day for FaZe and Search when they lost Rio. I mean, well, they had to go 0-4, but like they hadn't lost Rio at all. They made some questionable plays throughout the course of that Sunday. But taking a look at the Seattle Surge roster before we get ready to keep it going. You talked about 04. He comes in, and yeah, he is popping off, making some terrific individual plays from his position on the squad. Abuza, who has been, I mean, even when they've been struggling, I feel like he's been lights out just from like a damage or a stat standpoint. I mean, just seeing him, going a bit negative in the last one was kind of surprising with how strong he was at the last major, but expect for him to be firing it back now as we get to a search and destroy. But I don't know, when you think forward, like about these top three teams, is there a mode that you're highlighting the most, like between them? Is there something that's going to be the separation? I know you've always kind of been a control guy. Like it's kind of been, maybe you go 50-50 in the other two, but like the control edge has been huge between the top teams in the past.
Well, that's a good question. I think, yeah, I mean, the control is always one to watch. I think that's why there was so much high-rise prep for like Optic last one. I think it probably just depends on the team and matchup.
Depends on the matchup. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like well, for Ultra, like that's what it's going to come down to is maybe a high-rise. Like,
for sure.
If they start to play it.
I just love it. Like, I don't know, kind of the evolution of teams and control as a game. Like people complain about control early, but I think it's like one of the more interesting conversations as we get deeper into the year. Scrap shooting though early is Hook's head put straight in round 2.
Yeah, obviously now you're gonna get this bomb down. You see number 3 inside. He's gonna have, well, I thought maybe some info, but he's gonna be the first man up on the pinch. All of Surge gonna try to retake in a 3 versus 4, and there is the info, but Abuza rips him. Some nice shots into a 3-on-3.
And that is where Abuza has been so good. The individual talent just absurd, but Scrap will give them numbers again. 0-4 dancing left, right, trying to find an opening, not able to find it. Round will be closed out. Scrap, the first, he kind of gets like 2 first bloods in a way. Like he gets the first to give him 4-3, gets another, kind of get them out of the 3v3 into the 3v2, like coming up with some big ones. Just continue to give them numbers.
Well, and I mean, just the first blood just literally runs to bridge and is like, please fight me. Yeah. And if you watch that sort of Game 5 versus FaZe, that's what he was doing. There were just some spots where I think a lot of players would back down. Sort of he's looking over the bomb site, and he's just like sitting there like, let's do this, right? Like, let's scrap. That's what he wants to do, take as many gunfights as possible.
It's not usually going to be about the sauce, the finesse, the movement. It's straight gunny when it comes to Scrap, who's had a lot to say since the major. I swear I got a clip of this guy popping up every other hour. But Abuza now with the first blood, his turn to get things rocking and rolling. For Seattle Surge, Hook going to follow it up. Another player in trouble. They're able to trade that out as Hook will now get 2. Scrap going to be last alive. And while he's got everything to do.
Oh, no. Oh, I would have loved it.
I thought he was just going to stick it. Just get in there and grab it. Does it work? Probably not, but sometimes you just got to grab it, Joe.
I would have done
Absolutely.
it, dude. I mean,
it seemed like one of those scenarios is just set up perfectly for like the timing, like the player by bridge door just like turned, one running away, like grab it. Stick that thing. Stick it hard.
Would have been sweet. I mean, he probably dies. They were all so close. But, yeah, I mean, there was a chance. The smoke was still up a little bit, put into a tough spot. But Surge with that first blood from the nade, able to tie up the map.
Yeah, I think with the smoke being there, one of the first things they're going to do is check that. But, like, you never know. I want to see the effort, the chance for it to happen. But, you know, in those situations, sometimes you end up having 3 players lined up in front of you. You never know how it's going to work out.
Got a couple of those, and those were always so fun.
Yeah. Well, now we tied up 1-1. First blood, it'll be 0-4, so a back-to-back first blood now for Seattle Surge. Now, what can they do with the numbers?
And again, watch number 1 Scrap just trying to find info from that bridge side. Kind of just feel like maybe you have to plan, but they're going to get aggressive instead, try to catch them off guard, but Hook watching the cross for Brezzy. So they knew without having man advantage, they couldn't plant the bomb or didn't want to. Maybe trying to force a 3 versus 3, isolate that one player. Instead, now Envoy and Climax have a lot of work to do.
Climax getting the kill, getting out. Now 2 versus 3.
Can't believe you got out.
Yeah, I thought the trade was going to come in there, but now you give yourself a chance to do this. Time, though, dwindling. Time working out for Climax, though. He almost got insane slide behind. Trying to get away his Envoy. Strap on those Pumas, boy. 20 seconds remaining. 1 versus 1. Gets the opposite site. Gets the plant down. Hook, Envoy. And Hook's one of those guys, I don't know how he's going to play this.
I don't know how Envoy would play either. I think this is sort of this is an interesting one-on-one. You have the smoke for Envoy as well. See if that comes into play. And what weapon does Hook have? Well, he's going to have a smoke, so this is both the smoke players.
Throws the smoke, wants to create a little chaos for Envoy to have to check. He'll get in there and check. Now ring around the Rosie we go. 20 seconds remaining. Envoy, internal clock, looking to check again. Spots it, and that should decide the round. Unless Hook is somehow able to win this one, I want to get back to it. Not going to happen. It's an extended one. Envoy does his damage. And that's just, dude, when they're extended ones like that, it's like, it's a guessing game sometimes. You just got to get a little bit of luck.
And that's one of those rounds, I mean, for Surge, you just have to win. You have a 2 versus 4. Climax comes down. The SGs chows one of you. There's like 2 or 3 players there. And maybe you're just trying to be a little too disciplined where you don't want to overchow. Maybe some of you line up, but they don't trade out on Kleenex, and then on rotation, they get picked.
They don't trade out on Envoy. They get him to 20 HP. I mean, you had an opportunity to kill both players that get away, and, well, usually we're going to have 2 get away like that after getting a pick. It's likely going to lead to a round win, and that will be the case. 2-1 advantage now. Painful one for Seattle Surge, but bomb back in their hands. They'll look to hit it. Now on offense, right up the gut, over towards B. On the other side of it defensively, it's an aggressive 3-man front towards A. A chance to maybe isolate somebody like Scrap, but likely he's just going to be holding for now.
Yeah, it's always tough when someone like Scraps is holding this, right? Because you can't push on through. So you don't know. You don't know where the rest of the push is coming from. If they wrap back to Scrap, you don't want to get on caught. But here comes the rest of the team. And there we go. They sandwich 04 at bridge. So you just had no room to work with, no info. And now you're in a 3 versus 4, but 20 seconds left.
The fact to get the plant down quick, though. Pressure going to be on him. Abusa, maybe the difference maker. Will lock down 2 versus 2. Just about 10 seconds remaining. All going to be on Abusa. Trying to finesse. Going to get caught. Already on it. Scrap, what a magnificent job being the lone man kind of bridge side. The fact he's able to be patient, end up isolating one for that first blood, and then close things out late.
Yeah, it's just because you had such a tight setup there from Surge. Again, you have no info from the pinch. Envoy gets all the way through to where they isolate 04. And because Scrap is still on the defensive side, him being there, right, it's just sort of a question of, hey, this push could wrap from this side of the map, so we can't push on forward and lose that gunfight. Abusa tried to do what he could, but numbers too much for Ultra.
I mean, the fact he caught the second player sprinting, I think, in Kleenex really gave them a chance to maybe win that round, but not going to happen. I mean, time was dwindling. He had an opportunity, but yeah, back-to-back rounds where you really have a chance to get the round win if you're Surge, but can't walk away with it. Now, it's the headbutt up towards mid-map. That is such a hard gunfight, and Envoy makes it look easy. Suddenly, it's Abusa by himself. That was a joke. He saw, like, his couple of hairs on his head and just clipped them off.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was a little bit weak going into that. Hit some of the first bullets, that damage range we talked about with the buff, and it hits.
Like, holy.
16-second round there from start to finish, and that can happen on Rhea when you just both players, both teams run up Eskies, and let's have some fun.
It can happen on Rio. It can happen in the bedroom, Joe. But now we continue on forward. Into round 6.
I don't think there's a bedroom on this map.
Oh, I got it confused with Mercado. Is there a bedroom on Mercado?
Oh, yeah.
It's colorful.
Yeah.
I think it says Mercado on the wall.
Yeah, close enough.
Oh, Lord help us.
Not me, you.
Yeah. 04 getting pushed up into a dangerous position. 2 are going to be working through the deep flank for
But yeah, look at inside and Kleenex. Again, just no info on this.
Here we go.
So now this player on bridge might get caught again. And I feel like if you're Surge, you just have to commit to one side or this sort of stuff's going to happen. You're just sort of at a standstill like, guys, what do we do?
And he came back out of that. You get both angles of that. You can lock it down. Time, though. Starting to go. 20 seconds here to work with. Insight going to find another. 04 going to be the last one up. Can 04 make the play? Looking to do it. Spots for one. Tries to get away and dance. Should do enough.
Maybe.
Definitely not any time left. He'll get the kill as well. Ooh. I mean, that would have came at like 10 to track back. It would have been tough to do. But you finally get one of those. I feel like all these crazy rounds, they've gone down. They've been wins for Ultra.
So we're seeing 04 just, what? There was like 10 seconds left. I don't know if he's able to get this Insight. Gets 3 in the round. Not able to find number 4. But again, just another one where the pinch is on and Surge is just right in the middle. Just the peanut butter and the jelly.
Oh. Now you made me want a sandwich, Joe. We had breakfast for lunch today. It was great. I had some sausages, some bacon, like a chicken biscuit thing. Well, chicken and the biscuits right now for who? Because Envoy and Kleenex, they get slammed. Opens things up real easy as they start to bring it back. And similar to map 1, like, listen, they're doing enough. They're hanging around this game so they could swing into their favor at any time, even though it seems like it's been so favored towards Ultra in so many of these big moments.
That's to say.
They win this round, they're down a round.
With 2 of the rounds, they should have won. They threw away. They feel like they should be up 4-2. Not gonna overchat once that nade hits. Scrap it Insight. Trying to find what they can. They don't have the bomb though. That is a problem.
Well, Hook is just running through them. He's been able to get everybody in this round as Hook will now be working on the ace. Sending it forward, it'll be a Booza with the final one, but Toronto get nothing going because they get chopped to bits mid-map. You were talking about peanut butter and jelly sandwiches one moment, bacon and eggs the next, and next thing you know, Hook is taking apart the team.
Yeah, just great round by Hook. And that time, you don't have Scrap bridge side, so he just mantles on up. There's no gunfight. Just mantles up. It pretty much has the pinch. So you get a bit of a different look there from Ultra. But Hook just takes the chance. Again, taking that B fight. And now, as we've been talked about, just staying in the game.
3 straight for Hook. 3 straight 4-0-4. Still ways to go towards maybe earning a streak, but we'll keep an eye on it. Aggression up towards mid yet again. Point man on the other side will be Envoy. He's going to back down for now. We're going to have a one-on-one maybe on the other side. His Scrap's got to fight here at bridge. He's going to take one through the door. Peekaboo, we go. Trying to wrap it out. He's going to get dropped, but Envoy gets one on the other side for his first blood. He's up to 8-4. Nice win.
Yeah, nice when they know bomb is down. Here comes the reach out, and Kleenex onto Hook. 4 HP. Hook quickly off the hot round, just trying to find a trade and force the 2-on-2. Instead, Kleenex smacks him in the face.
Yeah, so when you got to win, you got to win that to give yourself a chance at it. But you still got a shot in the form of a Booza. 1 versus 3 now. Bomb, unfortunately, down the opposite side of the map. They've got a trapezoid set up around this bomb. As Ultra look to lock him in and get their 5th up. But yeah, just another one of those moments where you clutch up if you're Ultra or you fall to pieces if you're Surge.
And Hook, I mean, he kind of was like gambling for that gunfight. Maybe he's just thinking there's going to be a second, or I'm just trying to get out of here. Maybe stop shooting. But Abuza able to turn this into a 1-on-2. Now has to work the bomb.
So little time. 15 seconds to go. Where's the gunfight going to come from? Tries to slide out, gets caught. 5th round up for Ultra, 1 away from the 2-0 edge now. And yeah, those trades are the awkward ones. It's like, I don't know, it's one thing when you have a pretty clear line of sight to instantly get the trade. It's just like a slide out and chow. But when you're like trying to sprint to get the angle, it's like, do I just get caught sprinting and smoke? Because by the time you get gun up, you've just been fried.
Maybe he was told he was weak, from the previous.
Well, I don't know what he probably was. He took some damage in that fight.
But maybe he wasn't as weak as he thought.
Yeah. We've all been He's 1. I hit him with 4 bullets. He was not 1 bullet.
Yeah, no, someone is definitely notorious for that. Everybody's got that friend.
And everyone's got that friend that's Brezzy. He's 1-6 right now. The boys are trying to carry him to victory here. We'll see if they can do us an awkward fight there at the police car, but Envoy is able to get another first blood. After that, though, Brezzy lights it up. As he gets 2 out of 3, keeps them alive, and this one is Insight. Will be the last up. I roast him a little bit, and he comes alive.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Ultra just weren't ready for all 4 to be there from Surge, but they were all there. As soon as those trades start, Surge in a great position. Ultra get caught off guard, and now Insight, similar to Abuza last round. At least you have the bomb, but he's got a lot to work with, and not going to happen.
Yeah, I thought for a second he was going to, like, slide, peek, and chow that like Hetty there, but he just ran out and got cut to bits. Yeah, you are dead as can be. Easy there for Abuza as he gets up to double digits. Maybe a slow map 1 for the squad statistically, but he's right back out of the search and destroy. Again, can't overstate how well he played now with an AR hit in his hands the last major.
I feel like we rarely see that at that site because normally if offensive teams see multiple players over towards A, they just turn. It's just like,
you're just like,
let's just go plan A.
You're too committed to the blitz.
Or let's go plan B. Yeah, I mean, they were just very much wanted to take the fight at the site. Just all 4 players there for Surge.
And it's one of those weird things, like, yeah, you have the high ground up here, but not really. Like, some of the headies you can get and the angles you can take from low are absurd. 04 will get the first, but Climax answers back from this side. Kind of a dose of their own medicine now, so you have advantage to close this one out. Scrapple followed up with another. Brezzy now has got to be the magic man. Pull off the 1 versus 3. If he's going to push this to around 11, not going to happen. Final kill through for Toronto Ultra. They'll get the victory here. And this seems to be like one of those ones we're going to say at the end, man, Seattle Surge, it was a 3-0, but they played them tough.
Yeah, you can say that. I mean, map one, yeah. But this map, there was 2 rounds they absolutely threw away early in this map where maybe we're still playing, but that doesn't happen. In a nice setup there from Insight and Climax. Insight, normally the only island player, but sort of sets up his duo in Climax for that free 2-piece as Seattle Surge get aggressive over towards A. But what? Couple of 10 bombs. Envoy again having another great series versus Seattle Surge.
Yeah, you want to see that, but I think really we're going to keep our eyes on, listen, it's going to be day-to-day, match-to-match for just Insight. His what he's able to do in Search and Destroy, we know maybe it's not been there at Respawn at times. He's been so good in Search for them over the years. Will he get back to that? Because it just feels like he's got to pick it up, get back into his bag if this team's going to have a chance to really walk away with the event wins. But it's definitely a bright star to see Envoy starting to pick it up and really slam the opposition. 2 up so far, looking to close it out in High Rise. And yeah, High Rise is one where you're excited to see maybe some of the work there in Search and Destroy and also in the control for Ultra, right?
Yeah, and not explosions.
That's true. That's true.
Right, so it's we got our first look at 6-star, our first look at High Rise. So thank you to Seattle and Toronto for giving us this first match. We appreciate it.
Bro, my favorite one was well, it was Optic versus, I forget who it was, but Kenny was going through it. He was like 1 in 10 or something. I can't remember what it was. And you're like, I think he just died to a fire extinguisher.
Yeah,
like,
no, I don't.
It like shows Kenny's face and he's just like,
ugh. Yeah, no, he was literally running away underground and died to a fire extinguisher. So we don't have to deal with that anymore. Hopefully it works.
I saw propane tanks. I'm not sure what I identify a fire extinguisher as, Joe.
It's true. They said environment.
That's true. That's true. I was looking off some of the tweets I saw. You're right. You're correct. Okay, that's going to do it for our first 2 matches. So you're ready to go to High Rise Control after the break. We'll see you here shortly.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe Black are your Toronto Open champions. Cammy was spotted initially. Capsule's gonna drop, so Cammy with a huge opportunity to clutch up a 1v2. Make it a 1v1. Has to grab the bomb though, or has to find the kill. Classic, right to the courtyard. Cammy spots him, and Cammy pulls off the 1 versus 2. Classic is doing it all right now. He might actually reach 40 kills in this hardpoint.
Really come alive. Classic's gonna hit the flank. Classic, the perfect timing. They line up there. 42 and 26
on the flanks, hitting the routes, making the right play at the right time. And we all know it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Paul X, oh my goodness! What a 1v2 to keep his team alive.
What a Herculean comeback coming through for FaZe Black.
They're not out of it just yet. They have brought this one all the way back, and now the rotation looking solid. FaZe Black in position to stop it here. Asim gets a read at 1. The sunset could be good for another. FaZe Black trying to steal away the hard point, and they might just be good for it. Stun, snakes, everything being thrown in. Dip diving, ducking and sliding, trying to find a way through. But FaZe Black will not let you win the hard point. They come all the way back. This will be the final push. Brack through the middle, able to clean up 1. Needs to put together more as he cuts through mid. Finds Major Maniac. That will be the 2nd kill. Now they're on the point with 2 seconds to spare. They're finding the kills. No respawns. They were tested, but they were never bested. They were pressed, but they were never finessed. Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe Black are your Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's all smiles for the handsome, the Dark Prince, the man that is Envoy. Is listen, they're getting ready. Fist bumps out to maybe control this 1-3-0 if you're Surge.
I'm happy they're laughing. Just, dude, Map 1 listening, I was like, did we like argue before this? Did someone like, did we play like a board game? I don't know. And someone beat the other side? I don't know.
Their comms have always been kind of a little different.
No, but it was like there were like some frustrations.
I think when you're playing with Scrap, I'm not like close with him. He's great. I love him. He's a great thing with CDL, but I feel like if I was his teammate, I'd be between wanting to strangle and high-five him at all times.
Right. Okay.
Like you're a high-five or a strangle away. And I'm not promoting strangling. That's not okay. I don't recommend you do it at home. But like if you're Scrap's teammates, you definitely want to grab that neck and just
Yeah, maybe depending on the day. But then you hit the scoreboard and he's got 5,000 more damage.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, okay. Keep it up, keep it up.
That was like old aches, and then he didn't shoot that one anymore, and you're like, I can't deal with this guy anymore.
No, that's a good way to put it. I mean, sometimes, yeah, when you're like a superstar, yeah, have whatever attitude you want. But like, yeah, the second that sauce is gone, they reel it in a little bit. But no, Scrap, very much an absolute super mega star. Now, he's been great for the league, but I'm sure he can be a headache for teammates at times. As he'll start out 0-2. We get into it. The severe lack of explosions has me feeling a little bit,
Yeah, and Ultra as well, because after not the best start, they now do, what, 6 kills in a row they were on as a team. Envoy does get taken down, but now if you are Surge, a lot of room to work with. Now this is important for, I think, both of these teams trying to expand that map pool. Is Hoot gonna gun down Insight?
Oh, he's out of the igloo now too. Hoodie's down.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's got like contacts, like LASIK, or just go for a different look. Maybe he's blaming the glasses. Like these aren't like, these are
honestly, it's just such a different. You're so used. We've been casting for so long, and just so used to seeing it. Yeah, it looks so different. But despite maybe the nice start you got from Ultra, the progress starting to ramp up. His second tick will be done at B now for Seattle Surge. A boost is still tucked in a pocket. Going to have a one-on-one, maybe a one-on-two that he's not able to win. Brezi's going to be tagged up and damaged as well, trying to push behind the stun, but it's a team nade from Scrap that's actually taking out Envoy. So you get 2 people on this. You're close to getting the minute extension. They're still finding a flurry of kills. Now, can you transition this off? B is done. Minute added on. 90 seconds to work with now. 17 v 17.
So nice job by Seattle Surge getting those trophies down. And yet the trophies only eat 2 per now. So I imagine we're going to see 3 on each team instead of only 2. But now you've kind of gotten to a spot over towards this area, but Scrap and Insight going to find a couple of kills, get you off the objective. But minute 15, tied in lives.
Yeah, but now you get Insight to a great spot here where he can do so much damage, have a very efficient and valuable life. This is a good job of staying up. Get your health back. You're 19 HP, trophy up, regain and take the fight. And the more damage you can pepper in or slow them down, the better this is going to go for you. It's shooting absolute beams. Teammates picking up kills as well as the pressure's been brought all the way to the Surge base. So this is just milk in time. A little milk session here from Ultra.
I can see them like working in the dairy farm, maybe.
Oh, absolutely. I tell Scrap he's a 2% guy. Over to Climax now, 7-5. Trying to get Naughty underneath, and it's an awkward one. They chest bump, but Climax able to win it. Under 30 seconds now to go. 3 lives remaining for Surge.
And I think Surge had the right idea where you try to slow this round down. They just kind of lost all of the gunfights. I mean, they get stuck in the base 13 versus 13. They lose a couple of more players, I think around 13-10. Just around there, and they're like, all right, let's just stop getting picked. Let's slow down. Let's get out of this trap, and that just never happened.
And then you end this, I think, with a player or 2 players maybe on 5 in a row, 4 or 5 in a row now for Ultra, so we'll keep an eye on that to maybe earn some streaks, because maybe if less things are exploding here, cruise missiles still do add some explosions. So for those of you that want to see explosions, but we'll still have them for you. I still can't believe we played the whole year with that stuff. I said to Joe, I'm like, well, why were we playing this map? Like, the more I think about it, we saw like the montage of stuff exploding. I'm like, why were we doing that? And he's like, well, there wasn't another option. I was like, all right. Good.
Yeah, no. Yeah. I'll tell you.
Oh, but yeah, it's 5 in a row for Scrap. He was able to earn a cruise.
There he is. Look at him. Just healthy as can be, that big old propane.
Yeah. Now it's just filled with water.
Or milk.
Or milk, yeah. Courtesy of the Toronto Ultra Milkers. Into round 2 we go. 5 straight out for Kleenex, 5 straight for Scrap. Both looking for a streak.
Yeah, especially in hunt control. I mean, both of these points, it's definitely gonna do some damage.
There's the angle, there's the streak. 8 and 5 start now for Scrap. You've gotten pushed up real deep on this A side. You're able to win it on the other side, though, if you're Seattle Surge, and now you try to fight back on the other end of it. But you had two people kind of playing for cruises, I think, so things may be a little bit awkward out of the opening, like just trying to set them up and get those, then maybe you can play behind them. There's the second one. You're able to get both.
Yeah, just very slow round, 45 seconds go off, and just haven't had too much action, but as you said, you're going to get both of those cruises, so now let's just play a normal round out, but that is going to give Seattle Surge a lot of map control to work with, and well, they were able to earn those 3 ticks in that last round, so you're trying to at least work B if you are Ultra.
Well, we've talked about situations in the past where things can get a little bit Ultra when someone's trying to play for that final kill to like get their streak. When you have 2 that are trying to do it, yeah, gameplay's probably gonna be a little stagnant as you're working to get them, but now you get them, what value will you get out of them, and can you bring it back to this round? Because you nailed it. You got a lot of map control for Seattle Surge. Granted, you kept it basically even in the lives department. Abuza's still blowing up something.
Yeah, blew up.
What was it?
Sure, I have no idea. But maybe a barrel?
Was it a fire extinguisher, a barrel, a carton of milk?
We'll never know, but inside right back down over to A. Just pause this clock for now. There is 1 tick done. Can he get, he's able to win another gunfight on Dahook. On the other side of the map, climax just fries 0-4. So Surge are gonna be worried about Insight, and now that's gonna allow the rest of Ultra maybe to work B. Insight is not known for his movement, but he is finessing right now.
Magic Man and El Diablo, as he is just staying up.
Going. Oh
He gets another one there. Insight showing the sauce, and that'll be B secured. So much damage done over A, like a tick and a half done there. The clearance hasn't been able to get through. 4 life advantage as well. You got 2 streaks to work with. Great sequence there from Ultra.
I mean, that's just, yeah, now you're ahead in ticks, right? If you are Ultra, it gets from, all right, we played for 2 cruises for the first minute of this round. Maybe we're gonna get shut out to now we're up 1. So this is great. Maybe you don't win this round, because we have a 6 life advantage.
Yeah, they should. It looked desperate there for a moment. Then Insight just put on the dance moves. Nice tracking there for Kleenex, honestly. In a very tough fight, but Hook is going to be able to win that. He gets a breathing room. That's how you maybe bring it back in that type of situation. Is you get 4 straight.
Not the cruises, though. Do you want to use one? It looks like maybe. What do we want to do? If you're Ultra, you're slowing it down, and here we go. I'm going to assume one's coming in.
Yep.
We got the big booms now.
Everybody's running away, giving up power positions, having to back it up into the base. Big boom, not going to get one. Elevator is going to be able to protect. Is 0-4 going to drop him into the point, though, because of the pressure of the streak. Backed up players will be inside, right back to his bread and butter here on the box, showing off the moves. Gets dropped, though, as they come through. It's 3v3 now. The 6 life advantage just evaporate. What a heroic effort here from Surge. You survived the streak. You maybe survived the round.
You want to use another one. Like, Scrap does have it.
He's spotted.
Well, now you're not going to use it.
3v1, 2v1. It's all on Insight. You got him to this point. Can Insight come up with the play? 7 seconds to go. He's got to go. Spots one. Tagged up position, give it away, and he will drop. It looked like the most winnable round for Surge, then the most winnable round for Ultra. Suddenly it's Surge that come away from it, but it's really that sequence. The 4 dead just brought them back basically even in lives, and well, they dealt with the streak well. I mean, you tuck away back into your base. You think maybe that's an opening to get some good positions if you're Ultra, but
maybe they're just worried about it. Like, honestly, with that sort of buff with what we talked about, but we're gonna look at this. So I'm assuming maybe a barrel. Not sure. I don't know. It says it. That's all I'm saying. It could have just been a regular grenade for all I know. But either way, sending that one in.
Zuma, get on it.
Yeah, he'll fix it.
Yeah, it's on Zuma.
Yep.
Guy's got the community in mind. Figure it out, Tommy.
Yeah, it's a red card for him. His fault.
We love you. You're a very handsome Italian man. And the next round is 0-4. Showing the gunny here early. We tied up 1-1 after a crazy round 2.
Maybe it was that one, dude. That one's hissing, dude. That one's hissing. You hear it? It was. It was that little sucker.
Okay.
We missed one. Somebody get on it. The oxygen tank.
All sorts of damage in there from Insight, but not able to finish the kills. Kind of sets him up, though, for Kleenex to now go to work as he's on 4 in a row. Still a streak to work with. Is Detective Joe and Glenn are on the case.
We're on it. I told you, I knew there was going to be one, man. I knew it.
Yeah, because there were 50 of them, Joe. Of course one got through because they thought every single element of the damn map had to blow up. Oh, it's a cardboard box? Well, in the future, there's flammable cardboard that explodes. No, there's not.
Maybe.
17 to go on the clock. Well, I guess cardboard would technically be flammable, but listen, we'll get to the nitty-gritty of this later. Because there are things to figure out, but Scrap has got him pinned. Surge are in trouble. No opening on the map as they will get handled throughout this one. Something else just blew up. The climax is gone.
Where is it?
One more blew up.
It might have been the same thing.
Oh. Well, I don't know, Joe. I've got questions.
I have died.
Oh, imagine they just like flip the coding and all the stuff that's not supposed to blow up blows up now. Like those don't blow up, like a desk, like everything else blows up, like a little slab of concrete, like just anything.
That'd actually be a funny mode.
Why is this tar pissing?
That would be such a funny mode.
Oh.
All right.
Reel it in.
We gotta lock you back in.
Whoa, we're having a little bit too much fun today. Hope you at home are enjoying the matches. I got too much sleep last night. I'm absolutely twisted. Rezi will start things off, and as Cleanest gets done, so he'll start to push up the map. Still that one streak to use. He's at positive 10, and Deddy out, looking to make a play, but dead silence ain't gonna matter when you get spotted. Man, Abuza's pistol hits.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for sure he had it, but maybe doesn't get the headshot. You do have Envoy push on up, though. Looks like Hookah's looking for him. I think he needs one more bullet. Now number 6 in 04, just gonna turn around. Everyone's focus for Surge off spawn, gonna be on Envoy, able to find him.
Yeah, just good job dealing with him. Don't let him get loose again. 4 in a row, 4-0-4. Chance for him to maybe get a streak to combat what might be exhausted from Toronto Ultra. We just need one more round if you're Ultra here to close this out in 3-0 fashion. 5th now through for 0-4, looking for one more.
Just don't allow Insight to get to A. That'd be my play call.
There it is. Oh, a second player there, though. He gets number 6, only 6 left in the gun. He will get dropped, and Insight, he did take him out, though. So, yeah, it's just Scrap. He can't dance like Insight.
Well, you do have, well, yeah, 04's got a cruise as well, so you have another cruise on the side of Seattle Surge.
Yeah, he just got that, and then who still has it on the other side?
I think Scrap does, yeah.
Scrap does? Okay, I couldn't remember he used it. Great defense here. Lining him up as a Booza. 4 straight for him.
Uh-oh.
So good luck with that one.
It's him.
Who is it? Is it Inside back
it's
this
inside
spot?
A. Oh, they got him.
Oh, God. Guy's unkillable. 5 seconds now to go. Trying to send it. I'm looking to get the cutoff there. Trying to get on it and just stop this clock. Maybe some desperation extension of the minute here. But Hook is dancing in behind enemy lines. He saw this last player. Now just trying to track onto him. And it'll be time that closes it out. Now to around 5. And yeah, again, this is one Ultra is working on when they talk about the battle against Optic and FaZe. As you look forward to Major IV and Champs, this is one they want to find improvements on here. And well, you've seen some great moments. You've seen maybe some blunders, but fact is Surge have played them tough throughout the entire series.
Yeah, I'm waiting for like one of those top 3 teams to kind of just give the okay to play Karachi. That'll be the question when that sort of chess match comes into play with Karachi control. But for right now, it still just seems the focus is going to be on High Rise and Invasion for those top 3, top 4.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like, well, like early on we saw a lot of Karachi. Then it was a lot of Invasion. And now it's more and more High Rise. I just feel, well, maybe it's just, also I remember the stuff I cast way more, but I just feel like I used to catch Karachi so often and just barely have, but this round 5.
Is that Godzilla? Did you hear that?
In the background?
Yeah.
It might have been. We've had him in the game before.
Good point.
Remember, it was him and Kong. I tried to fly into Kong's butt, and it killed me. Didn't work out, but oh, great Warzone memories. 0-4, a playmaker in the last round, and still the cruise to use.
Booz is on 5 in a row.
Yeah, I think he took 4 from the last round. That'll end there, though.
Yeah, now you at least have Rezi out, just trying to find a kill. Looks like they have a right idea of where he is. They've pretty much cleared everything else, but you are going to use that cruise from 0-4 to get out of this trap. Right on the beat goes the rest of the team. Insight and Scrap did a play down low, but it will be 3 dead. So it gets them out, and they will find all 4 from it. So great job by Surge. Not only is it all 4, it's clean. It's everyone is still alive here for Surge.
I think you saw 2 trophies there for coverage. Trophy not going to matter a lot with this coming in, but the point's going to get finished off. And he misses top of the tower, too, so the accuracy not there for Scrap. All streaks exhausted. Surge still sending it forward now. A threat absolutely here to late moments of this round 5.
Yeah, you got to get to the point. But nobody, okay, you're watching the cross, but Brezzy, maybe a stun is on him. Doesn't allow 0-4 enough cover. A tick doesn't come on through. Still, though, 1:40, a lot of time to work with. We're tied in lives.
But that's a huge clearance from Toronto Ultra because they are up against it. And yeah, maybe some great utility kind of helped him get across to find the kill, whatever it was. A magical moment there for Scrap and the Ultra crew to get a semblance of balance back into this one. Try to lock them in on defense. 1:20 to hold. Lives basically all square.
That's going to be tough. Obviously, you can just run 3 trophies now to, well, still counter 6, but it's just the timing of them, right? If you only have 1 trophy, an extra stun might connect. It can be tough for those attacking teams, but now you do find some room. And look how many players are going to have on this. They might just 4-stack this. Surge just going for it. They're just going for it. Why not? Taking the risk. Here comes the retake. Scrap able to take down 2, but there is all 4. But what, 11v10? Not the worst case scenario here for Surge.
That got to like 80% to the final tick too. Like that thing was cruising. Mostly cleared back to square, but yeah, what can you do with these 8 lives? You already had a situation is what, like 5v11 or 6v11, whatever it was. Now you're able to bring it back and around. Trophy placement, it's interesting. Right there on top of the fence, but there you go. Flurry of kills to now get out.
They might do it again.
Just like last time.
They're going to do it again. All 4 are going right to it. This might be over.
Oh my God. It's done. It's done.
Is it? Oh, is it? Oh, he wins the gunfight. Surge winning round 5. It was so close. Comes down to that 1v1, the slide on in.
Bro, that is like, that felt like deja vu, where it's what, like a 5-6 life advantage?
Well, man.
And then Seattle Surge just came out like 4 dead. And then everything we're talking about doesn't matter at all. And what a retake from Ultra late earlier. And then what a burst of passion there from Seattle Surge to get out. Comes down to a massive gunfight win. They take it 3-2, and well, this reminds me of what, of last time they played, right? It's the control that was the difference last time. Invasion though, correct?
Yeah, it was the Invasion control, but yeah, again, Ultra don't play a lot of high rise. Just a map they're going to continuously work on, but there you can see, yeah, still some work to do.
And I think you can really see there's work to be done here. Obviously, they lost it, but like this, in my opinion, like when you're like a top 3 team and you are a contender, where you should find the biggest gap between like lower teams is control. It just feels like it's been like that for years. Like, yeah, you just see a wide skill gap across that mode. They need to be able to beat teams like Seattle Surge. Granted, they're coming off a top 6. I know they're improving. I don't mean this is a knock to Surge, but like this is one. You know, if Ultra want to win champs, like you've got to keep improving here, big time. But that's why they're playing it. I mean, I can't. I don't want to really give them flack because that's why you're here.
Yeah,
for these moments, you learn from them.
It was a crazy one. Crazy round 1. I mean, Surge did some great work done, and then Ultra almost win round number 2. Surge are able to hold on, down a bunch of lives, just a back and forth battle. Then it goes all the way to a round 5. It comes down to a 1v1 on that 8 point.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 round victories that you pull out when you're basically in, yeah, 5 or 6 life deficit. And we're not talking, that's one thing when it's 30-25. It's a very different conversation when it's 11-5. When it's coming down to the final moments, like, Zuma, red flag?
No, red card.
Red card. Why am I saying red flag? Red card.
Oh, you're watching F1, dude.
Yeah, I must be. You know, I very multicultural when it comes to sports. Joe, I dabble in all the pools. I don't know what that means.
Me neither.
Yeah, but comes down to this 5th round.
In like the stat, yeah, it's great, but there's a risk to it, right? You go 4 dead, you lose on map control, but then they somehow get all the kills out of their base. Right, Surge do in a clean 4 dead scenario, just go right on to A.
Like those,
you see climax, he had 7,300 damage. He's like, what the hell happened?
Like they weren't full on like locked in their base per se, but usually that's what we'll talk about in control. Like when you're kind of penned in and you're trying to get out, it usually comes down to like one person winning a tough gunfight. Like one person then get you out. We always like highlight those players because like it's usually got to just kind of fry somebody to get out. You don't usually just walk out and kill all 4.
No.
That should not ever happen. Where you just waltz out of your base, let's kill everybody.
That's good waltz.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
I've always thought about getting dancing classes. I never have. I've never been a good dancer.
I mean, why not? It seems like might be a good skill to have.
Would you take me to the lessons?
No, I would not.
Well, that's out the window as we do everything together. We now get ready for a map for Joe Control coming up. Where are we headed?
No, we're not going to Control.
Oh, Hardpoint. Sorry, we just played Control. Now we're headed to
Vista.
for Hardpoint.
Going to Vista. So another one, yeah. I think both of these teams are just working on maps. And I think, I always talk about when we see a 6-star in Vista in a series, get both of them.
Yeah.
Got it in this one.
We'll get it in this one. We'll see how these teams will throw down on it. Ultra looking to get a little revenge there from that map 3 and maybe close it out. I mean, you saw some bright spots from them. You can see why it's a work in progress on high rise. But yeah, just some blunders in some big moments where things start to fall apart. Kind of the stuff that maybe like plagued Seattle a little bit in the search and destroy. Now kind of plague Toronto there in the Control. But you'll see the map loading up. We're getting ready to continue on. We hope you guys are having fun. Here at the Call of Duty League, that's all we care about. Fun in the sun.
That is all we care about, fun and happiness. And I mean, for Seattle Surge, you're 3-0 on this map. 3-0 on Vista. On the other side for Toronto Ultra, 1-2.
My buddy Brendan just texted me, oh, you are an amazing dancer. Thanks, Brendan. Appreciate that.
Shout out to him.
At least somebody saw me dance. But here, take a look at the stats overall for these squads. Looking good if you are Seattle Surge. Chance to maybe tie this up and push it to a map 5. But yeah, another one you want to find improvement on if you are Toronto Ultra as you battle against the other top 3 squads. Into the fray we go here at map 4.
Yeah, and I think for Surge, it's just key here to come out hot. It feels like in the respawns, you're giving up multiple streaks. Just feels like the slaying is one-sided. We saw it in the first Hardpoint. Can they have a better start with their weapons? But so far, that hasn't been working.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to win Hardpoints when you're getting outslayed by 30. It is possible. We have seen it historically. And
you're not going to win Vista.
No, okay, yeah, that's a good point too. That can be very map dependent also. Going to be so hard to do that here. So the gunny's going to have to get warmed up. You're going to have to fight toe to toe. But can you do it against a superior Ultra team?
Yeah, see who trying to take a long route. When you 27 seconds does Ultra. The rest of the players outside of Insight going to rotate, set up for P2, really control top middle. But a double chow from climax. But Insight, he spun up on the left side, so he's going to pick up that cut alongside Scrap.
Well, they've got it picked up, and now they'll try to go to work. As we'll see what Scrap can do from this position. That Teddy can be fierce. Good job by Abuza, maybe trading that out, but you still have to get to the backline and Envoy. Now that backline suddenly becomes Kleenex, and he's going to get peeled. So Abuza able to burst on through, baits one, but sets it up to get 2.
That could be the power of that headshot multiplier, right? Just one extra bullet, well, one less bullet.
Oof.
As Abuza is starting to beam, he's on 4 in a row. He broke into the P2, now he's locked down middle of the map. But when you're on a heady like this, if get a little flinch if you're the other player, hits your head, and that's you dead.
Yeah, and there were maps where like he carried the slaying load, like at the Major. Like maybe it was slow for the other guys to start, but this man was frying, and he's doing it again now as he's able to earn the cruise. And sometimes you have a guy that just playing like that, he can keep you in games. He gives you time to maybe get warm, get your flow within the map.
Yeah, well now he's gonna give you an extra cruise missile, right, to help you break one if you need it. Well, when you need it. The rest of Ultra just going to rotate now over towards this P3. Booz is still alive, working the bottom side of the map, but the rest of the team's going to try to run at the hill, and they're going to trade it out.
Yeah, you got the numbers here. For now, Hook is able to get another one, so fantastic job there between him and Brezzy. Abuza late gets into the fray. His streak now up to 7. Seeing what damage maybe Brezzy can do from this spot, but you're about to have a 20-point advantage. 2 of your teammates are going to drop. We're going to hop right back to Abuza, who's on the streak. Just seeing as these 2 ARs try to hold where the fight's going to come from.
And this is what could be tough with P3. Woo! It's like his Abuza continues to snap. Oh, hey, hello there. 9 in a row for Abuza.
Joe just said that because the stream we're casting off just basically turned to a camera shot of my butt. So Joe got very excited, but we have another TV we can turn towards now. So Joe, take us back to the gameplay.
Yeah, no, 10 in a row for Abuza. He's still alive, but I would say it could be tough with P3. Like, Ultra was holding the spawns, but they did not have hill control.
From an Abuza spree to suddenly like the back of my head, dude.
Yeah, I forgot that could happen.
Yeah, Abuza 11 to straight, 12 and 4. Maybe give him another, but Rival won't get up in time. The spree will finally end, but yeah, definitely a difference in the slaying department, but specifically from Abuza, who is leading the way. The kill feed right now, though, well, I was going to say it's all Ultra, then the double hits from Brezzy. He has a chance to earn a streak. If he's able to get another, he's on 5 in a row. Oh, we need a couple more there.
Yeah, Insight hits him with the Renetti, but yeah, Surge are just, on these P3 and P4s, they're just fighting from the hill. They're staying alive near the hill. They may not necessarily have the spawns that they want or the better spawns, but they're buying enough time. Those players near it are staying alive, getting, you know, 2 pieces, making the map messy, and this is what you needed if you were a Seattle Surge fan. A 60-point lead, and kind of what I talked about, yeah, the guns, they got hot, well, especially Abuza's.
Well, usually in these series where you think, listen, I know Surge just got top 6, but where it can be a little lopsided between 2 squads, like usually if a top team is working on the map pool a little bit, things can get a bit more interesting, and they're being exposed right now on Vista, but still obviously a ways to go. One of the streaks going to come in, courtesy of the 11 spree you had earlier from Abuza. Let's see what Papa can line up. Not going to connect, but it backs everybody up, gets them into the point, and they'll secure this time with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, see what this turns into off the back of that. Yeah, they don't have P1 control, and that's kind of the problem here. Now number 6 in 04 just kind of has to play his life, wait for his teammates to help him out. But off of that, he's gonna get 2, so Hook's gonna stay alive. Now Brezzy looking over his teammate Envoy, the last one there. They traded out effectively. A lot of the times when we see cruises on this hill, it normally doesn't turn a lot of big time because off spawn, the opposing team just runs through P1, gets you off the hill. But that time, they hit 30 to 40 points. Now near a 100-point lead.
Yeah, I mean, I just looked at the map like after that streak went down, I'm like, oh, they've got some gravy here. Like they had all the room in the world to work with. They are ramping it up right now, up 80. Seattle Surge in control and trying to push this one to a map 5. Let's go to listen to now with Seattle Surge.
Yeah, I'm holding my bridge. Yeah, I'm going. Wait, one EP, give me a sec. Yeah, I'm gonna die then. Almost D2! No, yeah, I'm mid. You can... No, they spot me. Flat on you, bro. I'm my mid. I'm a bottom. Can you... I'll be bottom. But you went up, I get you cross. I thought you made nice. Give me a sec, I'm standing mid, bro. I'll nothing mid. I see nothing mid, guys. Watch out. I'm with you. Dead. One guy's flat. Let me live. Just side. Last one, bro. They're gonna be here on you guys. Got it. He's taking time, guys. I'm gonna shout that burger. Yeah, give me a sec, okay, give me a sec. Shout Schools. Okay, I want to burger. Daddy, no, bro. Nice. Missing one. Yeah, I'm gonna tell, bro. Me left. Hold on. They gotta be cafe. Go low. You gotta get in new. Yeah. I'm leading.
The passion was absolutely flowing, Joe. I thought it was in like Troy or 300 or some historic film.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know if those are the best comms in the world, but they were passionate, energetic comms. Dead out of Hook. Abuza's on another fight. It's working, whatever it is. And yeah, I mean, now if you're Ultra, you were just a few points away from sending us to a Game 5. Or sorry, Surge, a few points away from going to a Game 5.
Yeah, they're getting darn close. Still 57 needed to get a 4-man clearance now. If you're Ultra, that's 4 straight for Scrap. It's him and Insight. We'll lock it down. Insight getting the centering on point, looking to Chow, but everything in the kitchen sink hitting him. The utility is going to work for Seattle Surge. They're able to burst on through, get right back into the point. They battle for these final 20 or so seconds, just chip away at this and get closer and closer. You got the luxury of that right now. When you've got nearing a 100-point advantage, you'll take those 20 seconds wherever you can get them.
And I think one of the keys was they ended up the beginning of that listen, really breaking P1, like the first 20 seconds, that gave him so much map control over towards that P2. Rezi did such a wonderful job just staying alive, buying time for Abuza to watch his cross, and now we're in this situation where you do not have the spawns if you are Ultra, and you have to go. Climax, after an incredible map 3, maybe a little frustrated carrying that here into map 4, and now 10 and 23.
Well, I mean, some of the sequences you've seen from Abuza, I'm sure you're just getting caught sometimes if you're Climax. It's just like, my God, like Abuza has been shooting missiles. The guy's 28 and 14, very, very deep into his bag. Envoy's going to be able to deal with him. You're staying alive right now if you're Ultra, but you need an insane sequence and rally. I don't know what the biggest comeback we've seen on this map, but this would be amongst it.
Yeah, let's say number 5, Hook here for that pinch, and kind of what you talked about. Any time here is good. With scrap time wise, they will take this all day. This is going to put them at 242, 243.
That's a prime example of like why it's so difficult when you're down this large. You have to win it on the other side of it. You still have to battle for scrap. They decide to set up for next. Think that's their chance to get something going, but you give up those 10 to 15 seconds to get 8 points away from victory and Surge. So the setup does great. You hold here, but still, more likely than not, those 10 points are still going to hurt you.
This is where it should get interesting, though, because at this P5, yeah, into the P1, you're kind of controlling both of the areas anyways, so you just need Ultra to try and stay up. And now inside, he's able to earn 6 in a row. He has a crazy play inside of that P1 desk. The contest is going to be on, just trying to stay alive, and there is the Cruise, maybe to help out his team. And well, there is that team kill we were talking about, but you at least find one on the pinch is Hook, and behind that pinch, that might be the game. But 0-4 Chalice, he Chalice off of it. You don't have him on the other side, and Ultra's back into it. Now inside of P1, Envoy is there. Uh-oh, here we go.
Oh, sweet child of mine. A chance for this to fall apart for Seattle Surge, and an insane comeback opportunity out for Toronto Ultra. Into the point, as we talked about, having to like hold old, hold new. Different here was, you mentioned, you can kind of do both at this particular setup between 5 and 1, and so far they're doing it, but it's got to be clean, the comms have got to be on point, the trades have got to be efficient, and so far you've been able to do that. Now, you cannot win this right now if you're Ultra. That's where it will get interesting when we get late into this point. If we get there, so far, so good.
Trades right now favoring Surge. Dives across on one side. 0-4 Abuza, Hoot, they're all able to earn some kills. They're just able to break down through. Ooh. They stop the comeback, and we're headed to a game 5.
Yeah, I think you take a deep breath there. I think it's all 4, like, whoo, a little sigh of relief maybe, as that one got a bit more interesting than they thought. That 100-point advantage started to slip away, but seeing maybe some of the weaknesses right now in Toronto Ultra's map pool, and they're going to be big when you think about the competitions against FaZe and Optic as we get deeper into this year, but exposed there on the control, on high rise here. Vista, some struggles in the hard point as well, but Seattle Surge, they are fighting. Abuza came out nuclear early on. The guy was putting on 6,000 damage, 34 and 21. He had an insane spree during the highest spree 3, 11 or whatever it hit.
And then, I mean, you also look what who catches up to him. Like, I think when, if you're a Seattle Surge fan and you want to beat the top 4, I think like you're looking at like a guy like Hook to just have an insane series. We've seen it in the past. So if he plays at his highest level, they can upset teams like this.
Yeah, no, it's just been this like glimmer at times with him. These little windows where he seems to be in that
he's just going dead form. Dead.
But he was locked in that listen in. They get the 250 to 203 victory. And now we start to think about heading forward in this one. This is the breakdown, how it will go. 2 high rises in this is, again, one that's Ultras will be working on. High rise Search and Destroy will be the 5th and final map. And what are your thoughts on this one?
I mean, you're on 3 on the year if you're Ultra. That's it. You're 4 and 3 on the side of Seattle Surge. So kind of what we talked about. Huge CDL points for Seattle Surge, right? Talking about that top 8, and for Ultra, it's just the map pool, but this is where you can catch a team like Ultra.
It's a different conversation because we talk about, like, they're working on this. Like, high-rise control, they play all the time. They play every day in scrim. Search and Destroy is kind of a different combo. Yeah. You're getting very different types of reps. It's always been a conversation in Call of Duty with regards to scrimming Search and Destroy. So looking to get a big rep here in map 5. Who will take it? Will it be Surge? Will it be Ultra? We're headed to break. We'll be back after that.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Here we go. It's time for a map 5. This one will decide it all. Is Surge are battling for very important CDL points in the mix of things. Their top 6 finish was huge for them. They've been rising up the ranks in a good position to get into champs qualification. But listen, every 10 points is going to matter when you talk about this. So if you can get 10 points against a top 3 team, that's huge.
No, I mean, obviously, there's like analysts going back and forth. What will be the number? Some people think it'll be around 150. They're at 130 right now, right? So you win another 10 here, just depending on their schedule. You're going to take that all day. But I think the thing is you're just seeing the Surge team trend in the right direction at the right time. Now, it's taking a long time, but they're starting to work.
No, I think that's a good way to put it, because like we've seen a lot of teams, in that 5 through 12 spot that have been kind of up and down at times, sometimes good, sometimes bad. But like, you're right. Now's where you want to start ramping up, right? Ramp it up towards the final major, ramp it up towards champs. This is your squad. You are locked in and looking to get it done. Series leader you saw with Scrap so far throughout this one, but to high rise we go, and we saw some explosions in the map 3. We'll see if they come into play again here, Joe.
Yeah. See what happens, dude. There's fire extinguishers down here. You gotta be careful of that thing. But what you're gonna have 04 just inside the bomb site, laying down, and everybody else is all the way in the back for Seattle Surge. So just kind of relying on him and what he can do from this spot. At least find the first blood.
And it's not going to be real tradable. Like, there's no one that's going to angle on this. So this is going to be a big moment. Does he check it? He will not. 04 able to get it. Smoke himself out. Now, what does he opt to do? Scrap is able to get one, kind of be the equalizer, bring it to a 3 versus 3. L4 decides to go the aggressive route, get in towards the Toronto Ultra side. Maybe things fall apart. Great movement there from Brezzy, though, as he brings it to a 2v2 and just slides away with his life.
Yeah, maybe just trying to get a little mixy after finding that first kill. Maybe just wait for your teammates. But either way, it's a 2 versus 2. But Inside taking a route is going to find Brezzy and spot Hook. Inside with a big round in that 2-on-2. So he's able to put Ultra on the board.
And yeah, 04 gets your opener. He's playing in that kind of lurk, trying to catch that bomb planter, and it's just sort of a question, can you get out from that spot? What else are you able to do from that position? Unfortunately, it ends up being a kind of an awkward gunfight on the Ultra side bottom, and can't find anything more. And I think, Scrap got one like right at the same time.
Yeah, I think the problem is that he was trying to trade on the player mid-stairs. The issue was, though, his Insight was towards those back stairs on that B street, just sort of looking over him. And as soon as Insight spots him, he's like, I'm probably dead here. And he was. As Abuza is like, I'm fighting after that map 4. I'll gun anybody across the map.
Yeah, him and Scrap, I'm just surprised they didn't stay there and do that longer. Like, you want to shoot? I'm down to shoot.
Well, I think he was 1 HP, Scrap was.
Yeah, probably. You got 4 or 5 hit markers. Spotted him low. Tickled him. Smoke out, trying to get out. Not going to work, but the trade does come in. So 04 able to get in position. Then Brezzy picks it up. Efficiency there from Seattle Surge in a scary moment.
A nice job for Surge in that spot if you were 04, and then nobody at the cross, and that is not going to help you. Now Scrap's on the pinch in 3-on-2, now quickly into a 1-on-2 with the team nade.
Well, that had nothing to do with the map, I don't think, Joe.
Nope.
That is another one. I mean, there were several in the map, too, that you pointed out where it's very winnable rounds for Surge. Do a little damage to themselves here in this one.
Yeah, just comms-wise. Not sure what the call is there, but maybe somebody misses a nade. Like, hey, start to hit the ladder. I'm going to nade a certain corner for you. Unfortunately, maybe you just timed it wrong and you naded your teammate. That's going to be my guess.
Yeah. We're focused on one part. I didn't see exactly what it went down, but the fact is it results in a team kill. And
maybe you miss it. Yeah.
A round loss, yeah. Ultra will go up 2-0 now. Back over to the offensive side of things. And we'll see where they opt to take this. A little 2-man game with Scrap and Envoy early on. Looks like Scrap peeking out towards A. Envoy is holding bottom middle for now.
They're just kind of waiting. It's like Hook is down low. A little bit of a different setup here for Surge, right? Round 1 is everybody towards the defensive side. Yet 04 pushed out this time, a little bit more presence middle of the map. Both teams just maybe just trying to find that first pick, that first opening.
Well, that's definitely the case, but the pressure will go to Ultra eventually. You got to make a play. Get some damage in, get the smoke out. 1 send it forward, maybe get this down on bomb. He'll tuck away in the corner because Brezzy is in elevator. They'll pounce together, though, so you get one, but you get one right back if you are Seattle Surge. Now Hook, he's got rival MCW combo to work with. Scraps POV there for a moment. He's got some damage in. Bomb is down on the B site, though, and they're just flying together if you're Seattle Surge, just kind of fanning out on that B street.
That's what they needed to do. I was waiting for them. I was like, they're going to do what they did on Rio multiple times, and just like kind of you picked, be in the middle of things. But finally, they picked a side, and they used their numbers. Nobody's able to get caught. Inside, I think he saw Hook down low, saw 04 climb the ladder. By the time he decides which one to take some shots at, he ends up getting caught, leaving Scrap in this position. But yeah, there was a chance because Scrap was flanking around the defensive side where, like, I'm like, uh-oh, they might line up and give him a couple of kills. But finally, I was like, they just needed to go, and they were able to do so.
You need to get one back after the frustrating round before. And yeah, another chance where I saw your face. You're like, oh, God, please don't let this one get away from you. But they're able to use the teamwork, play together, and get that round up. Now, what can they do offensively is Brezzy and company start to work their way up. It was Envoy peeking one side of the tunnel, Brezzy the other. Maybe one just trying to double nade, connect on Envoy on the other side. But now they'll start to work this two-man game bottom middle. Eyes on Envoy.
And it's really Envoy only here. Everybody else is over towards the middle of the map or in the spawn. So Envoy's got to play his life. And instead, he's going to get picked. He's going to get picked. Now there's no trade, so you get that man advantage if you are Seattle Surge.
And what can you do behind this 4v3? Eyes over for 0-4 as the bomb plant works to get in. Wrapping outskirts will be Abusa as he looks to get the angle. I think he got shots into one, but again, you trade there if you're Seattle Surge. Abusa, I thought he had that gunfight won for a second, honestly. I thought he got some good shots in, but he backs down, plays his life, and then they want to double chow it. But okay, they do get it. So 0-4 has been the guy. He's been like the trade king throughout this round. Now 2 versus 1. Insight gonna be the last guy up. Down to a 1 versus 1. Hook is bottom.
I mean, you know the type of player it is, right? It's who is it, how he likes to play. Oh, and if you would have checked that underground corner, maybe you have the round 1. What is the timing gonna be? Hook's gonna see the cross, and there we go. They don't throw away another clutch. Able to win the round and tie us up. But great teamwork there from Surge, right? Just 0-4 watching the cross on one side. Knows as soon as that bomb is planted, someone's going to peek from middle, and they do just that, and then just the teamwork to take down Scrap.
Yeah, I think Hook got the first blood onto Envoy. And yeah, like the next 2 were just like, I mean, not like the craziest trades in the world, just like ones you just need
just fundamental, yeah.
Yes, just trade it, otherwise this round gets scary. He does just that. 4 straight now for Hook in this. He tied up 2-2. So after a bit of a blunder, you're right back into the swing of things, and all square in this map 5. Some of the utility being exhausted, playing dodgeball here in the early going as 0-4 looks to get angles.
I think we could be tough for a team like Ultra on a map like this. Is like your subs and Envoy and Climax. Like when we see teams really struggle on this map, it's sort of the SMG players, right? How do they want to play it? There's just not a lot of options for you to do outside of underground. And Envoy again inside of the bomb site. Did he picked it 0-4 with the double? Nasty read on the Scrap. Hook there for the 3rd. As Surge starting to get that momentum.
Listen, it might have been not baiting, but you know, the trades in the last round, but this time it's all just a straight gunny and reads from 0-4. A massive round from him. And now it's 3 straight from Seattle Surge. So they have not looked back after maybe throwing away a round. They have dominated here. Excellent stuff as 0-4 doing it all there mid-map.
And this is what I mean. Like, there's just not a lot of creative options, right? For someone like Envoy, who on Rio had, 10 kills, it's just able to read the map, sort of knows where his openings are. I think when you just haven't played this that much, like, it could just be tough for any sub. We've seen it. Yeah. Whether it be Control, whether it be a Search and Destroy.
Oh, I mean, there's times where subs like last alive, and if they don't find an MCW, it's just like, good luck. Like, good luck giving yourself a fight. Like, you have a chance to win. Like, you're going to have to hit some absurd shots to have a shot. It was 6 straight for Hooks, and now it'll be the cruise in. You got the first blood behind Brezzy. A chance to go 4-2. Climax will get a kill on 0-4. In that same moment, hits Heli side, not gonna lead to anything, but Brezzy will get his 2nd. He's got a 3rd maybe here. Brezzy is cooking in the high-rise kitchen as he's got 3 straight. Scrap will be the last one up. Brezzy a chance for a monster ace, and he'll get it. Brezzy with all 4, and he's fired up.
I mean, that's a huge double out of Brezzy. Because that, honestly, it's a little bit scary. All 3 players are alive. While the cruise is being called in, Climax was able to find 0-4. And I thought, like, maybe the trade was going to be in, but somebody was looking over Brezzy, probably Abusa. But I was like, oh, man, if these trades don't start to go their way. But he played his life. He stayed down, had his teammate watching over him. Again, the teamwork shown here for Seattle Surge.
And if you're those teams in, like, anywhere in kind of the 5 through 12, you're sweating because it's like these are the ones where you hope, like, the top 3 team kind of handles business. This is where you hope a team like Surge doesn't get points, but they are closer and closer to getting points. 6 straight for Hook, 4 straight for Brezzy off of the ace. 4-2 will be the round advantage, and it's been 4 straight in this map 5. Another first blood for Surge. Abusa ripping.
Yeah, it's kind of just like your standard, let's try to take this B street away, but the nades hit. Climax gets caught, and now I love this from Surge. You just kind of take the helipad side with that first blood. As who's going to find Envoy. So now a 2 versus 4 for Insight and Scrap.
Maybe where the clutch will start from. You've got eyes on 1. Trying to give himself the gunfight. He's able to do that. So Abusa, the shoulder a little too wide, but who is it again that's able to get the trade? It's 0-4. He's been so good at getting the trades. Oh, you want that back. You think you get the bullets in for the kill, but you don't quite finish it. Brezi's going to poke out again, though, and Inside will get it done that time. Too many players to deal with, though. They'll drop on the other side.
Yes, it was. It was 04 again.
Was it really?
Yeah, 04 with the trade.
He's been the trade god over the course of this map. Or at least the rounds where I was really noticing it. He's been the trade god.
He's been so good, too, just around this bomb site, whether it's with a rival or an MCW. He's got 10 in this map 5. And now if you're Ultra, I mean, just that round 5 high-rise control, man, I mean, it is haunting you. Obviously, you have to give props to Surge for winning that and winning this Vista to get us here to this game 5. But 04 just, so good around this B-bomb.
Yeah, and those trades, like, a lot of times it's just the reason they need to be efficient, too, is because this particular map, like, once your position's given up and getting a kill, it's hard to, like, finesse. It's hard to get away more often than not. It's like, a lot of times you just have to, like, take that gunfighter ego challenge. And 04's kind of made sure, I guess, that doesn't happen in a lot of these positions. Just get that kill back. It's 7 straight for Hook, by the way. And now just one more round. Another first blood. Hook on 8 straight. And you said they needed this guy dialed against the top squads. Well, he's on a couple back-to-back heaters.
That man was locked in map 4. Passion was oozing. See if Ultra can get us to another round. But they just have no clue right now. You've completely stalled this round. If you are Seattle Surge, you do have to plant. But you're just hoping to catch somebody from Ultra trying to make a play.
And honestly, if you told me Abuza was like 1-4, I'd have been like, yeah, right. Like, they're up 5-2, but the rest of the guys stepping it up massively.
And 04 then I think just finds the opening. He's able to slip. He used the helipad play to get to this spot. There's the double. Climax, we talked about how tough it can be when you have a sub on this map. He's just got a rival in the windows. Good luck.
04. What a play. And yeah, these are those fights. Like, yeah, best of luck. We'll see you later. Ultra dropped. That'll be 10 points for Seattle Surge, and ones they desperately need as they continue to fight in that top 8 position for a chance at champs. And listen, if you're Ultra, you just gotta know, you're playing some maps you're working on. You're gonna have some frustrations. I don't think it's ever fun working through your weaknesses.
No, it's not. I mean, I just think they had this match in the bag, that round 5. They really did. 4 dead, trapped in the spawn.
Yeah.
I think that there's a way in which, okay, we literally have no idea how we're playing this map. We're just not doing the right things. It's like, we did the right things. We got round 5 defense. We were there, and bang. Then Surge just smoked them.
Absolutely did.
But maps 4 and 5, you had no clue. Work to do.
Envoy, 1-8 in that final map. Really struggled. I know Abuza puts up 1, but had nearly 1,200 damage. But I mean, 04 was the Reaper. I mean, you really had everybody outside. Like, I know Abuza, he had like a first blood, that 1 kill, which is great. But like, Hook had what? He had the 8 spree. 04 had all those crazy trades and the 2-man opener in the last one. You had the ace from Brezi. Really, just everyone kind of their highlight moments. I mean, it felt like a time at the major, it was like Abuza was like a 1-man army sometimes. Like, the guy was just putting in so much work. But there, you see the full volume of work as the team gets it rolling. Everybody had their bright spots over the course of that best of 5, and you get a big upset here. You get big 10 points, and a lot to be excited about. I think you saw them in the cams. They were pumped up.
No, they were. I mean, this is a matchup you lost 4 times, 4-0 on the year for Ultra. Able to finally beat them, right? Win that control, get us to a Vista. Yeah, just had some individual moments on that map out of Hook and of Abuza. And then game 5, I mean, 04 has helped their S&D. Just the way he plays the map is a lot of fun to watch. He realizes, okay, there's going to be some openings here. He knows the setups, able to pick them apart.
Yeah, no, he was great. It's always seemed to be in the position to get the trade, like based on where the gunfights were going down for his teammates. Really terrific work there out of him. And Surge, a massive win. And now, yeah, again, if you're the rest of the 5 through 12, you're probably pretty frustrated because you see 10 points here. Yeah, I'd be pissed off 100%. Like, Charles working on maps, great. Well, Surge got 10 points. Makes it more difficult for some of those squads. But that'll do it for our first match. And now to break it down, back to the desk. Hello, Chris.
Hey, buddy. Thanks, Maven and Merc, for great casting. What a performance by Seattle Surge. No one got their prediction correct, as even the fans picked Toronto in this one. But let's talk through it, Nameless, because there was a point in this series, I think it was game 3, where he said, Seattle is playing with all their heart. This team is battling for their spot in champs.
Yeah, it was that listening, man. Like, you could just hear the passion. It was flowing. Hook commanding the troops. It seems like these guys have really rallied behind him as a leader on this roster, and everybody's coming to play. You could tell the wonders that their performance at Major 3, what it's done for their confidence, right? In this series, even though they were down, they were not out. Like, when we look at the map layout, you know, we didn't get a chance to break it down pre-show, but we saw, like, Toronto was trying a lot of different maps in this series, and Seattle had to cap capitalize when we got to the latter half of it, and they did just that, winning that control. It's not back-to-back controls versus Toronto in the series that they've had, where they've won, and then they take that momentum into games 4 and 5, where you see some hero plays.
Alec, can you tell me about the impact of 0-4? Because after watching this series, I have to say he may be the best pickup that any roster made this year.
I think the impact of 0-4 specifically, at least for Search and Destroys, has been completely changing kind of the face and the vibe of Seattle Surge. But honestly, it's been Abuza a little bit more for me than 0-4. I feel like once Abuza starts getting comfortable, the Seattle Surge team kind of looks unstoppable. I mean, this was a 250, 218. They were getting outslayed very bad in their early start of the series. But then Abuza has a high-race takeover, 34 and 25, averaging 1,300 damage around a life. I think it's really him that's the X factor for this team.
The young Belgian getting it done. In fact, he earns our Scuff play of the game. Allie loves him, so I want you to give me the play-by-play. Let's take a look at the damage. 34 and 21 with an 11 streak on game 4.
Yeah, and then he continues it off into that hard point, right? And it was just Abuza and Hook takeover again. And what's funny is because in the high rise, when it was Insight staying alive over on the A site, it was those two that were keeping Seattle Surge alive and forcing the round number 5.
Look at this play of the game, man. This is just brutal.
Yeah, you know, due to the couple months that he ran a sub, like, he's just pulling out every weapon. He's like, I'm comfortable, I'm gonna fry you. And, you know, there was one point where it was like, he was double positive and just soaking hill time as well. 91 seconds in the hill. The man was doing it all, and that's what you love to see out of your young star.
If you're Toronto, you really had nothing to gain. With the win, you only get 10 more points. Today, they play with their map pool, but Surge, they come back and they steal this one with a reverse sweep. Joining us now, live in the Monster Winner Spotlight, we welcome a very special Surge member. Welcome 0-4 after dropping 12 kills in a game 5. You guys are still in the top 6 right now, fighting for a top 5 seed. How's the team playing right now?
The team's playing pretty good, especially when we're like all in flow. Like, I actually feel like we're very unstoppable, and like I feel like our scrims like leading up to this match was like every scrim was like a game. Like it's like we win in scrims. So we was loading into this match was like very confident.
Nice.
Versus Toronto.
For sure, 0-4 and a reverse sweep like this isn't easy, especially against one of the top 4 teams in Toronto Ultra. After you guys were able to close out that map number 3, just kind of what was the conversation heading forward, knowing you still had 2 more to go to try and steal the series?
After map 3, I mean, we had Vista. I think Vista's our best hardpoint. I think we're the best Vista team right now.
Wow.
So we're very confident. We love we're great in S&D. So once we got that map 3, we damn near knew map 4 was a lock. So it was just a map 5 for real. So
nice. Yeah, and you guys
confident during the game.
And you guys dominated them in that game 5. You had some huge plays. I want to reflect back on the major. You guys played these guys. You know, the scores, you guys lost by a decent amount, but I remember in those games, it was like one moment or one rotation that y'all threw away where you actually could have caused an upset. So what did you learn from that match that you applied in this one?
Honestly, just like making the game way more simple, and then not like don't take what they give you. I feel like in the major we was like everything was so like hectic. There's a lot to play for, obviously. So I think we lost a little sight of making the game simple for us.
Yeah.
And I think today we made it pretty simple after game 3.
0-4. Do you like people expecting you to lose? Do you like being the underdog right now?
I love it. I love being underdog. It's great.
Today you guys got the job done, and we look forward to you trying to clinch a top 8 seed here in the qualifier.
Thank you, guys.
That is 0-4 from Seattle Surge, who steals our first victory of the day, but we have 3 matches on the day, and it's a very impactful one for the team coming up. Allie, can Boston get a win?
And maybe
come back. It's the CDL Major IV Qualifiers.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
a sip of syrup now. Oh, do I need to? Okay, all right, I can. Okay, here we go. Can I open? Am I strong enough to open this? Yeah. You can open it for me? I'm not strong enough.
Are you serious?
I need you.
Well, we got to take this
You're
off.
my work husband.
We got to take this off.
Oh, that helped. Now can I do it?
Yeah, probably. Go. Come on.
I can't do it, dude. Twisted bar. I need to chug the syrup.
Is this guy serious right now?
Oh, you're very strong. Did you get it?
Not the headset, please.
Yeah! Woo!
Oh, God. What are you doing? Oh, my gosh. That was way too much.
We've got inside on stage. That's delicious.
Okay.
Back spawn. Back.
Secure the area.
Watch backstairs. Backstairs, 2 guys. You got double? Get him. Nice. Oh my God, he's coming stairs. Mid. Got double.
El otro, cerca del... El otro tiene que estar por el under, creo.
Going alley.
No, en el Eli, Eso es, joder. Bueno, Javi, coño. Madre mía.
Nice try, man.
Oh. I calmed it, dude. I said, like, wait for that.
I know you.
Marnie or top guy?
Wait, I think they're probably working, eh?
Yeah, they have Daddy, by the way.
Nice.
Sheesh,
bro.
Good
Hold that.
Sheesh. Bro, my POV that.
Weak.
One shot low. Nice.
Rug was weak. He was weak. I'm just holding the iron. I couldn't get him. He's one off a streak, Teach. He's working bomb quick. He's playing confident.
You saw him. You can't get on till 8.
Oh, frag.
Wait, what?
Alright, we gotta regain. Bro. He's one off a streak. Come on, Teach. Let's go.
All good.
He's one off a streak.
Ain't no other frag on, bro.
All good.
Green shack there, sir. What? What are the odds? Sorry, my bad. You didn't hear the... 2 in there. One's red, one's our house.
Yeah,
one's
they got it.
Nah.
You said they got it? Hold up. You said they got it? Hold up. You said they got it?
You were there.
The best.
He might. Not going to happen. They get the plant down safely. I like the trigger discipline here for, oh, my sweet Jebediah.
He's going to go for it.
Oh.
Try to catch the timing.
Oh.
Tries to catch it.
It's done. He sticks it. The rookie. Balls of steel.
One tractor for sure, okay?
Oh, bomb, one shot.
Heard you.
Oh, bomb dead.
Nice, good job.
Oh, bomb dead.
Bomb, one shot. One bang. Nice.
One square. Draws on bomb. Give me a sec. One shot dead.
Nice. Last guy broken.
Brandon, I'm gonna hop.
He's still broken.
Broken weak on you guys.
Nice.
Is everyone happy? They're mind-blown. Go A. Yo, next time go A, guys. Yeah, they're gonna get whopping dead. Yeah, nah, this is insane.
Oh, the shots from Cutlass are perfect! I feel the power flowing, the flashing lights are glowing. I keep a steady focus, this is my glory moment. We hunting rubber on the road, if you hadn't noticed. No, they ain't ready for the smoke, gonna let them know.
Welcome in, everybody. Today, Minnesota enters with the 8th seed, but they're tied for that 8th spot with the Royal Ravens, who play after this matchup. The good news, if you're a Minnesota fan, you're playing the worst team in the league. The bad news is Boston made some changes. Let's start with Minnesota, though, and what we saw from them at Major 3, Allie.
I mean, we saw a tough loss versus the Seattle Surge that we just saw previously, taking a reverse sweep against the Toronto Ultra. So for Minnesota Rocker, things aren't looking too bad right now. They're keeping these respawns fairly close. Their biggest issue is they cannot win at control, and they need Standy to go 17-4 to win a search and destroy.
I was going to say, he set the league record record at Major 3 for a search and destroy performance, and they still lost that series. And what do you need to see from Minnesota today?
Improvement across the board. I mean, you talking about a team that tried to bring in Slayers, right? We would all agree that was their motive for the move that they made. Yep. They're 4-17 in the last stage across the Respawn game modes. It has to get better. You see our Monster Energy pregame will reflect that. Like 0.92, Team KD, 6. They just have no confidence, like no team flow whatsoever. It just feels like the roster composition, it just isn't working. Aside from search and destroy, I will say the dynamic between Linz and Standy has been awesome to watch. Standy gets a lot of kills. He makes a lot of big plays and it's taking pressure off of Linz.
What is so weird for me is that control has just not been good. 1-8 in the last 9, 0-3 in the split. The team is averaging a 0.8 across the board in that game mode, which is weird to me considering I look at this lineup, but I think Standy, I think Linz, I think Gunless, I think Aggression, I think Slayers. So I'm hoping with this little time off, they figured out.
0.92 is not the KD they were looking for with this Slaying squad. Minnesota looking to improve their game, but they're going up against a brand new Boston. And Minnesota, they have the 4th hardest qualifier schedule here. So this is one of those expected match wins. But Boston bringing in a new face. Well, it's an old face. Major Maniac rejoining Priesta for the first time in 4 years as he is going back into the CDL starting lineup.
Listen, I know, like, this is going to sound crazy to say, but I feel like the Boston, like, they look better than Minnesota throughout the last stage, too. Yeah. Like, they went to way more Game 5s. They didn't get any wins, right? But they had so many Game 5s. The hardpoint was solid. The control was actually phenomenal, like top 4 throughout the entire split in the game mode. And now you bring in Major Maniac to fix what you have been awful at, which is S&D. I mean, almost setting records like 1-13 in that game mode is completely and utterly unacceptable. So you bring in a guy who can command the troops. He's done it with some of the best players in the world. He can do it with these.
And one for 12 maps in that Game 5. I think that's what they really need to fix, right, Allie?
Yeah, that's going to be the main focus, right? The search and destroy, again, like Ant touched on, they've been pushing it to Game 5s. I completely agree to your point that they haven't felt like the worst team in the league. No. It's just kind of way the cookie has been crumbling. Their control has been great. 6-2 in control in stage 3. That is their strongest game mode right now. Beans is rocking a 1.2 with P-Dog close behind with a 1.18. Again, the biggest focus right now is if Boston Breach can fix these search and destroys. 0.7s across the board with this team when it comes to that game mode. And they're bringing in Major Maniac, who has some history not only in search and destroy, but with Priesta as well.
He's got that clutch gene, right? Yeah. Like, we've seen him and Priesta do some special things together. It's gonna be awesome.
We've got that 6-star coming up as our map 4. Do you think that this could give an edge to either team?
I mean, I just look at this, you know, you think about this Boston team and like the potential role changes with having Priest on SMG. I'm hyped to see Vista and 6-star in this HPs, right? It should be a lot of fun.
Allie, are we getting another Game 5?
I hope not. I think it ends in 4.
All right, let's go to our Scuff Pick'ems and make these locks official. Nameless, as you lead everybody on the planet with 121 correct picks. You want to make it 122?
Yeah, let's go with the Boston Breach.
You're going Boston Breach today for their 6th win out of 25 matches.
Yeah, Minnesota's looked awful, so I think Boston takes it.
I really thought I was going to be different today because I was going to pick Boston Breach. I truly think, like, they look like a good team. I believe in them to close it out today.
Now, I also was going to go Boston Breach, but because you two just did, I'm going with Linz. Let's do it, Minnesota. And the fans agree with me. On the mic for this one, we have a fantastic return of a legendary caster from the UK. Ton, it's great to see your beautiful face, my guy.
That is some premium gas, Chris Beckett, for a Friday night. Thank you very much, my friend. And a pleasure to be back with you, Chance, to get into this one. In what should be a very interesting game. The guys are going with Boston. I don't know. I was thinking Minnesota all the way through our prep here, Chance, but it's one of those games that could go either way.
Well, and, you know, Minnesota are definitely going to be the team that, like, wants it more in a sense because they're on the bubble for the champs contention. So these guys are going to be coming out with some absolute ferociousness. Boston, I mean, in a sense, playing for pride, they could technically make it to champs, but they would have to string together, like, a monumental run. Virtually not possible.
Well, if you've got to win them all, you've got to win the first one, right? So let's see what Boston can do. Of course, the new pickup, well, kind of new pickup in Major Maniac coming on through for Boston. See if they can get anything going, but you are right for Rocker. I suppose that result that just previously probably doesn't help them too much with Ultra somewhat crumbling, but a good start here to Vista. Couple dead, managed to get some control. The first points on the board here for Rocker.
Yeah, absolutely solid stuff off the opening break. 20 seconds left as well. It's not too shabby, and you can play with a little bit of freedom as well. Standy pushed up in a position. Snoopy, though, wants to chop it down on the flank and is going to be successful at it. So maybe a nice little chip away at the final 10 seconds of scrap. Keep things close as we rotate towards new. But, of course, Rocker, we're in the good situation early on. They're going to get there first. Snoopy, though, might be a problem already. Nice 5-1 start.
Yeah, that's going to be a dangerous proposition for Rocker. I'll have to keep an eye on what Snoopy's going to be doing here. Flank going to be coming in pretty much immediately as well. The break should be coming in here for Boston. Breacher does so. Really nice play by them. Force spree for Snoopy. If you can keep this up, Boston have got a chance to go on that miracle run. Long way to go, even in just this series and in this map as well. But currently a decent enough start. Getting some good time. We have 40 seconds to go. Rocker will steady the ship somewhat, but Boston not in too bad of a position. Linz will find one, trying to hold something down here, but bit of a pinstripe kill feed between both these two teams. Nobody really in control. Rocker, though, starting to get some time. The time on the board they will get. 25 seconds to go here at P2. Looking solid for Rocker.
I was going to say 25 seconds might be worth fighting for as well. Boston maybe a bit scattered on the idea of what they exactly want to do. So Priesta maybe wants to hit all, but Rocker, I mean, just the tightest of setups around the zone, and they're going to shred and get virtually every single kill as well. So a lot of effort being put on Boston to try to make things mixy, and as a result, you get the split spawns on the rotation. And Rocker, that is just an opening to try to lock down the back. Linz, well, it's going to be him and accuracy on the back line. They're not on any rush for the moment. Take your time. Make sure you win the gunfights behind the time.
Oh, they haven't been able to find anything. Rocker on the push round from the flank. Gunless will find two, though, so that will open the door ever so slightly. Spawn from behind, though. Boston Breach are going to be there to potentially pinch, but Rocker are going to be the first ones here themselves. Accuracy through the front door will find one. Needs the rest of the team to be here, though. Linz can't find anything. Clean wipe from Boston. They might find themselves 30 seconds behind, but some good time on offer here over towards P3.
And it's going to be a tough one, too, actually. I mean, Rocker won so many of the key gunfights to actually go and get the spawns, but still on the actual whole time front thing, Boston, pretty sizable job. You feel like it's going to be overwhelming. Like, eventually, Rocker should be able to pierce through, but Boston, somehow, these guys have been fighters, flooding back in through the front side of the time. And, I mean, all things considered, for the fact that they never really had the back spawns, that is a good chunk that they were able to get. Of course, though, if you never get the back spawns, the rotation should be difficult. But right now, I know Standy just completely by himself on the back line. His teammates there to help pick him up off the cross, and good enough job done. Able to stay alive as the hill pops, but right now Rocker sort of hanging on by the skin of their teeth.
Boston played that one very toughly over towards P3. Gonna have to be a bit tougher to try and find the break here, though. Setup is looking good for Rocker. Can they manage to find this kill over towards the back? Just trying to be a nuisance. If you are Beans, he gets taken down. And now it's about the push that comes in from the front side. Standy will find one. Accuracy here to clean up as well. It's been a good hold so far from Rocker. Over towards P4. It's getting better as time goes on. Gunless can't find that gunfight, though. There's a potential break coming in here through for the Boston Breach side. Only find themselves 40 points behind at the moment. Chance definitely feels that Rocker, or maybe just an ever so slight step ahead, but nothing to be too worried about for Boston so far. Rotation's going to start coming in over towards the bridge in a second, but Gunless has slipped the net. This could be an issue.
Yeah, right now, Rocker have just been more sort of fundamentally sound. Again, just putting that extra emphasis on the back spawns, and even Gunless, extra emphasis on those rotations. But that is incredible awareness there by Snoopy just to take down the pinch. And again, Gunless could have pierced this setup and just daggered Boston on this hill. But instead, Boston, now they're free and clear. No flanks rolling through. All eyes forward on the hill. Might be able to get themselves a good chunk of time.
Oh, they might have been able to had not three of them died pretty much simultaneously. Snoopy now left all on his own. He gets wiped out as well. It's just too easy for Rocket to break on through for however tough they were over towards P3. That was weak. Boston get broken far too easily. Spawns towards the back for accuracy, and a 5 spree for him as well. We'll be looking for the 6th, and the cruise missile, especially the buffed ones, are going to be looking solid on this map, including what he can do from this position. Priesta Beans, Major, all combining well, though. The 6 would be good. Accuracy can't clean it up. I'm sure this gun got buffed, but nonetheless, accuracy will be asking for the 6. Does not happen. So focus on that from him. Doesn't result in anything, and Boston Breach will eventually get a hold of some time over towards the end of the hill. Not going to happen, though, for Boston Breach on that first rotation. Minnesota Rocker very, very solid throughout, but Boston not out of this one by any shot.
Well, this is the rotation, by the way, that often feels like it can decide games. You get that second set of rotations over towards the new P1, and well, Boston, it does not even last 10 seconds before Rocker just stroll through and break it down. So the past 2 hills, neither team has had any success at holding on, so much so that Boston might just strike right back and take the hill. Accuracy can't quite turn and burn, but Rocker do just enough to get the 4-man wipe. So, hey, you broke down the P1 hold. Rocker in good position still.
Rocker in a good position. Boston 50 or 60 behind. You need to start to find a way back into this one. You want to make champs, you need to find yourself with a good start. Let's go for a listening. Boston Breach.
Nice. One shot. TV on TV. I'm one shot. You got me. TV cat. Mid. One shot mid. Alright. What's the new? Plat.
It's gonna be plat.
Who is it?
Middle standing.
Go flank low. Eric. He's mid. He's low. Nice. One more. Top mid. He's down. He's low. Go time. Time dead. I'm with this. Yeah, he's mid. He got me.
Jumping down.
That's one. Help me. I should that. Just big time.
I'm dead.
I'm in top.
I think
I got some. I'm one shot mid, bro. Mid, Sandy.
Nice, man. Shit. I'll get time here.
We're missing lane.
Give me back right. Give me back. I have a left. I have a left. I lane set. Following time, guys. Following time.
Nothing left. I can take every man. I'll kill Pat. Lamar, behind Lynn. Look for Lynn, guys. Yeah, it's on the back. Okay, they might be burger on you. I have your low, Mike.
Push on burger, maybe? We should shift to right.
Give me top burger.
I don't see him burger.
One shot.
Take your time with these kills. Guys.
Yeah, one's gonna be probably back left of me.
I'm standing above. I think he's here. Three boxes here. I'm trying to help you.
He's on the palm. One shot.
I think he's gonna zig. He's like standing one shot. Behind some palm.
I'm probably dead here, guys. I'm dead. Just do the back. On the bow. One shot.
Alright, I'm gonna go through left. Someone show me left.
I'm here. One shot low, guys. Gonna be bridge.
Minnesota Rocker have found another gear and Boston Breach cannot keep up. Managed to find the rotation over towards P3. And well, we were calling that it could potentially be game, but Boston Breach may well find themselves the breakthrough. Snoopy trying to do it all on his own. 3 spree for him. Could do with finding a couple of more for the rest of the squad. They're nowhere near. Minnesota Rocket, 20 seconds remaining here over towards P3. Rotation looking great for P4. It's their game to lose now, Chance.
Yeah, and they've just been playing an annoyingly safe game. You got guys like Linz tucking himself in the back of the map by the piano room, playing as safe as possible for the rotation. Rocker, even when they lost the P1 time early on, just so much emphasis these guys have been putting on the spawns, and they've been able to keep it secure. So Boston, like, the hills have been mixy. They've been fighting in the kills column. They've been okay, but with hills like this, you are simply too far behind a victory lap of a final hill for Rocker.
Fundamentals on point throughout for the Minnesota Rocket. Can they close it out here as we say that? The break will come through for Boston Breach. It was looking very unlikely, but they do find a way to slip the net. Find a break back through, and this would be the start of a monumental comeback if it does happen. But 30 seconds to go here for Boston Breach. Even with every single one of those seconds, it's still going to be an 80-point game. Gunless towards the backside may be the one to cause some sort of an issue, but bullets in ain't going to find the shots to quite finish that one off. That's a 4-man down for Boston Breach. Still a long road to go through, though. Yeah, Chance.
They're actually going to chalk it up and go on the rotation as well. So Snoopy might be the guy that has to make the big play. Well, he gets cut down. New Hill 6 seconds away from popping. And for Boston, again, it's like individual heroic plays that would need to take place. Priest gets cut down. Major Maniac gets cut down as well. Rocker, like a swarming unit, all 4 players around the new point as it pops. And they get the job done. Nice little exasperation of a nice calm from Gunless after. I know he's happy to be squaring up with Beans again.
Very solid result for Minnesota Rocker in map number 1. It never looked unlikely throughout. Rotations on point. Found the breaks where they needed to. Boston flailing in map number 1. Minnesota Rocker will take a deserved lead on Vista. And it's just one of those games that you kind of watch and just see one team just be fundamentally so much better. I mean, just for Rocket in that scenario, dotted their I's, crossed their T's, got the job done. Boston Breach, as you kind of alluded to, scrappy there, Chance, but nothing more than that, really.
No, not at all. I mean, look, I think it was, what, a 3-kill slang difference. That's a 100-point gap in the game. So, yeah, on a fundamental difference. Rocker were just playing the easier game. They had the back spawns more often than not. Like, even the first go-around, it was on the P3. We saw Boston fighting tooth and nail. Got the majority of the time on the hill, but you just have to work so much harder for these kills. And then Boston maybe had like 2 good opportunities with some like actual efficient setups. People pushed out, and anytime they would get a setup, well, everybody would just lose their ones and it would collapse almost immediately. So sort of the idea at the pro level, if you're playing the more difficult game, you're just going to end up losing the majority of the time. Rocker for the most part, just comfortable. But again, if you just want to pay attention to the stats, really not too big of a difference between the two squads. The scoreboard, though, tells a very different story.
Yeah, it's almost more frustrating when it's that way, right? You know, you can kind of slay, you can hang in that respect. You haven't just been blown out of the water. It's just a tough one to take, I suppose. But for Boston, back to the drawing board when it comes down to Vista Hardpoint, but you've got another 4 maps to potentially do something on. Minnesota Rocker will take a deserved lead. It's about a 100-point game in the end. Nice and steady away for the Rocker side. The new recruit on Boston, not quite getting the job done instantaneously, but we'll see if things do work out differently as the rest of the series does boil on. But here is the game floor. Minnesota Rocker got a hold of the lead from the get-go and never let it go. Really good job from them. Very much a fundamental gameplay coming in on Vista, which you do see quite often. The team who are better at Hardpoint will typically win that map, and deservedly so for the Minnesota Rocker this time around. They'll take a 1-0 lead in what will be their fight to solidify themselves in champs at the end of the season. The Vision Search and Destroy going to be coming up next, high-rise control, and then if we need it, we'll get to see 6-star Hardpoint. New Hills coming up on that one. It'll be interesting, but Rio Search and Destroy will be map number 5 if we do get there. On the basis of what you just seen there, though, Chance, I mean, I know it's map number 1, but Rocker coming in, very, very solid start.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I know something like behind the scenes is a lot of these teams, the pressure's on maybe to make a roster change going into the final split. Boston being the only team that really actually made that sort of final call. So Rocker, sort of the word through the grapevine, as it were, is that they talked about it as a team. They wanted to switch up the way they were playing Hardpoint just a bit, but they're trusting this roster to sort of make it through to the top 8 and get the champs in the end. So a lot of trust and faith being put in the team. Solid map 1, and I know for the S&D, they're going to have a very strong advantage on Invasion S&D as well. Boston are 0-8 on the year on this map. It is nearly June, and they haven't even accidentally found a win.
Yeah, that's it's a tough statistic to look at, but I suppose we were having a conversation about, well, why the hell is it in there? New roster, I suppose. Major Maniac coming in, his S&D prowess. I suppose he might have some ideas of how to break that duck, and is a significant one at 0-8. Let's see if they can turn it around. There's no time like the present. Maybe they can get it done. But yeah, it's a tough one. Like, you lose a map number 1, you're then heading on to your consensus worst map, probably the worst map for any team in the CDL right now. Well, it's a good look. Is that a stretch?
It's interesting. They are the worst team in the game on it. They're 12th in like offensively, defensively. These guys have been at the bottom. Obviously, Boston are going against Standu, who can absolutely pop off. Man's breaking kill records at the Major of 4 KD. Granted, that's because they only played maybe like 2 search maps, but nonetheless, he has been an elite caliber S&D player basically since his introduction back in Cold War. So that's the lookout player on the side of Minnesota Rocker. But I do think Boston will have a different look. Major Maniac does bring a lot to the table, specifically for this game mode as well. But I know for Rocker, you do not want to squander an advantage. And right now, well, there's the first blood already. Major Maniac and Snoopy. You love to see Boston making plays together. Get the first blood and the bomb down.
Yeah. Something a bit from left field. 3 through the middle of the map. Find the pick. Back it up. No problem. Good stuff from Boston. Finding that first blood. Lins gets taken down. Minnesota Rocket now looking for some sort of inroad over towards this B side. No trophies, of course, in round number 1. So, yeah, those nades about to rain in. Bean's just trying to dodge what he can. Rocker's still working on something over towards the B side.
And of course, on the flip side of the map, you've had Gunless sort of posted up, worried about sort of those A Street pushes, but Boston so far, no mistakes being made. 40 seconds left on the game clock, and I mean, Rocker have to make a decision, and maybe Stanley wants to get active, see if he can sneak through and make the play, but he's going to run to the pre-aim of Snoopy. And this is going to be a very difficult gunfight to win. Go button hit. Snoopy, easy reads, now accuracy with the bomb. Well, what are him and Gunless going to do? More than likely, just run into death.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You lose that first blood. You need to start finding some gunfights in the middle of the map, and for all that, Gunless will find 2. He does not have a lot of time to work with, or a lot of health for that fact. Boston Breach will find round number 1. Big first blood comes through. They hold sight. Good defensive hold. Minnesota Rocker now will get their opportunity, but nice start for Boston. See the play call come out straight from the rip. 3 down mid-map. Find that pick. Back it on up. Nice, simple round of search and destroy. And he's going to be a huge factor, as you point out, Chance. Major Maniac already offering up his influence in 1 round, but 1 round does not make it a search and destroy. Let's see what Rocker can do to bounce back themselves.
Yeah, 1-13 in search and destroy throughout stage 3, 0-8 on this map. And I think a lot of it just comes down to sort of those play calls. So Boston spread the map, as is sort of tradition. These guys like to take it slow on attacking rounds, and I mean that is by comparison. But you know, Linz is in broken, and maybe that's you want to isolate it, or maybe you know if there's 2 players on B, make the pressure over towards A, because Standy really by himself on this A site. He's got his work cut out for him.
Ceilings then. Do you want to challenge it, or do you get a little bit scared? Snoopy turns around just in time. Priester flies out. Gunless with the Hail Mary. And all of a sudden, Snoopy and Major will fall into 2 versus 2. Linz has found an inroad, but doesn't find the kill. The round was quiet and it sprung to life, but Gunless finds his third. Will be looking for the ace. He's not going to get it. Linz will clean up. It was looking like such a good start for Boston Breach. They find 2. The grenade from Gunless stops them in their tracks. 1-1.
You know what? I still kind of like that from Boston in a sense, though. Like, it's an offensive round. They're making plays. They're coordinated. They're doing stuff together. And then, well, yeah, Gunless, absolutely. Well, he finds a way to make you explode. Ends up getting another gunfight win as well. So Gunless, again, fierce on the rematch against Bean so far. But outside of the nade being devastated, Boston, I mean, hey, would have been free and clear for the round. So at least the ideas are there. Definitely want to see him to continue to stay active and make some plays.
Right ideas from Boston, though. I think you right to point it out. Just one good nade comes in from Gunless. That kills the round entirely. Priester, another first blood for Boston. That will now be 3 in a row. Linz trying to work on something over towards the A side. Can't work on anything if your teammate grenades you. Grenades have been, well, 50-50 so far for Rocket. But Gunless, the one who has been solid with him, still alive and cooking. 2 versus 3 will get out. But Boston Breach, a good start to the defense once again.
That's just incredibly awkward. Don't even know how it happens, but maybe an unlucky roll or one of those good old heat-seeking frags that just... You watch the path it takes in the kill cam, and it just blows your mind. But either way, Gunless and Standy, a 2v4 on offense. You do not get options. Major Maniac making the plays, lines both of them up, and, well, should just send Standy into death. So nice jump on it. Good recognition of the situation as well. And, again, Boston virtually, they've been, like, both attacking and defensive rounds, the ones sort of setting the place and controlling the play of action. So for a team that's 0-8 on the map so far, they're not looking too bad.
Been extremely proactive, which is what you like to see. Never have to be... Oh, you never want to really be the reactive one in search and destroy, right? You want to be the ones making the calls. And Boston have been doing that so far, and lucky not to be 3-0 up, to be honest with you. 2-1 to the good now. Very solid performance. Gunless really is the only one holding the fort for Rocker so far, and one of the only reasons as to why they have number 1 next to their logo at the top of your screen. Looking like it is going to be a B hit coming in from Boston, trying to make some plays. Rocket not as aggressive on their defensive side this time around. Holding tight, but Boston trying to make some moves.
Well, still 2-2 split. I mean, roughly the same. Accuracy in Dark is going to be a bit more active, so he can wrap back and help out the A pressure. So I think Boston, instead of full committing, taking their time once again to sort of figure out what they want to do. But just so much attention is actually being dragged down B Street. So if I'm Boston, A will be a little bit easier for you. Stuns out, might want to attack the tank. Snoopy toying with the idea.
It's unfortunate Snoopy gets that stun off, and then Gunless peeks his head through the middle of the map. Slows that down, stops it entirely. Still looking for a pick here, both teams posturing. Throwing blows, but not quite able to find the killer one. Snoopy now may well make a move in here. Goes the move from Boston. They're going to find their way down B Street. Linz gets taken down. Standy there for the return. Snoopy will find one back, though. And all of a sudden, B is wide open. 15 seconds to go. Nade is not going to be there in time, even if it does land. Bomb down. 3 versus 2. Gunless. Standy going to try and find something here, but in a possible situation. Priester lines himself up lovely. Snoopy finds another, and Gunless now impossible task in this 1 versus 3. Boston Breach, barring a miracle from Gunless, are going to have themselves a 2-round lead here. 0-8 is looking like it may well be going away very, very shortly. A lot of rounds of search and destroy left to be played, but that was well played from Boston Breach. Found the breakdown B Street and ran away with it.
Yeah, that was absolutely gorgeous, by the way. They were running out of time. Less than 30 seconds on the clock. Accuracy was actually doing a very nice job inside of Dark to sort of like keep the pressure away from Lynn. So that is not an easy moment. But if you look at the player cams, Major Maniac has been the motor mouth in between all of these rounds. Shout out to the Stocksmans for the interview. I was watching Major Maniac talk about it when they pulled off that sort of like Minnesota miracle where they reverse sweep Toronto in the finals. He was play calling. He said like over 70 rounds in a row. He just completely took control. So Boston early on playmaking's been on point. Snoopy feeling the love in that regard, 7-2, but Priesta having to back down. You see Boston, they are just active. They are all over the place on the map. Rocket right now playing in a very uncomfortable spot.
I was thinking in the previous round, these players seem active. We seem to be moving around. We're trying to find a lot of information out. And I was like, well, I'm watching Snoopy, so that is pretty much par for the course. But everybody else really doing what they can. They know Priesta's up, round potentially behind them. The flank not coming on through, but the smoke does go down. The push comes in. Major Maniac is there for the trade. Will get out 3 versus 3. This bomb may well go down and does so. Rocket now trying to defend, but not as in good a position as what Boston were previously. 2 men on the flank, maybe the dagger, but Major Maniac staying alive back here, Chance.
Yeah, he's waiting for his teammates to clear everything out, and they have. They should at this point know all 3 players are in and around site. Snoopy getting active towards the time. 27 seconds left. We have all 6 players alive. There's the first blood. Snoopy can't catch the angle in the power positions. Overwhelming. Minnesota Rocker, how about a bounce back of a round like that? They're dealing with the pressure of guys like Priesta living inside of your spawn. Well, they can hit out the site as well. If Major Maniac had been maybe just a little bit quicker to help out Beans and protect his friend on the old forklift, well, maybe things could have been different. But Rocker, good execution on the play. And that is an offensive round they absolutely needed.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of bad timing for Boston over towards that B side of fellas if the tank push was really being watched and all of a sudden Beans is dead behind the digger. Is a tough one. But Minnesota Rocker, they had to make the move. You were right. The big pressure came in from Priesta on the flank. And Rocker said, well, yeah, we don't want to have to worry about that. Let's just push towards the side. They executed beautifully. Now find themselves only 1 round behind. Len's now just trying to posture over towards the tank's side. Boston having a little look now. Won't quite be getting nervous yet, but they know they're still in a very good position, still with that lead. Snoopy sitting in 7-3. Beans yet to find a kill, so the weight being carried by the youngster. The SMG presence is going to have to be good here as well. Priestess straight out the front door will find one. Snoopy gets taken down, but the trade is there for Major Maniac. 3 versus 2. It's always feeling like Boston have an advantage, and they got the bomb down as well.
Shuts him down, too. Look at who picked up the rival 9 off the ground. Just enough to shut down the Renetti. And Major Maniac making plays, too. Calls out one-shot P-Dog. Swarms right in. And again, Boston Breach getting active. Everybody making them play at the exact same time. It's not just the 2 players, the 2 SMGs flying outside a cafe to go for the guys on AS&D. They've got their ARs with them as well for the tank. So again, Boston play calls have been on point, effective. That even if they're not getting the first bloods, they're there for the trades, but they have been getting the first bloods. So they've been finding quite a few man advantages. This is genuinely just good search and destroy gameplay we are seeing out of Boston. 4-2 lead. It is not safe with this squad, though. They've had negative ice. Rocker can fight back.
Statistics be damned so far, but it's not over till it's over. Especially when it does come down to Boston. But look, I mean, they're making all the right plays, as you said. They look like a well-oiled Invasion Search and Destroyers team right now. Minnesota Rocker, though, looking for an attack of their own. Trying to find a breakthrough, which has been a big problem for them. It was kind of the screw-it play towards B that got them that previous attack. Can they find anything? Can they cook anything up through the middle of the map? Looking to try and find a pick. Priesta now under a little bit of pressure. Will manage to get away. Rocket starting to get aggressive over towards this A side, but have switched it up. Are you ready for the switch here from the side of Rocker? If you're Boston, Snoopy's gonna have to back on down, but Beans is gonna get the info and his first kill of the round. Gonna have to look for a second. Will be screaming for help. Eventually will fall down, but it's the B route once again for Rocker. They find another way in. That bomb will undoubtedly go down. 3 versus 3. Can Boston do anything about this?
Well, they failed at the retake last time. Well, the only difference now, Major Maniac, instead of being an ice cream, he's working the flank with his teammates. Haven't cleared out Broken just yet. You got to fly and get active, but their second attempt at the retake, how well can they do? Rough start, 2v3 now.
Somebody slipped the net, though. Somebody got through. Snoopy evaded absolutely everybody. He's run through the middle of the site, found 2, now Linz. 23 seconds. Do they know where he is? They should do. They've already cleared out the broken side. They nearly line up, but they don't. It's all about Snoopy, who finds 2 from nothing. And Boston Breach, second time of asking, find that break back and find themselves 5-2 up.
They're just too good with it, man. Smiles on their faces, making plays in search. Snoopy's getting some help on the playmaking front as well. Smokes out to be the distraction for Linz, who, I mean, Linz ends up just looking the wrong direction. Snoopy finds the play, and the Major Maniac finds himself in the perfect position. Nearly stood up into the pre-fire, but Major Maniac, he has been on point, having the right gun at the right time. Another Rival 9 kill he is able to collect.
Bullet away from dying, and a couple of shots did go through towards Snoopy, so Linz not far away there, to be honest with you, but the rest of the squad and Minnesota Rocket far away from Boston Breach right now in general here on the Search and Destroy Invasion, and they are one round away from finding their first win on Invasion Search and Destroy of this season. Just to remind you all of the date, it is the 31st of May. Big hit coming in over towards this B side from Boston. They felt under pressure from the flank pretty much the entire round here, stabilizing just a little bit, but not much map presence this time around. But Rocket have given it up. Boston will not know that.
And Boston have effectively just like trapped themselves in the corner of the map as well. They were trying to play like active over towards B, but the utility going to slow them down. So another opportunity to reposition. Mid-round adjustments. Priesta, well, no stand. He's going to be back over towards the A bomb. Still just the default setup for Minnesota Rocker. And now with 30 seconds on the clock, Boston, you got to make the play call and point. It's going to be A again.
It's worked out for them. The SMGs through the yellow door have found the break. Standy turns around and it just works out ever so perfectly for Boston. Gunless will be there to shut one down though. Now the trade's okay. You recruit to get the job done. It's not quite Easter, but a miracle comes around the corner. Boston Breach find themselves an Invasion Search and Destroy for the first time this season. We are, what, 5 months into it? Better late than never. Boston Breach will tie the series.
And I tell you too, that is a fairly dominant look. That is, they were running them over on the offensive rounds as well. Quite literally, if not from that like double kill nade from Gunless, Boston would have just absolutely picked them apart. I mean, there's maybe one or two sort of 50-50 rounds, but other than that, Boston Breach looking perfect. Snoopy, I mean, he's been fantastic in Search and Destroy. Fantastic playmaker as well. Another double-digit game he is able to collect, but Priest and Major Maniac there for the show, having a grand old time. Priest and Snoopy, 3 first bloods apiece, and again, we know exactly how those comms were going in between rounds. Major Maniac commanding the troops to a commanding 6-2 victory. From 0-8, they got their first win, and this is just one of those questions like, Major Maniac is the thematic player. How are you just not bringing this dude in for S&D? Like, the rules allow it. He is that guy.
We haven't seen nearly enough of that since the CDL's inception, to be honest with you. But we see a really good performance from Boston Breach 6-2. Very much the conductor of the orchestra was Major Maniac in that one. Fantastic performance from Boston, who break the curse of Invasion Search and Destroy for themselves and find themselves one apiece here in this series. Minnesota Rocket work to do here. Chance for all that. Boston played that one well. A couple of flappable moments, I want to say, from Rocket. You think of that previous round before the one that finished. You got to think they do better. You're now looking at a 5-3 scoreline. If they hold that bomb site down, they do not. It is now one apiece. We'll be heading into control after this very quick break. Don't go anywhere. The series is on.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Loadout drop headed your way.
If you're tuning in because Boston Breach won a search and destroy, just to check that actually did happen. It did. Minnesota Rocket absolutely crumbled Boston. As we mentioned throughout the entire map chance, a well-oiled machine in Boston side of things for the search and destroy. And a very, very different turnaround to what we've really seen throughout the entire of the season. And Major Maniac has got to be a huge reason. Challenger so far this season has been pretty solid, to be fair. Average line finish top 6. Toronto open placement second for him. Good player, Major Maniac. Been around for a very long time. He's got the experience, knows what he's doing. And Boston search and destroy in that map number 2, showing that experience.
Well, honest to God, stats like not that great in challengers, right? Like I think the idea from a lot of the teams when you're going to challengers to pick up players, you don't look for like the average land placing of like 6 in challengers. You would expect you just look at the teams that are dominant getting the wins. But what Major Maniac is a known quantity. Like you know how good of a player is, you know he's going to be good in the practice room, incredibly professional, works hard every day, and there's literally never been a team that he's been on that has been bad at search and destroy. So like, you know what his value is. You got to see it in the map too, but for Boston, obviously, got to win some respawns as well. You have Minnesota Rocker an 0-3 record on this map. So an opportunity for Boston to get the extra edge, or maybe Rocker will just strike right back.
Mentioned during the break, chance that Rocket starting to play this a little bit more often after not really too good of a start, specifically on high-rise control at the beginning of the season. Since the new roster's come along, though, they are trying this one out and having a good time of things, really, over towards his B side. But nade coming in from Snoopy will pretty much shut that down entirely. Big kill from Beans as well. Now the setup is here. Rocket with a good start, but all of a sudden you are finding yourself trapped in your spawn, and this is the kind of position that Ben Beans dreams of. AR in hand, plenty of cover, and just people spawning up into his gunfire, trying to lock it down if he can. Rocket trying to find a way through. So far, no opportunities, but one player has slipped in net. That is going to be Lind. He's going to have to try and find the breakout here for Rocket.
Well, and he's going to find it. At least gets that first opening kill. And hey, everyone starts to get a little bit distracted and the trades roll through. So Rocker, you have made it out of the setup. You already got 2 ticks over towards B because you stack the point. And they're going to stack it once again. Lens and Gunless playing the objective, getting the point secure. Added minute to the clock. Rocker looking good on high-rise attack so far.
Good job. It can get a little bit scary. You get stuck in your spawn. You worry about it. Linz has got 1 kill to his name, and that 1 kill has been very, very important. He's going to find anything here on this side of things, but B has been locked down, but Boston have pretty much assumed where they were beforehand, which is fully locking down the entire map. Mid-map control now there again. Minnesota Rocket have done it once. They're going to have to do it again. Trying to push out over towards A, but not too bad of an attacking round to kick things off. Pre-step beans combining well. Linz will once again find a kill to try and get Minnesota Rocker out, but this has kind of been the story of the round. Chance Boston find a few kills, lock them in, and just make Minnesota's job very, very difficult.
This is devastating. Stanley has to get an entry, and he does, but traded out immediately. Maybe an extra kill coming through, but Rocker still have such a long way to go. They've at least made it over towards the helicopter, maybe attempting to get a power position, but Beans is here, not to shut it down, to get world starred. 2 for Rocker. Snoopy's gonna fall off the map, takes 1 of the grave with them, but Rocker out and about, 2 players near the zone.
Priest had to win that gunfight and did. Looking for the second as well. The eco child, if I've ever seen it. Priest shutting it down. No comments on the propane whatsoever here from my side of things, but Snoopy now just trying to push this out, trying to solidify the round. 4 lives remaining for Rocket. Things getting a little bit scary for Boston. With 25 seconds to go for Minnesota Rocket to try and pull a rabbit out of the hat. Looking unlikely. 3 ticks is what they are going to end up getting unless they can find a wipe nice and cleanly here. Boston Breach very solid on the defensive side of things. That 1 minor lapse you could maybe speak of, but overall not much to write home about for Minnesota Rocker unless you can find something. I've been writing their obituary and all of a sudden they're inside the point. Linz is going to be able to find a kill, but it's 2 versus 8, 1.5 seconds remaining. It'd be something quite monumental if you find this one. Linz Gunless trying to stay alive. Snoopy Major will finally come in, put the nail in the coffin. Boston Breach, one of the good here. They find the defense. What was mostly comfortable, Chance, and then got a little bit uncomfortable.
I mean, a little bit. It's one of those situations of, like, you really have to take your time to fight out of the spawn trap. Rocker were able to do that once. You're not going to be able to do it twice. Like, it is just too devastating. It takes so many extra lives just to get out. So the opportunity Rocker had when they actually captured the B zone, those players desperately need to stay alive after the fact. And again, as soon as you get cleared off the board, you can effectively just chalk the round up. So they got 3 ticks of progress. Not too shabby of an offensive round as far as ones that you lose go, but still a big opportunity for Boston to really drive the point home. The pedal to the metal and lead the charge. Snoopy flying at you. Nice moves, but stands into death. Boston, well, no more players active on the map.
Major down low though. Can he get anything going? Absolutely not. Stanley always going to win that gunfight. And Snoopy is really going to be the one to try and find a breakthrough in the middle of the map. Let's take his time. Trigger disciplines all very well, but the rest of the team not finding anything. The nade bounce over the top. He's not going to find much else either. Bit of a staggered push coming in from Boston. Minnesota Rocket say thank you very much. Boston, welcome to the spawn trap. Tough one to get out of here, but Rocket in a good position. Boston can find a route out here. It's a similar situation to what we've seen in the last round, Chance. Minnesota Rocket not quite as neat and tidy with that spawn, but either way, Boston's still struggling.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal, actually. Yeah, even Standy making moves, getting some power positions, and I mean, Rocker maybe having to run for the hills just a touch, but still neither zone has really, like, the clock hasn't been stopped at all. Major Maniac, the first one to actually get near the objective, but he gets shut down. Maybe an opportunity over towards A. Still got to be concerned about that giant exploding propane tank, though. I know it's coming back with a vengeance. Most difficult thing to kill, because when you kill it, again, it will always get its revenge. Snoopy gets shredded 23 seconds because you've barely been able to play the objective. Boston, they got to go.
For all that defense was relatively clean, the attack has been anything but. They got to do something. Well, they're going to find 3 down, and they're attacking on 2 different sides of things here. The next kill would be big, and they find it. Snoopy onto accuracy. And all of a sudden, what has been a minute of lackluster gameplay, Boston have sprung into life. B now starting to be worked on. A lot of pressure going in over towards that side as well. They can do with at least just finding 3 ticks from somewhere. They're very, very close. They're attacking on 2 different fronts. I wouldn't have minded just the pressure over towards B. They are going to find that 3rd tick, but they haven't extended the time. Still the pressure coming in. They find a couple more. These next couple of gunfights, absolutely huge. Linz will be able to find one, though. Rocket trying to shut this one down, but Major Maniac 5 spree will find 2, will lock it in. B looking good. Rocket backs against the wall. Boston making moves.
Yeah, how they've orchestrated this, I have no idea. Now Major Maniac might be able to get that new buffed cruise missile. Well, he's going to have to take his time. All of his teammates going to be coming out of the spawn. Rocker, look at the arrows on the minimap. Worried about the underground flank. They're trying to hunt Major Maniac down. Definitely want to be a little bit careful for the gunfight. And they've been so worried about Major that his teammates at least able to get out of the window. So Boston, 55 seconds left. Not a lot of lives to work with, but the play could be there. Major Maniac can spot his head.
Oh, he got some good shots on the accuracy. Can't find anything else, though. Standy will be the one to take him down. Gunless will fall off the map. This doesn't look right. There we are. Nope.
This is a lobby thing, too,
Lobby
not a Priesta thing.
Yeah, 4 versus 8. Boston, can you find anything now? Good shots, not going to quite be able to make them count. Minnesota Rocket looking like they are going to hold on. The Ticks will be at the advantage of Boston Breach. Still may have an opportunity here, though. But with 2, with 1... looking tough. Snoopy all on his own. Not going to happen. The round will eventually go over towards Minnesota Rocket. But, I mean, look, it was one of those... I think for Rocket, yeah, okay, you find the round win. You will be a tick down heading into the second set of defenses, but at least he didn't let Major get a hold of that cruise missile, because that could have spelled some trouble. They will find the round, 1 apiece. And now it's the opportunity for Boston to go on the defensive side. Can Minnesota turn it around here with an attack of their own?
Yeah, I was going to say, all things considered, maybe slightly better overall for Boston, but they had to fight to be able to orchestrate that and get it together. Lins, by the way, 17-9. So he started off like 1-1. He was the least active player on Rocker in the first round. Absolute monster there in round number 2. So 17 kills, nothing shy of ridiculous. And maybe the guy leading the charge over towards the B zone as well. Rocker showing off that they are very happy to be playing the objective as I question my math.
Oh, yeah, I thought they only got 3, but I've been told by production and by the text. It was actually 4 for Rocket. Did you miss that as well, Chance?
I did miss that as well, but either way, accuracy might just get one by himself. Actually, he jumped off just a split moment before, and then Priesta chops him down as he tries to go back. So Rocker may be feeling a bit of that tick pressure as well. And I feel the pressure of Snoopy in your spawn, where you kill him, you get traded. And I know Major Maniac didn't get the cruise, but Beans, well, it's his turn, and the strength of Beans, definitely the slang.
20-13. Very much leading the way for the squad, and there is the 6th breed as well. Cruise missile definitely going to help, and that 7th is going to help even more, putting that pressure on once again. Kind of thrived in the first defensive round, and he's thriving here once more. Back on the roster, causing issues for the opposition. 23 seconds, Minnesota Rocker have barely seen a point. Boston with a pretty perfect defensive hold here so far, but 15 seconds more just to solidify it. Big win from Gunless, though. How on earth has he got that? Priesta now going to have to try and lock this down, but 10 seconds. Gunless has got to get in touch with the rest of the team. It's going to mean the investment in the cruise missile. Beans obviously feeling threatened enough that it has to be called in. 1 second remaining to get a touch on the B. Minnesota Rocker still something to work with here. But 1.5 seconds is not a lot of wiggle room. They're not going to need it. Plenty of presence over here. A couple of kills go down. Beans left all on his own. Can't find anything. That might be B gone.
I don't know why Beans wanted to boost the cruise missile immediately. I don't know why he wanted to kill the guy that wasn't closest to either point. So you use a cruise missile to call the round, and instead, Rocker should be able to get the B zone. Priesta, millimeter heroics to get in and stop it. And that is an insane little finish where I don't know exactly where the kills came through, but either way, I mean, if we're talking about a defensive shootout, if we're talking about how important those ticks are, Rocker just happy to be able to like fall their way into getting those final 2. Beans, I think, jumping the gun just a bit on the cruise missile, but hey, still get the round win.
Is it a mistake Danny may well learn to rule later on? I'm not too sure, but felt a bit overzealous, didn't it? The execution as well wasn't necessarily as good as he would have liked, considering the cruise missiles being buffed. Not finding a lot with it. That's a big nade coming through from Major Maniac, though, so the pressure easing immediately on the Boston Breach, and Snoopy doing exactly what he did last time in accuracy. Will read it. But aggression over towards A and B. Major reading that himself as well. That's 3 down. Lin's all of a sudden the one left here for Minnesota Rocker. Good pressure from Boston, who are 2-1 to the good here. The attacking round would find them in the lead in the series.
Yeah, welcome, by the way, to the trophy changes. This might be one of the maps that's most impacted by the trophies being different. The idea of staying alive on the B zone is not a sort of happy thought. So many extra nades it feels like you're playing against, but what Beans is playing for is the kills. 26 to his name already. Stun's going to connect the players off spawn. Beans just wants to slow him down as much as possible. He is doing exactly that. In the meantime, he might fall 2 ticks of progress on B. Priesta even getting a tick of progress on A. Boston, the 2-front war, picking them apart on high rise.
Oh, that might be the game. Plenty of good work being done by Boston, but it looks like Minnesota Rocker have managed to steady the ship. Yeah, backs against the wall though. Snoopy putting the aggression in here for Rocker. It's just a nightmare situation. You gotta watch your flank. You gotta clear them out. You gotta keep them off the point. There's so much that can go wrong from this situation. Snoopy finds a big gunfight towards the backside with Gunless standing, doing the best they possibly can. Beans is just trying to lock it in. It will eventually fall. Minnesota Rocker will get some breathing room. Accuracy still going here. If he can find another, not going to quite happen. Snoopy's the one who can answer back for Boston. But Rocker somehow gets some map control. Boston Breacher in the ascendancy there.
Also, by the way, 15 to 11 on lives. Like, if you're Boston Breach, you want to keep the pressure up and just play the TDM game, but you got to make sure you're at least getting the trades. And Beans in a technical, you know, S&D kind of situation does get first blooded, but Minnesota Rocker want to keep things nice and slow. Standy, well, the timing's there. 2 players are shooting the back. There's number 1. Next guy trapped in the elevators, on the hunt, on the prowl. Can't get it done. Snoopy gives you 2, but 10 to 8 on lives now. Both these teams have to be very careful.
There's still plenty of time. A minute to go. These lives really are going to matter. Gunless finds himself in such a good position, and what was looking like a good position for Boston is wiped off the face of the planet. Snoopy has found a route through, and he's going to have to be the one that gets something done here for Boston Breach. Finds himself in a position, he's looking for the kills, but he needs to ease that pressure, which is just unrelenting. Gunless and Accuracy will find a couple. They will have to turn around for Snoopy, the long-range rival, and it's looking solid. Can't quite finish the job, but the rest of the team need to find a way out. 5 versus 5. Beans will find another, and this game will just slow down.
Oh, he's just picking apart Lins. Just spawn killing this poor guy. 5v4, no respawns remaining. Snoopy the thorn in your side, standing winning gunfights towards the middle of the map. It's chaos on the mini-map, but you can't get past Snoopy. A 2v2, 15 seconds left to call game.
I mean, Snoopy has just taken over. That's 4 kills in a row. I think 3 of them were on Lins off the respawn. Gunless needs to find the 1 versus 2 to keep Rocker in this control. Looking for the pressure now as Snoopy just trying to stay alive, taking the way over towards this A side. Gunless gaining information, needs to find some gunfights though. Trying to find some awkward angles, but he's got to move now. He's got to move very, very quickly. Gunless into the gunfire of Snoopy, who takes over in the final round. Asking where the Chals are. They were there aplenty, but nobody could outgun Snoopy in that moment. Big round from him, huge map from Boston. They find themselves in the lead.
Yeah, they just start bullying them at a certain point. This is like what I feel like is the setup for this Boston squad. You got Major Maniac for the S&Ds. You got guys like Beans and Snoopy for the respawns, and Priesta, he'll be doing the dirty work in both modes the entire time. That is a devastating combo for that round to eventually be won on lives. So many ridiculous gunfights that were being won, and as you pointed out, for deservedly so the praise, Snoopy absolutely popping off, just going crazy. And poor Gunless as well, like Snoopy's just playing this situation perfectly. Just the constant jump checks. He's got his teammate right behind him. He can do no wrong, can't be killed, and maybe a little frustrated for it. Snoopy, a little extra love there towards the end, but we are just staring at an incredibly broken scoreboard, much like the
Beans with some huge damage for the Boston side. It's just the kind of map that he does revel in, right? But Snoopy is going to be the one on everybody's lips after that final round. Interactions off the chain, and Linz is going to be having nightmares about that. Snoopy time and time again just keeping him in the spawn. And I mean, Rocket were, for all that was a bad start to that final round, they were in a pretty solid position. They had some decent map positioning going on. They had Boston kind of trapped. Snoopy was left pretty much all on his own. I think it was actually a 3-man wipe that came through from from Rocker. Snoopy was the only one left, and then he basically turned the round on its head, all on his own chance. And that's what can happen when you've got somebody on the flank on control and you don't respect what he's able to do. He picked them apart from behind.
Yeah, no, not ideal at all. By the way, more big moments like this little 5 spree from Major Maniac. That was when Boston were having to dig from the depths to get out of their spawn and string something together. But I mean, Ultimate Rocker just completely outplayed. Even if we did go to a final round, Boston would have been nice and secure for the defense as well. So effectively in control the entire time. And I know Priest as well. He has, to me, one of the more unique POVs in the league that when you watch him play, he's gross. The snapper on point, his movement is clean. Priest, a very twitchy player. I know over the course of the year, the scoreboard never reflects what, at least my perceived skill of him is. But make no mistake, a dangerous player on the map. Boston Breach now 1 map away from really doing the funniest thing ever in a sense. They just had the opportunity to play spoiler against all of these mid-range teams, completely dagger them. Seattle comes out, they pick apart Toronto, and they get 10 fantastic CDL points. Boston is literally the team that you have to beat. It is the must win. They got 5 wins on the year. You can't afford to lose CDL points to them. And Rocker, I mean, again, a map away to being on the receiving end of a punishment like that. And it's honestly looking a little likely.
I'm more thinking about a New York style miracle run from Boston. Chance, what are we thinking? Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
You don't know? You don't remember New York when they made the miracle run to make it a champs? We're talking a couple of years ago, to be fair, mate. Okay, that's,
Well, the New York squad, yes, at the New York event. That was a good one. That was a good one. It was
the event.
Well, was it Boston to pull this off?
I mean,
I did the math on this. For Boston to pull it off, it's the teams that are tied in 8th place right now have 120 CDL points. So you've been getting 40 per stage. So the rough idea is you got to get to 160 as sort of that threshold mark. For Boston to get to 160, they would have to go either 6-1 or 7-0 throughout this stage, and then still place at least top 4 at the major. So it is possible, but if they do it, Major Maniac first round ballot Hall of Famer, lock him in. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It would be nearly impossible for Boston to pull that off. But again, they can play spoiler to everybody else.
It's fun to maybe have hope about it. Maybe Boston can.
Not yet. Not one series. If they go if they start out 3-0, then we can push the narrative. But we're too far away at this point.
Yeah, I'm getting carried away. They're 2-1 up in this series, Chance. I'm on board the Boston train. 2-1 up as we head into 6-star Hardpoint. Things have very much, kind of changed. Difference in terms of where the hills are. The team's well practiced on it. Yeah, let's find out. I imagine they are, but it's fast, it's furious. There's no more water Hardpoint, which is, you can say it's a blessing if you want, but relevant of that, Minnesota Rocket with a decent enough start, but a 0-3 record for them will not be good viewing for the Rocket fans. Priest is starting to heat up here as well. Boston Breach are going to be feeling themselves, but we'll still have to get this one solidified. 2-1 up is all very well, but Minnesota Rocket will be looking to try and send us to map number 5. Good start from them as well. 12 points on the board. You will get this final 15-2. Good position to be in. Boston Breach already on the back foot here, Chance.
Yeah, Boston Breach also, because they have to rotate, are going to be forward hitting through the top side of the map. I think Gunless got the call out from his team that all the pressure is coming from this direction, and him and Lynn's nice little crossfire. That's going to be the sort of start of the push. The back line for Minnesota Rocker is going to be accuracy. Who is last man standing? Rocker, they read the pressure. It doesn't matter. They get picked apart, and Boston flipped the map as well. They'll be in control of P2.
Somewhat an air of confidence, isn't there, in this Boston Breach, and the way that they have been playing this game. The Search and Destroy was the epitome of it, but Beans will find 2. It's a wonderful break in rotation from Boston. 35 seconds remaining, and that's something for Rocket. You can't let that happen.
I mean, again, they got a 4-man wipe on P1, free and clear on the rotation, and yeah, they convert that to virtually nothing. So getting punished already, and accuracy trying to find the route, but that is your main AR as your front man, never gonna pay off. The only thing Boston want to wrap back and get is the actual time. They'll have the spawns as well as the final 12 seconds, and Snoopy doing the smart thing. He does not have the timing to jump and make that play. Gonna group up together with Priest, a new SMG duo. Gonna be running it down mid.
Stanley will be the target. We'll have a little bit of backup from Linz, though. And this is going to be the break to potentially come through here for Boston if they can work something towards this side. Snoopy would want to find one, can't find the second. Linz is there to pick up the pieces. Good hold from Rocket. 45 seconds remaining here. Over towards P3. Looking like a good setup so far from Rocker. Nothing to write home about for Boston Breach. And Major Maniac has set himself up in a decent position, but needs a little bit of backup. Does have it, goes for the child, will find one somehow. It's an ever so slight touch, but a good hold from Rocker so far. And that's what they really did need. After that P1 to P2 was looking so good and then also terrible. They needed this bounce back. They get it. 20 seconds to go. They're going to get every single one of those seconds. Rotation starting to come in. Rocker have some presence here as well, but Boston are going to be the first ones. Find some sort of contact, and they will find these gunfights. So Boston looking good for a rotation, but it's a great hold from Rocker.
Well, kind of, right? I mean, overall, yes, Rocker certainly good, but they ended up like losing the scrap time fight while Boston are ahead of the rotation. So Boston currently in a bit of a pinch right now. Rocker putting the pressure from both sides, and Priesta feels the pressure and does get picked apart. So you might have gotten there first, but you will not be there last. Rocker maybe make amends for losing the final, 10 seconds at the old time. They are absolutely free and clear for new, and they're pushed out both directions. This is perfect right now on P4.
When they do manage to get a hold of the setups, it does look good from Rocket. Losing a couple of gunfights though, and a bit of a pinstripe kill feed is going to open things up here potentially with Boston to try and find a way through. They are close. Not close enough, Major Maniac. Necking Snoopy down, not going to happen. Rocket comfortably taking away this final 20 seconds or so, you would like to think, but Boston Breach are going to have one more stab at it. Through the front doors they go. Standy gunless holding it down though. And that's a big spray coming in from Standy. 5 in a row now. 6 will be wonderful. Great hold from Rocket as we head into another rotation. And for all that, we were singing the praises of Boston Breach with that breakup towards P2. That's really all they've done.
Yeah, one good moment, and you were exactly right. Rocker more or less been in control of the game, and Standy's going to let that ride. Was able to get the cruise missile, which the cruise missile sort of changes the way the map gets played now. It used to be you would only invest it on the water hill or like primarily, but now it might just be primed up for like a P3. So Rocker, they can afford now on any of the next 2 hills to really fight tooth and nail for the scrap. Use the utility for the end, but they're in control of P1, in control of the game, and their hard points have been singing sweet, nearly double the score of their opponent, and firmly in control of the time.
It's a very solid lead for Minnesota Rocker. Minor 1 blip over towards P2. They have been dominant throughout 6 stars so far. The comms have got to be flowing. Let's go for a listening with Minnesota Rocker.
Mama, backstairs,
he hit elbow. Up here too.
Mike's elbow.
Close time.
On time and pull.
One bullet on time.
That's two.
He's both on time. They're not pushed up yet.
Put one shot.
Oh, dead. Nice. Hit him with anytime. P2. Go. I'm looking elbow for you guys.
Ready?
Oh,
Missiles. You want missiles? He pinch the C2.
The chair's dead.
Nice.
There's all people.
I
got mid chairs. I have elbow.
I V1. I can help elbow if they're there. If I help elbow, look at V1.
Two elbow, guys.
I'm helping elbow.
V1.
Another one elbow.
V1 one shot.
On time weak. Elbow and
Chair T spawns it all.
Go new. They spawn you
One
guys.
already took her
You gotta
out.
play kill Sam.
Oh no. 2-0. One pushing the pool. He's pushing the pool. I can shriek this.
Close C2.
Okay. You should.
One is here.
Okay.
Just first on.
In the back.
There's someone in the back.
Mid dead. Lobby dead.
Nice.
Last guy's all dead.
Beans.
I'm
looking wood.
I have the right guys.
We would?
Wood.
After me.
One dead.
After me, they're gonna be the
Okay, I have wood. I have wood, okay? I have wood.
You did it.
Good job.
No one hit a long off on guys.
Lobby.
I have lobby. Lobby dead.
Good job. I have wood. I still have wood.
One dead.
Wood.
You want me?
What bullet?
I have real wood.
I'm gonna push out wood. Good time.
Okay, go.
I stuck the shit. Get the mid. Two on the hop. Needs one shot on the hop. One's wood and one hop. One fast. There's two hop. They're all hill.
Lobby dead.
Nice. I'm gonna pick a mid.
After wood.
He's here.
What? Not weak. Beans. Challenge.
I'm gonna give you steps.
Hop. I'm on the hop. On hop. Okay.
Send it.
Do you see one?
I'm going new.
I'm repitching wood. I can go.
Mike, he's gonna be here.
Boston Breach still finding themselves around 80 points or so behind, now starting to rise over towards the 90 and 100. They need a good hold shortly, chance. They seem to have made all of their money over towards P2 and not a lot anywhere else.
Yeah, and well, remember that time Standy got a cruise missile. If Rocker want, they can call it in. Standy is standing still. Cruise missile's gonna be flying in, and how many kills can you force for your teammates to actually collect? You know they're going to be underground, both sides as well. Accuracy makes his way out to time, and well, Accuracy holding the iron, able to get his kill before he falls. And the cruise missile there for the setup, eventually enough to break. Gunless, the final player to strike. The last Hermano on the time, 30 seconds left. Rocker will win this game.
The dominoes fall into place for them. 25 seconds to go, but the break potentially coming back here from Boston Breach. They find a couple, they need to find a couple more. Lins and Stanley holding firm. Lins with the angle, finds 2 of his own. The third would be wonderful, can't quite find it. Major Maniac just slows it down, but the time's still ticking here for Rocker. 15 seconds or so away. They can't quite win it here. They will need another rotation, but it has been, other than a couple of bad P2s, perfect from Rocker. Other than that, it really has been them all of the way through this one. Boston Breach, not a lot to write home about here, chance whatsoever.
No, not at all. Sort of that last-ditch effort before you're going to have some guy like Accuracy just go and collect the time. But once again, Rocker just making the hard points easier than on themselves. Boston, they'll get into situations, win a rotation, absolutely push out nothing, and then just get pinched for free. And, I mean, Rocker, again, on the fundamental front, these guys have been on point. A little bit of swarm around P1. Lins for the extra stamp on the game. You want to make it match the comms, but Snoopy, you're not going to allow it to happen. Boston still fighting. Such a long way to go.
Still 100 points behind and about to find themselves heading to a map number 5.
There we go.
It's felt imminent for, well, I mean, a long, long time. Minnesota Rocker find map number 4. We will get another game 5 here on Friday. You'll love to see it. Both these two teams going head to head. And Search and Destroy on Rio is what's going to decide it. Minnesota Rocker, fantastic in these hard points. Boston Breach has still got a lot of work to do. There's no doubt of it. Definite improvements. You're going to see those improvements again in the Search and Destroy in map number 5. We're all tied up. We're heading over towards the final map.
Yeah, Boston really a team that is unable to capitalize when you have the advantage. But just for the fact they're going to a map 5, things are definitely going to be interesting across the board there, though, from Rocker, SMG duo, excuse me, absolutely feasting. Lynn's 25 kills, Stanley 23, damage out of control, and ARs just hanging out in the hill. You know, that is Accuracy at his very best, and Gunless, well, he's doing everything he can on the map. But a setup for map 5, 2 of the un-iciest teams, but now Boston, it is quite literally just that new dynamic they have. As maybe we have a new look at a game flow. One of the shortest ones you're really gonna see. Not that many hills had to be played. Rocker quite literally did just run away with the game.
Very comfortable. I think would be the way I described that one for Rocker. Outside of P2, which looked a little rocky now and then, nothing really from Boston otherwise. Very, very similar scorelines when it comes down to hard points. The 2 in the middle, though, come in from Boston. 6-2 in the Invasion Search and Destroy. Something that may well be on the minds of Rocker as we head into a map number 5 on Rio Search and Destroy. Plays very, very different to Invasion, I would presume. But, I mean, look, for Rocker now, you've brought it back. For Boston, you have an opportunity to put to bed some of the woes that have been your season. Are they going to be able to do it, though? I'm not sure. It's going to be a banger either way. Map number 5 coming up on the other side of this break.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes a Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Map number 5 are very much on the menu this evening. We've got another one coming up here between Boston and Minnesota Rocker. Map 5s have been somewhat of an issue for both these two teams, chance throughout the entire season. But which way is this one leaning as we're going to be heading into Rio?
Look, these guys have played a bunch. They always go to map 5, and the thing to pay attention to, 1-11 record, obviously horrible for Boston. If you're thinking 5-5 is solid, quite a few of the game 5 wins that Rocker have are just against the Boston Breach. So I think that record is even a little bit deceiving. It has just been Boston with negative ice. They are 0 on the Kelvin scale. They are in the negative 40s and 50s on both Celsius and Fahrenheit. In an invasion, last time these two teams played, it was a 6-0 for Rocker. Now the Major Maniac is in the mix. They ended up looking dominant. They got a 6-2 win against the exact same Minnesota squad. Well, it's a different one here for the map number 5, but Major Maniac literally getting his true test of his S&D abilities in his first series back in the CDL. We'll see what him and Boston can do.
He was the X Factor in map number 2. He's going to have to be it here in the map number 5. For the side of Boston Breach. Minnesota Rocket absolutely need this win. Yeah, that's tough viewing. It is tough viewing. First bloods were very much paramount to Boston Breach's success. They're going to have to find one here if they want to try and break open what is going to be a setup for Rocket. Almost down over towards the B side. Look at the pressure coming in from Boston already. Over towards the side. Beans will find one and active on the map once again. Priest, they're lining up too. The shots into accuracy. Phenomenal. Gunless left all on his own. It is a clean retake for Boston Breach. The perfect way to start a Rio Search and Destroy.
No effort nor energy wasted. The gunny on point there from Priesta for not just 1, but 2 kills that he was able to get. Stanley just picked apart for the first one, and that is exactly what we'd like to see. I know I mentioned the invasion the last time these two teams played was a Rocker 6-0. Boston make amends for that one. The game 5, though, went all the way to around 11. It was a back-and-forth battle between these two squads, but I know for Boston, round 1 like that, it's got to feel good.
Perfect way to start your search and destroy. Rounds like that. Minnesota Rocker, though, what have you got the ability to do to bounce back here? As Boston, not quite as much of an aggressive push over towards B, of course. As Minnesota Rocker setting themselves up over towards the A side mostly, but Boston playing information right now, putting the feelers out, trying to understand exactly how Rocker are set up, trying to understand where the gaps actually are. Very proactive on invasion. They're gonna have to be it here. Boston looking to try and get something done over towards this B side. Initiation starting to come on through. The grenade hits and they will spring into life. This bomb's going down.
And backing down. Eskies get the plant down. Can you survive is the question. A lot of utility on the backside, but the smoke able to get out. Another 4v4 retake. Rocker, their turn.
So he's gonna have to do something special here. Shots in the gunless are big. Can get out as well. His gunfight against Stanley would be massive if he can find it, but he just backs on down. Beans surviving as well, and not just surviving, but thriving too. Finds 2. Accuracy now left in a 1 versus 2. Can find 1. It's accuracy against Beans. 20 seconds on the clock. Bomb is down for Boston. Accuracy on the flank. They're gonna run into each other though. Beans isn't gonna guess right, and accuracy, the Iceman himself, will get the job done. The big flank comes through. The route is played. And accuracy finds a round for Rocker. Chaotic one of that.
That is, I mean, make no mistake, massive round. I mean, for Minnesota, these guys are the ones that are legitimately on the bubble for champs. These 10 CDL points mean so much more to this team. And the big vet stepping up in the 1v1 when you hit him most, because that was a 2v4 where Snoopy and Beans nearly break you down. Accuracy so focused in that moment, he even stopped chewing his gum. Man leveled up for that moment. Big 3 kills on the round as well. Tied up 1-1.
Very much locked in. The 10 series losing streak for the side of Boston. It is quite some time ago since they tasted a victory, but Beans is really doing very well here in map number 5. 2 more kills to find. Minnesota Rocket now left in a 2 versus 4. Bomb not in your hands. Boston very aware of that. Tough round to win from here.
And there's some extra noise as well. So you got Major Maniac wrapping back on the mini-map to make sure he can help out Beans. Maybe look for the double chow. Maybe don't make any mistakes. Trying to coordinate some nades. Accuracy back down. You still got to pick up the bomb. Meanwhile, Snoopy's going hunting, and Gunless, well, he's just doing a world tour, getting his steps in. Pretty good exercise as Rocker going to end up losing this round.
Yeah. Not a great deal like Gunless can do from this position. Great gunning, as expected, but Boston Breach. Again, it feels very similar to Invasion. They are being proactive. They are the ones making the plays. The first bloods are falling their way. And looking maybe not to be 3-0 up, to be honest with you, after the clutch comes through. Accuracy was the one to solidify that, but Boston Breach, so far so good. Major Maniac comes on point, talking to the younger, more inexperienced player, and Snoopy, letting him know what he thinks he should be doing. Snoopy is thriving under this pressure right now. Boston Breach, 2-1 to the good here on map number 5.
Just making sure you stay coordinated, and Boston's coordination maybe on the right side of the map. 2 players through mid, Snoopy and Major Maniac working together. So that was the call out. Good Snoopy in the mix, but he looks the wrong direction. So he's just going to get first blooded. Nice little moment there from Rocker. Now Boston really have their work cut out for him. Do you want to go for the bomb plan, or do you want to find a pick first? I think Priesta, he's got murder on his mind.
Spraying in absolute nothing. But we'll get the bomb down. Beans takes up the position, but look at this 3-man flank that is just being orchestrated somewhat from Minnesota Rocker. Is Priesta going to get the read on this one? Needs to find at least one, can't find anything. It just gets caught by maybe a little bit of bad timing. Now Major Maniac, Beans, what can you do from this position? Major will find one, gets traded almost immediately. Beans can't find that first, which may well have set him on his way to a good position. They will close the gap. They will shut him down in Minnesota Rocker. Convincing retake on the site. I think for Priesta there, it's just an awkward little spot, right? One of those awkward moments where you set yourself up and you already know you're in an awkward position. Rocker, collapse, punish. 2-2. Very tight search and destroy so far, Chance.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of nerves in Priesta's fingers, a little bit of weird trigger discipline, sort of lit that, I don't even know what you call it, little railing up. And yeah, unfortunate, not the time to be going for the beat down, but obviously, if you start the round in a 3v4, things are not going to be easy. So Rocker again, nice little bounce, like sort of back and forth game we're having thus far. A round 11 in the game 5 between these two teams last time they played. Rocker looking to keep that extra edge. Surprisingly, going back to the A site, Beans picked him apart last time. This time he's going to get back down. Good shots getting rung through, and well, there's all the trades. Priesta falls as well. Picked up 2, but that delivers to our 2 versus 2. It's the AR square up for both of these teams.
Is the punching power going to be there, though? This aggressive push that's going to come in from Rocker, they are going to be hellishly aggressive. This bomb's going to inevitably go down. This next gunfight's going to be huge. Major Maniac caught lacking, and there you go, it's free. Beans now left in a 1 versus 2, and for the first time, it's feeling like Minnesota Rocker are going to take the lead in the search and destroy. Actually, go for the challenge. Soldiers, Gunless, and Beans lines them up. How on earth can you let that?
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
It's early. It is very, very early, but put it in.
Look, Ton, all I know is that if I'm the 2 AR players in Minnesota Rocker, we're not traditionally the fastest guys in the league. I get the bomb down, I'm L-triggering. They wanted to play like some SNG. They fly at Bs, and they pay the iron price. I mean, this is just a freebie gunfight. Accuracy gets a bullet off, and then Gunless maybe just caught in the YY with the pistol instead of the MCW. You come with Beans. I know the worst thing on Gunless's mind in that moment, that dead call out, had to have been a roar.
You see him screaming on the player cam. And that could be a huge momentum round for Boston Breach now. 7-2 from Beans. He has been an absolute behemoth yet for Boston in map number 5 so far. Setup from Boston is slow, it's passive. But look at this push that's now going to come on through. As Beans got the info that I think he did. Grenade's going to go down just to slow things up. It's going to initiate the rest of the team to make the push over towards B. Bomb going down and fight the pressure. Rocker going to have to go for the retake. Beans is positioned well. He'll butter them up as they head into the site. Snoopy and Co, can you clean up?
That's so much damage. This is just awkward. Yeah, Standy doesn't know what direction to look. Leans, food for fodder. Gunless might be able to get one in the meantime. This is going to be a 2v3. Again, the AR players for Rocker have to clutch.
Such a difficult position. Snoopy very, very weak though. Gunless caught with his pants down, and all of a sudden It's accuracy now left in a 1 versus 3. Not this time. Boston back into the lead. And Beans was just playing with them. I think they didn't see him. He catches a glimpse of the flank coming in. He holds it down, but it's Snoopy who really puts the dagger in. But the information was gained. The job was done from Beans. It just initiated Boston to find that push over towards B. And then all of a sudden, things start to collapse here for Minnesota Rocker. Boston commanding position once again. Looking like a very different team here in Search and Destroy.
Without question, it is not even remotely close. And again, in the player cams, seeing Major Maniac be the motor mouth common for his team. In Boston, coordinated. Major's going to be on an island. Everybody else stacking towards A. And it's honestly the perfect play call. Rocker were sort of toying with the idea of working the A site. That gets shut down. The bomb plant for B is going to be completely free. We're just trusting our retakes again for Boston. 3 players working together as a pack.
Gunless will find one. This bomb will go down. Boston trying out what Rocker have done. The shots are crispy from accuracy. My word. The second is absolutely absurd. Now Snoopy, very little you can do from this position, but on a 4 spree, probably wants to keep that up, to be honest with you, and choosing to back out of a unwinnable situation. Rocker may well go hunting, but also don't want to give any more over. Yeah, he spotted him. Snoopy now in the wisp.
Oh my god.
Good lord. 13 seconds to hunt him down. I think after that gun, if I'm Rocker, I'm chalking that up.
There's no hunting this man down. That's okay. He can live in this corner. That's his garage. Linz, maybe if he can catch a weird angle, can rip his foot off, but yeah, you're playing a dangerous game. So nice round from Rocker. Honestly, in a few of these sort of mixy moments, Major Maniac hasn't been able to execute. He gets caught by Gunless for the first blood. That effectively seals the deal. And I don't know if Boston are going to be super trusting of the retakes after the fact. But still, good things or good ideas to play with for Boston. Snoopy on a 5. You'd love to get him the cruise missile, but you also don't want to mix things up too much. Like the play calls have been on point. Yeah. Aggression has been your friend. You don't want to get too caught off guard by a 6 spree if you can help it. But Boston spreading the map. They are going to be playing for a picks, at least initially in this round.
Yeah, 5 spree can very much be a double-edged sword, right? I see so many players playing so well, finding those kills, flowing around the map. And all of a sudden, when you need one more, you change up exactly how you've been playing to get the 5 initially. But with the way that Snoopy shut down Stanley in that previous round, he just needs maybe a tiny window of opportunity to make this count, but he's now very much stunned up on the cross and very much the weakest man. Here goes to get out and doesn't. Does that initiate the rest of the team? Not quite. So the 6 not going to happen. Passive play from a player like Snoopy is never going to work out that well. Now Bean's going to have to wait on the rest of his team, who is only Major Maniac, to potentially find a flank, because Minnesota Rocker have battened down the hatches yet. But Major Maniac, he did find a route through, but does eventually get shut down. Beans knows where they are. Does not matter. Minnesota Rocker back-to-back rounds.
Yep, big rounds as well. Gunless putting in overtime in this round. The lone defender by the van and able to just catch Snoopy. I think Snoopy might have been better off just laying down and waiting to heal up, but he tries to run away from Gunless, and he is not going to be able to get very far. This has not been a very cuddly game. Back and forth clutches for either team. I know the ARs from Rocker have been showing up. Accuracy and gunning some players down as well. A nail biter for a Boston team. 1-11 in game 5s. They're feeling the heat again.
For Minnesota Rocker, we talked about it so often, right? They absolutely need this win. They cannot let this slip. Games against Boston, the consensus worst team in the game right now. You need to find a dub here. Boston have definitely looked like a different animal in the Search and Destroy than they have done all season. Looking a lot better. But this one's not done yet. Big hit coming in over towards this A side. Box's control is going to be there for Boston, but the smoke will shut things down. Standy, trophy down. Bomb alongside of it. Really nice setup. Execution from Rocker. But can you hold this down? Linz towards the garage side is going to be the initiator here. Is he going to be able to hold this first entire gunfight? Beans will find 1. Accuracy finds 2, though, on Overwatch. As Beans will answer back with 2 of his own. 2 versus 2. The game slows down. 28 seconds for them to do something here. Chance, but Beans gets the shots in. Accuracy has to back him down. Oh, my God. Gunless makes the push, but they know he's coming. Snoopy is there, and all of a sudden they just break them down. Beans will find 3 for the retake. Minnesota Rocker crumble. Boston are 1 away.
Don't even know how it happened. I don't know if that is coverage from Beans there in that moment, but Gunless thought he had the gunfight with the pistol, and that Minetti has been the thorn in Gunless's side. I was thinking accuracy over here, having a great game with 10 kills. Well, Beans doing him one better with 11. Beans, I know very early on, he choked the 1v1 in that near like 2 versus 4 Boston almost had. He's made up for it and then some. So many clutch moments for Beans so far in this game 5. Beans on Boston Breach. Name a better beefy duo.
There are many British cuisines that I would love to bring up in this situation, but it may well not be this time. Beans now. If you found it, my God. Deleted Gunless. Make it 4 in a row from Beans. 12 and 4 in the push over towards B. It's almost poetry in motion at this stage. The grenade's not quite working out for him, but Rocket are set up here. They are going to slow them down. Things get maybe a little bit more intense with Boston. They know they have that advantage, but will they be expecting 3 members of Rocket to be set up here? Well, they won't, and they're not anymore either way. Back on down Rocket, maybe second guessing themselves. Boston taking their time, 50 seconds to make something work.
Well, and there's some noise, by the way. Major Maniac makes contact with accuracy, sort of down the A lane. So Boston, they know they got a 3v2 at minimum around this B site. So they let the comms come through. They get the bomb down. It'll be a 3v4 retake from Rocker. 10 CDL points they desperately need. Boston might take it away from them.
Huge moment in their season. Got to find something. Backs against the wall. You found a couple already, and that's a good start. Linz will find 1 kill onto Snoopy, but Beans is still alive, and that's always going to be an issue. Major Maniac is going to make the play. Linz has read it. 3 versus 2 in favor of Rocket. Priest is starting to make a move now, checking that bomb. Beans is dealt with. They have picked them apart to force around number 11. Minnesota Rocker, it is quite simply a perfect retake. We've seen a couple of big plays from both these two teams. It's ultimately ended up, inevitably, with a round number 11 incoming. Minnesota Rocket, fantastic retake.
Yeah, Rocket, I mean, that's just incredible. Major Maniac has been easy reads for these guys. The patience just out of control, knowing they forced Boston's hand, just getting back like control of the site. Hell of a job to get here. Again, 10 CDL points that Rocker is so much more desperate for. Against a team like Boston, you have to beat them in the game 5s. And maybe Gunless gifted a new life. Beans has had his number, an opportunity for the final stamp. If they shoot bodies, you gotta make sure you beat them in the end.
And you'll have one more opportunity to do so. It's an attacking round for Rocket. This bomb's gonna go down. It's gonna have to be a retake.
No time wasted.
Both these two teams have done so well at retaking this site. Can Boston do it this time around? Your linchpin's gone. Linz takes down Beans, and all of a sudden, Boston Breach. What have you got in the locker? Absolutely nothing. If Linz has got anything to do about it, now has to be a 2 versus 4. Linz is working on the ace, can't find the third. Snoopy Priest that combine. It's now a 1 versus 2, and the dream is dead for Boston Breach. Commanding position all the way through, proactive in the search and destroy, and it matters very little. Minnesota Rocket get the job done in 11 and in 5. They continue their spree against Boston in these game 5s. They can't catch a win.
And for game 5 ice that is so negative, not even Major Maniac can make the difference, man. Ineffectual in the game 5. Beans won a hell of a job, but gets obliterated for their first blood. Absolutely no pressure around it. In devastation on one side. And they're going to be talking that over time and time again. No pressure on the map. Bomb gets planted for free. And talk about those clutches from Rocker. A 3v4 they had with bomb down, where they retook that site with ease. And feeling the confidence, feeling the flavor. Just get the bomb plant and walk away in the round 11 as if it was not even close. Hell of a game from accuracy overall. No, we got to double-digit kills. Lynn started popping off towards the end as well. Massive in that final round. And even Gunless had 3 first bloods to his name. I know him and accuracy were last man standing more often than not. There you go for Boston again. Major Maniac, fantastic S&D player, was not able to shine in the game number 5.
Not at all. Beans did what he could in that game, but Did he maybe curse them with the body shots early doors? Who knows? But either way,
Yeah.
look, well.
Ton. It has to be said, word to you in that moment. Like, you know, Nate Shot might be losing the 1v1s, but he has words of wisdom consistently. Don't shoot bodies if you're not going to win the map. Beans falls forward again.
Tough one to take. A really, really good performance by Rocker in the end to eventually... I mean, a couple of those retakes were fantastic, and I think they'll maybe look at the performance overall as not necessarily the best. Okay, they scraped by, but 10 CDL points is ultimately what they came for. It's ultimately what they will leave with. Just maybe not in the way we expected. Boston looking better in the Search and Destroy, though. Chance maybe they can get something done later on, but I mean, it's all but dead in the water for them now.
I was going to say, Boston, they need the S&Ds in the game 5 specifically. 1 in 12 now overall. Literally, if they were just mediocre in the game 5s, they would be in champs contention right now. But instead, that is not the case. And lucky for us, we don't have to yap anymore. We have the beautiful, the wonderful, the amazing Desk to take it away.
Yeah, let us focus on the positives here, Chance and Ton. What a performance by Linz. 2 kills in the final round, a 5 streak to seal the deal, but it took them around 11 to get the job done. Boston looking much stronger, or was it just Minnesota kind of playing down to their opposition?
I think honestly, this was a Minnesota win across the board. I think in the 2 hard points, they played it beautifully. We were waiting for Minnesota Rocker and these players after this huge overhaul of the roster change to kind of get on the same page. I feel like we saw that in both map 1 and map 4. Still struggling in that control, but just the iciness, able to clutch up in that round of level to secure this W for that 10 points. I have to hit it to Minnesota Rocker.
And it was, how about the games from Lamar? The man dropped 2,500 damage, 10 kills in the final search. He clutched up when he needed to. Seems like he's in that prime position once again.
Yeah, he's looking good, right? And they need him to, man. We were talking about the slang and their issues in the respawns, 4 and 17. Well, they get 2 huge hard points throughout the series and also that big game 5. And like to touch on those hard points a little bit, when you look at the AARs on the side of Minnesota Rocker, you're talking about map 1, they had 209 seconds combined, 100 each. And then in map 4, 243 seconds combined across both of them with over 120. That's what you need, right? Like, and that was the flow difference. Like every rotation, they're winning. The ARs are in the hill, picking up the kills they needed to, and you could start to sort of chain them together. It was never close throughout those.
And to piggyback off of that, they were 3 and 10 in hardpoint, specifically on the 2 they played in this series. On the Vista, they're 1 and 3. Like, that wasn't a part of their map pool, so clearly making strides towards being a better team in the middle of the pack.
I don't know if you guys missed it, but I missed Standy doing the choke sign. I did see
the guns
punch a Desk, though. Very excited Minnesota picking up another 10 points, and that's actually massive. I was looking at the standings. They entered at the A seed with 120 points. Now with the extra 10, you're back into the top 6 seed, something that you had going into Major 3.
Yeah, that's huge for Minnesota. We've seen how crazy that battle is. That's a storyline throughout this whole split, is going to be who cracks into that top 8. And for Minnesota, where LAN hasn't really been great for them recently, online matches matter a whole lot more.
It's time for your Scuff play of the game, and it features a Frenchman, the young rookie, making explosive plays at the end of this game. Keep your eyes. I believe he's number 8.
I believe this is round 11, right? So, like, he gets that first... This is not round 11. This is round 4. So he gets the first kill, and then he just goes on a hunt. And I think this is kind of the favorite lens that we get to see, is when he just starts to feel comfortable and just starts making plays.
Yeah, and you can see for, like, Boston, they, like, split the map and went towards both sides. And honestly, I kind of really liked what I was seeing from Boston. Majority of the search and destroys, like, Major Maniac clearly had them playing a bit slower, more reactive based on what the other team was doing. But in this round specifically, Lynch just takes way too much ground, right? Like, he gets that first kill, explodes forward, finds that information. It's just a heads-up play by Linz to seal the deal.
And he does it in the next round, gets first blood on Beans, finds Major Maniac. They have a 2-player lead, and they go ahead and finish the round. Minnesota gets our second win of the day, but we've got 3 matches today here, Alley Cat.
Yeah, we still have 1 more to go, which, again, it's already been a long day. 2 game 5s.
2 game 5s. Can we make it 3 when we come back? The most important battle of the night. Royal Ravens trying to stay in front of LAG. Who gets the 10 points? Stay tuned to find out.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Priest is trying to get the push up. Major is actually able to get a kill. Major, how does he get 2? How does Major get 3? I've got no goddamn idea. But once again, they clutch up. What in the hell did Major just do?
That man's got ice in his veins.
Weak, close.
Nice. One there, calf.
Yeah, calf killed me. Top out,
Calf weak.
Falcon.
Jump down. He's still in yellow car, weak.
I can kill him. Up point, bro.
One's out now.
Mid cut.
Too slow, buddy. You haven't got time to go dumpster. You haven't got time for that. I got world starred. Oh my god. Yeah, he was shooting guff. I've just seen that in the death cam. The guys jumped off plan. I'm like, surely he's getting this kill. Yo. It was bad. It was bad. Pure guff coming out. I had the wrong attachments on. Yep, he's absolute. Guff is holy shit, speak. Yo, tell me how.
Tell me how.
All shadows. Ground team is mobile. Keep them covered.
Eyes watching for the opposition. How they crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. They get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out as the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. Fine talents, empty, lights out as the gorillas.
They win the majority of these. Clay through it too. This one is done. See you later, New York. Fly on home. Felony rallying up the side. It's gonna be a win. Whoa, down to 64. Pistol hits! What?
Welcome back, everybody. Here at the CDL, we have one more fight on our opening night. That is going to be between LAG and, of course, the Carolina Royal Ravens. While we're waiting on the players, though, we want to speak to a very special someone in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Please welcome to the show, Mr. Gunless. Pierce, it's great to see you smiling at the end of that matchup. We saw some big moments between you and Beans throughout this game. How was it walking away with the round 11 victory?
I mean, it's definitely bittersweet. He was shooting bodies, you know, before the game ended, and, you know, bad juju ended up happening, and my boy Tom just took over for me. He got me great.
Pierce, I want to congratulate you on the win. Obviously, a hard-fought one, having to go all the way to Game 5, Round 11. But it's been a while since we've got to see you in the league. I want to hear how you're feeling and kind of what's it like to be kind of put back on the main stage.
It's a dream come true. You know, after that, like, kind of like hell scare and stuff like that for 2 years where I got taken out of the league, I never realized, like, how much of it is, like, a part of my life and how much it kind of, I guess, is to me. And it really just kind of, like, reignited my actual, like, passion and fire to kind of, like, show people that I can still do this.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, it is. You know, Mr. Former MVP, I'm glad to have you back. I've seen you on that stage frying so many times, you know, against me sometimes, and now I get to see it here in 2024. It's awesome. Congrats on the win, but I want to ask you about your respawn. They bring you guys in, you and Standy, to sort of buff up the respawn. Last stage, it wasn't the case. You guys are not good at HP and control, but in this series, the Hardpoint looks so polished, especially some maps that weren't good for you guys last split. What did you work on there? Because it looked like you had more objective play.
I think it really did center around me playing a lot more faster and kind of basically just doing what I need to do, getting kills, and like being in their face, because I feel like me and Lamar kind of was playing the same play style, and Dan, it's been perfect for me, like being on my case about it, like helping me kind of transition, because I've always wanted to play fast. It's just on all my past teams, I just always played slow, you know?
Yeah.
So he's been on my case about it, but I actually love it. And two, like just picking up our communication and making sure that like we're always on top of where everybody is, and like if we're blocking or if we're pushing things together as a team,
Yeah.
Today was a massive victory for you guys. You gained another 10 points and you jumped 2 rankings on our leaderboard currently. Do you guys feel confident you're making it to champs? And if so, who are the other 3 teams that are joining you there in 5th through 8th?
I feel pretty confident that we're going to make champs. We keep going down the route, we're going at. I feel like we keep fixing our problems. We could easily do it. And then 2 other teams other than us, I'll give it to Seattle because, 04, that's my twin. Like, love that guy. And then let's do Fat Bob in Carolina.
Okay.
Love to hear it. That is Gunless making some bold predictions. Carolina is going to make it into champs with Minnesota. Gunless, we got to let you go. Before you go, though, quick reminder, you get to play against your twin 04 on Sunday. Any words for him?
Yep. It is what it is. Someone's got to steal each other's dope. And, we got to keep challenging.
Not everyone can be doped up. That's how it is these days. Thank you so much, Gunless, for joining us. That's our Monster Winner Spotlight. But I'm told we got to get to this next match. So let's turn our attention to that Carolina Royal Ravens that Gunless expects to make it to champs. This is a team full of some superstars, some long-term veterans, and, of course, one of the most explosive rookies we've seen in the league.
Yeah, for the Carolina Royal Ravens right now, it's just about kind of polishing their respawns. They're actually like a top 5 search and destroy team right now, and even though they didn't get the placing that they wanted at the most recent major, they've still proven to us like they are kind of the gatekeepers right now of some of the middle of the pack.
I would say, as simple as it sounds, Carolina just got to get everybody going at the same time.
Yeah.
There's too much disparity from Fellows' online play to his LAN play. Who the hell was that we saw at the last major? He was going crazy. And then online, we saw Gwyn taking over series. You get to LAN, he's not the same player. So for Carolina, it's all about all being on the same page, to Ellie's point, when the respawns, but also staying consistent in search and destroy. They did a lot of things better last split. The first bloods are on point. In the crucial moments, they were making adjustments. So I think the Carolina Royal Ravens, they are a top 8 squad, but they played down to their competition.
Gwyn, TJ Haley, Felony, and Clayster is the squad representing Carolina. When it comes to our monster pregame, though, Allie, how do they get the job done?
They own LAG this year. They're 3-0 series, 9-2 in maps, and actually undefeated in Hardpoint versus an LAG squad who just can't seem to get one. They are 0-5 on Hardpoint on the flip side of this for that stage. And Carolina Royal Ravens, like I said before, they're actually a top 5 search and destroy team right now. They have an 8-5 record overall, but 7-1 specifically in Karachi and Rio, so maybe could expand their map pool a little bit more. But not only that, they have extremely strong setups. They're number 3 defense team, top 2 in post plant, and number 2 in retake. So you cannot count these guys out when it comes to those holds.
If it goes to a game 5, Carolina have to be the favorites, but LAG has been causing chaos since Major 2 when they took a match off of Atlanta right before our major. Let's talk about this squad coming in as the underdogs. They're with the 11th seed, but you're looking at the numbers. They're right there tied with Las Vegas at 110 points. They're right behind Carolina at 120 and could leapfrog Carolina in theory with the tiebreaker win.
Yeah, man, I'm glad you're telling the great story, what they're hoping for, because when I see this team and what they've done over the last month, man, they've just regressed so much. I feel like it was a fluke, their performance, when they got the top 6. We saw them throughout last, but 1 and 10 in HP. We've seen some good moments from Flames, in the search and destroy. He has, been a factor, but everywhere else just not great.
And terrible online, especially.
Yeah, I just think the story of this for me has been the inconsistency from the individual players on this team. The Hardpoint hardships obviously aren't helping when it comes to Monster Energy pregame. 1 and 10 record overall. They're the worst Hardpoint team in the league right now. There's no sugarcoating that. But my main focus, I want to talk about the players, because talking about search and destroy, Fame during stage 2 was that guy. He had a 1.18. He has now dropped down to a 0.66 in search and destroy in that game mode. It's unacceptable. Everybody on this team has had a dip in their respective game modes, but Fame had been taking over maps for the LAG before they added Flames into this roster. So if we can get that Fame back, maybe we see a light of hope for LAG.
Carolina does draw Rio for the first search and destroy. The second one will be on 6-star. Do we get past a game 3, Nameless?
Yeah, I think potentially. And the main thing for this, in this split for Carolina specifically, is they have to figure out invasion control. If they don't figure out invasion control, they're not going to be winning these series, man, because they've been playing high rise, and we know Carolina is not going to win that map in a majority of their series.
All right, it's time for your Scuff Pick'ems. As we check in on the leaderboard, you'll notice I have easily made my way up to 108 correct predictions. It's about to be 109 as I choose the LAG. Gorillas get an online victory. Today's weird. It's happening in Game 5.
That's insane. I can't believe you said that with that much confidence. I'm going with the Carolina Royal Ravens to go for 119.
Yeah, Carolina, if Carolina are to make champs, they got to win matches like this. I got Carolina taking it.
Merc and Maven, are they wrong, or is it Carolina the favorite to take this one? Gentlemen, take it away.
Yeah, I think the easy choice here is Carolina based on recent results. And, you know, it's one of those when you look at it, you're kind of surprised to see them, like, not in the top 8. Just,
yeah, the fact they're sitting at 9th, 120 points. I mean, they've just not been great online. That's just what it comes down to.
But who's been worse online is LAG. I mean, sometimes I'm wondering if they're going to win a map over a qualifier online. Like, they have been abysmal. So, yeah, battle of two teams that haven't been great online. But Ant makes a good point about the control, because this is a team we've casted a lot of Carolina. Like, at first, the Hardpoint clicks. The search starts to improve, but they've never really got, like, a comfortable map in the control.
Although it was high rise forever. They have played it time and time again. It's just they weren't winning it against the top teams.
I mean, comfortable, yeah, winning. Sorry.
Winning it. So you're not wrong, but one place they have been comfortable in is this Karachi Hardpoint, one of their go-tos. 5-3 on the year. On the other side for LAG, it was their best. They were one of the best at it, but as you can see, it has fallen off 4-8. Then this is a rematch from our Major 3 losers round 1 that Carolina was able to win in a 3-1 fashion. And both of the Hardpoints are the same in this series.
And you saw the overall stats. Like, you've handled this particular matchup if you are Royal Ravens, but you can't do what also I was saying, like, play down to your competition. You've got to bring it, and you would hope that's not going to be the case at this time of the year. When whatever, you know, everything is on the line, you're trying to get top 8, you're just on the outside looking in. You can't play down to anything. You need to be bringing it.
No, I mean, similar to like the Seattle comps, maybe not as chaotic as they were, but the passion behind it, right?
It's gotta be.
Showing the energy that we heard earlier today. Just, yeah, every single match for these guys. Same on the LAG side. Listen, these guys are not out of it whatsoever. 110 points. They win this. They're tied with Carolina. But a great start here as Fellow gets right back to work 4-0.
Yeah, I mean, Gorillas, you've got those 2 top 6s in your backpack. It's just you haven't been able to do anything online. Is this the qualifier where maybe it changes? Or is this the Hardpoint now where you start to bring it back? You start at about a 30-0 hole. A chance now to pop off in your second Hardpoint, but Big Clayster starting to pick you apart. He's able to find 2. TJ through on the flank. That'll be 3 down. Into the point they go. Spawning out back alley will be LAG. A chance to get a break. It's a big time here for your Royal Ravens.
Yeah,
they're finding the next wave,
yeah,
too.
You're in the blender right now if you are LAG. Clay's on 5 in a row looking for number 6, and you're going to see number 8, Gwyn. He's not moving because he's just going to rotate to P3, and this is pretty much 2 perfect back-to-back Hardpoints for Carolina. You get the 24-0 start. You get a couple of seconds there for LAG at the start of this, but now you can see it's all about the rotation.
Yeah, I didn't see the couple of picks early in Clay for that Hardpoint, but gets it done easily. The fact he gets a double to set them up. TJ now finding kills as well. Still trying to hold on this side of the map. We'll see what he's able to do. Is there 2 players to deal with? He's finally going to drop, but yeah, you get every second in the Hardpoint. Now you rotate across. This time, if you're LAG, can you hold? Or is it going to be another big break here from Royal Ravens?
Yeah, 5-0 for Clay. Trying to see if he can get that cruise. He's been 5-0 for a while. He's got 53 seconds already on the time. There is one player pinching, and Estriel. He takes down 2 of his teammates, but you at least get the cruise. There is the trade. So LAG, they win the rotation. They take their time. Now they can get settled at this P3.
Slow down the bleeding. Get some easy time. Nice little wallbang there to finish it off, but it will be Clay to follow it up with a headshot. Still 30 to work within the point, so you're going to take another crack at this. They start to work and burst on through. Not able to do it, though. Estriel and Flames still here with the cutoff, still finding the big kills. Much better than the P2. It has been clean here, and Estriel still keeping it rolling. 3 straight for him.
Yeah, they needed this. I mean, it was just such a hot start for Carolina. They had everything that they wanted. You took the long routes as a squad, and, well, it pays off. You're able to earn, well, it's pretty much going to be a tie game. And then on rotation, Fame has been here forever. He's just been hanging out inside a fountain. So now Fame hoods up. Gonna try to find the next player. Does get taken down, so Carolina with control of the hill.
Yeah, I mean, if that was an early break again from Royal Ravens, you might be in like a 10-100 hole or something. Like, it was going to be brutal. But yeah, you get it back and going. Clay, though, with some early kills around the Hardpoint, similar to the P2.
Flames, though, able to get one over the top with the nade. Felony, though, instantly with the angle, and Felony is taking wigs. Able to get back-to-back headshots there on Destriel and Flames. Felony with 3. Felony sending it Major for 4. That guy was a bit different. You heard Ankai talking about it. At LAN, he was a beast.
Well, he has been, yeah, one of the biggest difference makers from online to LAN, right? I think it's like a plus, what, 0.16 or 7, like the difference in his stats. So he has been key. It's just, yeah, can he bring this consistency? Now, LAG do have the lead. Fellow's going to spawn all the way out. So a couple of key gunfights going down all around the map on this rotation, but it's pretty much a 2-on-2 near P5. It's going to be Gwyn who's taken down. So LAG, not only are they back in this game, now a chance to take a pretty significant lead.
The opportunity to do it, just getting kills at the right time.
Do have the cruise, yep.
Cruise in after TJ finds a kill. What will this lead to? Looking to open it up, trying to get the back door, and able to do that. Diamond Con is going to drop. Presence there from Felony in through the front. Gwyn able to find one as well. The break will come on through. So now you've had a break at P2, a break at P4, and really what you need to get going here. So break at P5.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the cruise missile, right? You play for the 1 kill, then you're just able to all push through from the P3 side. LAG going at this one more time. Not going to set up for our P1. And they're going to find all the kills. They get a 3 dead scenario. So, I mean, what, the cruise, you get the break, but I think you get majority of that time if you're LAG.
Yeah, I mean, based on how this game started, looking great for LAG.
Yeah, you take this all day.
Yeah, I thought they had like a foot to the throat early in this one, but they start to fire back. Now we'll see what they can do with the second set of rotations. They hold a 15-point advantage, and Fame and Estriel are through on the feed. TJ trying to dance mid-map, thought he needed the help, didn't, was still able to pick up both kills. As he'll stay down the point, pick up this time, you got left side spawn, so Fellow who just dropped, you're spawning by P2, so you're in a great position here to kind of get off to a strong start like you did last time in the Hardpoint. For Royal Ravens, it's kind of be everything after that.
Yeah, and I mean, win 4 and 10, and we've seen this at times in his first maps. I don't know what it is.
He's got a bunch of duds in map 1.
Yeah, map 1, I'm not exactly sure. And we're going to a Rio search, so it wouldn't surprise me if next game he somehow has a double-digit S&D in next map, but he has had this at times. Just cannot get rolling.
I almost want to say more often than not. I swear to God, his map 1 is just...
At least stage 3.
Is like not great, and then he erupts over the course of the rest of the series. Yeah, not exactly sure what it is, but we'll see if he starts to bring it back within this map. But so much time accrued in that Hardpoint 1. Second, ready to pop up the gut will be Estriel, and maybe he's going to find an opening and trying to pick up that setup at back alley. He's able to do that as TJ can't snap in time, but the rest of his teammates able to find the kill. So the one opener from Gorilla's not going to get you through. Now you're able to rally back into the Hardpoint. Felony working on this 3 straight. Got trophy for coverage in the point. Got the cross from Fellow. What can you turn this into?
I mean, you have dominated P1 and P2 now if you're Carolina, just both times through. They're in full control, winning rotation. Fellow on 6 in a row. Carolina up 60 now. Let's go to a listen with the Royal Ravens.
Watching secret. I don't see anybody secret or yellow. Nobody secret or yellow. Nobody secret or yellow.
Hold on.
In new flames. In new flames.
I have a streak.
Slow down.
Do you want a streak or some shit? Come on.
Just wait till Tyler's close. He's gonna spawn.
Yeah,
We gotta wait.
I'll
We gotta
hold, and you guys go left.
Yeah.
I'll streak in a sec. Okay, I'm gonna streak now. Stay up. Back car. Top red, one shot. Oh yeah, one's top red, one's back car, one's mid alley. Alright, one's in red, and one's in fountain, one's in new. In red, in fountain, and in new.
I don't see him top red. I'm holding bedroom.
He could be low.
No, we're
going
jump
red,
out behind me low.
We're going red.
I don't know where the fuck this kid went, bro.
One low coop. Take yours down. Could be barrel.
Bedroom one shot, Estriel. He went into big.
And there's two. One push out hidden, one top big.
Spawn right.
Let's play through right here.
Top trips to church.
I'm in the back. I'm dead.
Nice.
He's in the back. Nice, I'm coming mid. Yeah. One was red. One time. Time weak. Dead in time. One's gonna be left on the left. Give me the back. Yeah, dumpster.
I'm looking in the back.
I'm in your close copy. I have your cross. I have your cross. Crossing Estriel. My mid's open. There's two. One more in the back.
Name in the back door dead. I haven't got there 2 week dead.
Nice.
Missing one.
Could be mid. IP5. Could be mid. IP5.
I'm gonna come left.
IP5 could be mid. Don't shoot mid. Give me trips. Yeah, they wrapped. I'm gonna push through red here, okay? No. I'm gonna repinch. Just you guys hold third, I'm repinching.
Top church.
Top red.
Top church.
Top red, I'm behind him. Dead, top red.
Top church.
what seemed to be maybe a frustrating streak usage, they end up making up for it as TJ's able to get to the backside of the hardpoint and find the opener. But yeah, not much from the Cruise.
No, not much. I think he just, maybe not the best hill to use it on. Also, he kind of said stay up, and then 2 of his teammates died. So, yeah, it doesn't work out, but they get the break with around 27 seconds, puts them up to 222 in position to close out this map as Clay gonna find a double now, just try to get on the time as many points as he can.
Gwen still slow one. 6 kills in this, but you are winning. No, it really is. Like, you kind of love to see it. Let some of the vets here pick it up, put through the numbers. They're doing just that.
Well, he has been using a 3rd MCW. I don't know if it's due to the buff or maybe they want to slow down on some of their setups on this map. I mean, it's paid off in some areas, but maybe just slowing him down so he doesn't get too eager in some scenarios is what they're looking for.
Could very well be, and sometimes when you're making a change like that, it takes a little bit of time to get used to. He's able to hit, though, with the pistol, get up to 7. 24 points needed for the victory. He still gets shot through when the cross is open there for Diamond Con. TJ then in the top red, looking for eyes, able to win it, but almost gets just ripped. Thankfully, he gets the headshot.
Yeah, and then on the other side, when it's a 2 versus 2, Flames and Diamond Con, they're gonna lose out on that. So now all the pressure has to come through the front. TJ gonna be ready for the first, waiting for his teammates, maybe to bumping off the hill, but LAG, you gotta go. You are across the map. You lose right here.
Yeah, at first I was like looking at the routes. I'm like, they see the spread of the point. Like, they don't have any time. But they did have a couple of seconds to try and group up and burst on through, but the door gets slammed shut. All 4 drop. TJ ends on 5 straight, and Carolina Royal Ravens, they will get the map 1 victory. Gwen is chuckling it on up because, yeah, he's like, all right, boys, good stuff. Thanks for the carry. I guarantee they're laughing about Gwen's performance because I swear to, dude, I got to get somebody to go through and look at some of his map 1s. Like,
I think a lot of them are Karachi as well.
Yeah.
That we've casted.
It's just like he'll have these rough ones, and then I promise you as the series gets going, he starts to fry. But, yeah, 7 and 18, 1,700 damage out of him. I think that's why the boys are giggling, but it's a map 1 victory nonetheless.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, just such a good job by Royal Ravens on those P1 and P2s. I mean, that's where they got majority of the time, then in position towards that P5 for LAG. What, 9 and 17 for Flames. Everybody else right there. They're even. I just think it's the P1 and P2. I would say it's probably 110 to 10 maybe on those 2 around that score line.
Yeah, if not more than that, because you got 80 or so the first time through. Yeah, it might be more like 150. Like they dominated those 2. They got so much of their time through that. But yeah, slow start from Gwen. He's saying to the boys, listen, I don't know what's going on, what you're doing. I don't know what I'm doing, but you guys are frying. Keep it up. Because the boys were dialed in. I mean, you saw Fellow on a Cruise. He was shooting absolute beams. Clay had some massive entries at range, finding picks for him to get to the hard point. TJ was able to get some spots and really disrupt the flow when Gorillas maybe you thought we're going to have a hard point where they were going to set up like here at the P3, and TJ's like, I'm in the back. Like, I got here for free. And he's able to pick them apart. But, you know, you battle them pretty tough if you're LAG. Just don't have enough juice late.
Yeah, and I think really this second P1, because Carolina, they go for the P5 one last time. And they ended up breaking it. And I'm just sitting there wondering, like, how are LAG just not in a better setup there towards that second P1? Where, you know, a couple of players from Carolina just waltz up the middle, through red, get a couple of kills, and they're on the point. And that just sort of allows this trend to go the way of Ravens.
Oh, same with TJ. I mean, when TJ goes like, I'm in the back, like, he sounded like surprised. Like, he was like I got to the backside of the point, like, seemingly for free. And I think, listen, when you're struggling as bad as LAG has been, like when you are like the worst hardpoint team in the game right now and you're on the 1-11 stretch or whatever it is, yeah, I bet there are some fundamentals just with your setups that aren't great. And, you know, it's tough because I think like a lot of times as commentators, we're sort of focusing on the push and the break because it's, I don't know, it's kind of like a more interesting story to tell. Yeah. Like the break opportunity is more difficult to do a lot of the times. Where I didn't notice exactly what was going wrong in some positions, but I imagine some of those fundamentals are struggling for them mightily.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it.
It has to be.
It could be one of those things where scrims are going well, but just not transitioning into the matches. It's a very young team. Listen, not different props for sticking through it, right? This is a roster that came in, not a lot of hype. They showed some great land performances. But they're just trying to stick through this tough patch. The problem is you got to get top 8.
Yeah, I think, like, listen, you could have, for a while there, they were sort of surviving some of, like, the worst online COD we've seen. Like, you know, they were going 3-4 series in a row without winning a map online. But you had those top 6s that sort of kept you afloat. They kept you in the conversation because you had decent lane results. Second, that's out the window, though. suddenly, yeah, I mean, online's always been a glaring issue, don't get me wrong, but much more so when you don't get the LAN performance as well. So you don't come away with this one with a top 6. Suddenly, you're in a horrible spot, but we say that, and there's 10 points to separate these two teams.
Yeah, it's a horrible spot, but they're there. They're right there. Everyone else has had some horrible spots.
Yeah.
That's really it outside of that top 4. So, yeah, they're still alive. Hoping this clicks. It's just, yeah, Carolina has owned the matchup.
It's just crazy, like, when you think about it, like, if I didn't have the stats in front of me and, like, knew the results and you just, like, told me LAG and told me Carolina Royal Ravens, like, I would just, like, in my head, I would just assume Royal Ravens were in a much better position than them. I don't know why that is exactly, but that's how I would view it. And it's not really the case. 10 points of the difference. But TJ, we're taking a look at Major 3, his search and destroy. I mean, when he's been terrific, he's been one of the better search players on the planet. 1.47 for him in search. Obviously not the results you want at Major 3, but the continued search improvements. We're wanting to see him for a long time. They have now been there. Looking to see them continue. You're 4-1 on Rio Search, looking to keep that rolling.
Yeah, I think Carolina too. I think this is, if I remember correctly from our pre-show, like they have one of the tougher strength of schedules this stage.
So these are ones you absolutely have to win.
Yeah, they need these points.
When it's this 10 to 20 point difference between the teams, yeah, I mean, a tough schedule could be the difference. You have got to take advantage. Just like we were saying at the beginning of the casting, you can't play down to your competition. You can't take anything for granted. You've got to come out and fire on all cylinders. Pretend this is a LAN final every single match. As they start to develop this offensive push here in round 1. One player getting in shots over towards A. That's going to be Fame, who's going to hit some lovely beams, I think, with the rival there, as he's able to pick one off. So now you're suddenly in a 3v4 where you're collapsing onto B.
That's just where is Astriel, and I don't think you're going to be ready for that. Bit of an off angle. Nice trade bomb is planted, though. Diamond John on the collapse. There is the trade. Starts with the first blood for LAG. Carolina try to get aggressive at the same time as planting that bomb. Doesn't work out. Just the numbers a little bit too much.
Yeah, it looked like they were kind of seeing what they liked, maybe on the A street. Right as they go to opt to push that back towards B. I mean, maybe you're going to back one up to kind of watch the flank, but whoever it was got caught, like right as they go, right as they kind of make up their mind to head back towards mid. Fame just gives him the advantage early. And it looked like, I mean, on the minimap, he has popped up with the rival and hit some beams.
Yeah, I might have done like the dumpster hop up.
Yeah, that's what it looked like on the map. He just did like a dumpster hop up and just smoked him.
Yeah, fella maybe just not ready for that angle. Ends up getting caught. So nice start for Fame. You heard Ali talk about it on the desk. Just sort of he's had this up and down year, especially in Search and Destroy. I mean, really in every single game mode. When he plays well, that's when this team is at their best.
Oh, but he's roaring and confident. Like he's disgusting.
Yeah.
Some of the individual moments he can have are
just plays that tough role. That's sort of, I'm going to go first. Follow me up.
That is certainly true, but they get the first blood again. Gwyn, after a rough map 1, right back into an 0-2 start, picking them apart and just going at them. No respect shown, just body him off the point. Up 2-0 quickly.
Now what, we had a 16-second round. That might have been a 12.
Yeah, that one was real fast. They just got smoked. No chance to get anything going. Fame will push out to 3-0. And yeah, we heard from producer, it was 9.5 second round. From first bullet to last bullet.
9.5 seconds.
So once the fighting started, it was over real quickly. Not a long time, Joe.
That depends.
3-0. Try to keep this rolling. So far, when they have bashed heads up top middle, it has been Gorillas that have dominated it. Gwyn, tail tucked between his legs, trying to scramble away. He's at least able to stay up. Can he find his first in this? He's able to get 1. Keeps trying to fight. 5 now for Fame. Felony 1 versus 2.
I mean, outside of like round 1, the first blood, these battles, and honestly, Carolina, the way they've thrived on this map, it's sort of like TJ and Gwyn winning top middle control over towards B.
Well, when they were a struggling Search and Destroys team, we talked a lot about the fact that it was sort of like get into those skirmishes and just win them, because when it came down to these like longer 2v2s or big decisions to be made, they would struggle. Like, they just weren't a very good Search team. Now they've gotten better at Search, sure, but they're kind of playing. I mean, this style, when you're all 4 hitting top mid, I mean, that's sort of what you don't want to give an inferior Search team, I feel like.
Yeah, at the same time, I mean, I guess It's kind of what you want, though. It's like, we can beat these guys in gunfights. Let's go for it.
Yeah, that's where they found their success, true.
But so far, no success. It has been all LAG, all the first bloods, winning top middle control. You're not getting the subs going in Estriel, up to 4-2.
We'll see his fame streak. His continues. As Gwyn did get one, but still a lot of work to do after the slow start in the map one. But Fame will try to get a cruise in this. Obviously, if you're Royal Ravens, you don't want him to have any more utility to work with. Let's see if Royal Ravens get something going now defensively in this round 4.
And I like this from LAG, right? You're up 3-0. They might start to get desperate. I might just start hitting things. It's not going our way. Carolina aren't doing that, but yeah, I mean, you can set the tempo when you are the attacking team, and they might have a chance here to find a first blood onto TJ.
And they do. TJ, I thought, was going to take out one, but nice little hop across, gets behind the bomb, has some help to work with as well. Get the cruise and the plant.
Now, number 3's out of this, so it's a 3-on-3 right now. Estriel is so far away, so if Carolina go quick, they will have equal numbers for now, and that's just it. Now Estriel's here, but it is far too late.
Is it? Because he got a lot of damage into Gwyn as well. He's going to get back to full HP now. 1 versus 1, 24 seconds. Gets the spot, wins the fight. Late to the action, but comes through with the finisher.
Wow.
Little 1v2. I mean, honestly, he has had that angle. Like, he got Gwyn to like 1 HP and just 4-bulleted Clay to the noggin. Just shooting beams.
I mean, yeah, it was like, he was so far out of the play. They started the 3-on-3, and I was like, uh-oh. It's what you weren't hoping if you were Estriel. They were hoping someone flanked at some point, and yeah, they didn't. Tommy almost works out, but instead it's Fame who finds that first blood, gets the bomb down. Estriel with the clutch, those two, 13-3.
This might be a very, very fast map, too. Those Royal Ravens could start to claw back to this. They've been a strong team here because they just get something positive to work behind, some kind of momentum.
A fire extinguisher on this map. Do we got to deal with this now?
Streak now coming in. Eyes in the sky. Fame looking to try and open things up, not able to hit.
Well, Clay's just holding top mid. You have to go behind that to retake this. And they do not now. Now it's just a straight up 4-on-4. We have no info. Clay held the line into a 3-on-3.
Trying to just back up to a heady if he can. Think he has to snap back to one side. His teammate able to pick it up, and now a blunder with the cruise. You're in complete control. A chance to kind of go for the jugular, and now you let Royal Ravens take a breath.
You know in like those war movies when like the one guy just runs forward, like, it's my time. Yeah. I gotta go. Like Clay was doing that, but his moment didn't come. I mean, he just literally sat there and held the line for his team. I don't know if, yeah, maybe him running forward stopped Fame from choosing him, but the team, he's got to be able to calm, like, Clay's just top middle alone. Like, go.
You would think when you got eyes in the sky, but that doesn't come through. He doesn't get picked up. He'll hold the line. The team will win the round, and now something positive to work off of, but still a lot of work to do because you're still in a 3-round hole. Working towards B now will be LAG. As there's a dance off on other sides of top mid, TJ's going to go ahead and push through up the gut. Clay still holding, ready for the fight, but he's going to get zapped by Flames. Down to a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Fellow was pinching the whole time, though. So behind finally a first blood. Carolina looking to win on defense is Estriel in the 1 versus 3, but it knows the hunt is on, and they do find them. So behind that sort of teamwork out of TJ and Clay, Carolina crawling back into this one.
Where did that stun bounce? I thought he banked that pretty well to deal with it. When Fellow first got pushed, like I thought he was going to hit a nice little stun and chow. I don't think it connected though. Yeah. I was like, this might be a nice little play, but he'll drop, and now back-to-back rounds.
See what this turns into, but remember that round 5, just in case.
A lot of times it is one throw, one bad round, and that's the one you're looking at. And what we'll continue to look at is the bomb. Okay, well, we'll go back and get that. Gwyn will scoop the bomb.
Look at this, just right back to top middle. It is LAG so quickly that they're going to leave Fame sort of in that vending position. Go back to a more standard defense. And they're actually going to leave this. They're worried this is an A hit. So they stall this out, does Carolina, to the point where, all right, we got B.
Had to track back to get bomb, a little delayed. It works out just perfectly.
He's hearing so much right now.
Hello, welcome to the party. TJ, first blood, 4 straight for him. Back him up with the nade. Can he get damage in before you drop? He at least gets a bullet through. I don't think the nade will connect. There are 2 versus 2. We go quickly. 1 versus 1 now, Flames. Clayster. 30 on the clock, and this is a massive round.
Did he spot him? Did he spot him on the cross?
Woo!
He's still alive. Dance, Clay!
Just not quite able to get it out. Tries to just spot and shoulder for info, but Flames was hunting the whole time. Flames who came into the league with a bunch of big clutches, closes it out now in the 1 versus 1, and now that's a
huge win.
Yeah, massive considering you were kind of letting things slip away.
Yeah, huge win by Flames. Yeah, spots him on the cross when Clay starts to work on up, and then yeah, just throwing the shoulder. There's 19 seconds left. He has to be worried. He put some shots in. Maybe he's going to go onto the bomb. But Flames with the Renetti out, ready for it.
It's just like awkward timing and angle there. He thinks he got enough that he spotted. He's like, oh God, he's on the bomb.
Yep.
Like, unfortunately, he's just hugging the escalator wall perfectly, so he doesn't spot him until it's too late. But yeah, you're gambling in that position. Clay, a gambling man, unfortunately, gambles wrong. 1 more round now needed for LAG as they work top mid control. Everything hitting Fame. Knocked down to 52 HP. TJ, another
TJ just walked up. It was like, hey, what's up, Fame? Gonna take that one down. Everybody watching bridge side, so Fame's probably thinking, guys, they're top mid, please help me.
Yeah, I feel like TJ's like waltzed up and just like gunned somebody for several first bloods. It's been like 3 or 4. I swear, just like la-di-da-di-da, gunned. Winnable for Flames. He's had the 1v1 clutch, and we talked about some of the amazing clutches he had when he first came into the league. A chance for another one here. Put this one away. Don't let Royal Ravens maybe work back and get a 2-0 advantage in this series. The spot 1 and win it. Now down to a 1 versus 1. Clay versus Fellow. No trade available there as Gwen will drop. You got 20 seconds to work with, and you got to get this bomb planted. What are you thinking right now of your Fellow?
Yeah, it's just, are you gonna check the B bomb? Do you think he wraps back towards A? He might just take the risk and think, all right, he may not plant, but he's gonna check B, not spot him. That's gonna start his rotate back over towards A. Now it's just a guessing game. Where did he go behind the plant?
He's got rival in hand, so
the tough part is he's got to check, right? So it's not the easiest check position. Okay, there we go.
He's got an MCW to work with as well. Just trying to spot toes. What kind of timing does he get? He'll get eyes on. Fellow will chow. Not even a bullet in, and Flames puts him in the dirt. Couple of clutch rounds there for Flames. Stop. Maybe a rallying cry there from Carolina. But they've been solid on that map in search of destroy, but it felt like LAG were up 4-0 in the blink of an eye.
I mean, they were. It's just the start of that map. I mean, yeah, just the top-middle skirmishes. A great job by Fame Estrel. They set the pace. Started off 13-3. They finished with a combined 18. So great map for them. And I think Carolina had a couple of chances to get back into the game, that 1v1, now that 2 versus 1. There were some rounds there, but LAG closed the door.
I mean, TJ ended up actually having 4 first bloods. Yeah, I felt like he had so many in that. So he had 5. In the 8 rounds, you just get absolutely bodied. Some situations that you love to be able to run away
So
with
after the first 3 rounds, they just, they had all the first bloods.
Yeah. No, they were finding the openers, and some of them were clean, but the chaos that ensued after, the clutch moments you got from Flames, they're able to take it. So now you tie it up at 1-1, but you're ready for an invasion control. And as Ant was talking about, like, this is something where you really got to find improvements here if you are Carolina.
Yeah, this is kind of the worrisome now, just with it being a Carolina fan. Like, their control hasn't been great. They lost high-rise control 3-0 to LAG on land, so that's out the window. You don't want to play that, so they offer an invasion. Now, both teams really haven't had a ton of reps on an invasion control throughout the year. They've pretty much avoided it, but could be an interesting one here for LAG.
Yeah, you got to have 2 to work with. I mean, they're lucky if they have 1 right now, so hopefully they can improve on invasion. But I imagine you're a bit surprised there with the result in the map too, just considering Carolina's stats on it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, just not the Gwyn TJ show we're kind of used to on that map.
Absolutely. Well, TJ got going just too little too late. We'll be tied up 1-1. We get ready for the invasion control. We're going to do a quick break. We'll be right back after that.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
They are gods on the map. They cannot be stopped.
Hydra still working though. There's a streak earned as well, up to 6 straight. That was remarkable there, and Hydra's still going.
He's doing whatever he wants.
9 straight for him, 18 and 14. One of the true superstars in our league is we're up to double digits. The man is a threat. He's got 14. It's the cruise hits to New York dominates Invasion.
Trying to make this play. He can only take down one, but now his friends are going to be a little bit late to the party because Atlanta FaZe have rallied the troops in towards B1. They only need about 5 seconds to close out this game. The spawns from Ultra all the way across the map. Got to find a way to touch. Nades are littering the front door. There's 248. It does get contested, but Traza with the double. Oh! This against all 4!
To get him out for now and battle back through on the point. You're still alive in this if you're Optic Texas and you survive long enough. I don't know if you can, because inside dials up a triple and it's over. He gets one position, so has to take the fight. Comes soaring on through. He got it. He goes to planet. He gets it through. Are you kidding me? And he gets away. 35 seconds, he spots him. Back down. He bombs. Dashy. My God. Unbelievable. These guys have elevated. They are gods on the map. They are playing with too much energy. They cannot be stopped. Brett and Shotzi out of control. What a Sunday it was. A wave of elation across the Matamé Athletic Center.
It was a tough nut to crack.
Your champions, Optic Texas. Ready to get back at it. We get ready for a map 3 now. Tied up 1-1. We go to control. We're going to invasion. And this is one where these guys don't have a ton of reps.
No, I mean, what, 4 on the side of LAG and 5 on the side of Carolina, which, I mean, if you watch the CDL, did you see a lot of invasion control? It's a bit surprising. Both of these teams really have pretty much played Karachi and High Rise for majority of the year.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be one thing if it was 4 or 5 years earlier in the year, but we're pretty deep into the year now.
Yeah, what are we, around 30 series? So for both teams, so just... yeah, I'll let you know.
Yeah, this has not been the go-to for either. Taking a look at the overall record for them, hasn't been great for them either. Attack win percentage a little bit better, obviously, for Carolina. Maybe the one thing that'll stand out a bit, but more often than not, Invasion's going to go to around 5. We'll see if that'll be the case here, but obviously these teams are scrimming every time they're playing. They've got a lot of reps over the course of the year as they play against other professional squads, but actually in an official match, not a ton of reps. So it'll be offense here for Carolina first, and see if maybe they can strike early.
Yeah, and again, the reason we're seeing this on land just at Major 3, it was LAG who took down Carolina 3-0 on High Rise. So yeah, maybe a Karachi veto win, and then it's sort of just a choice. You want to play us again on High Rise, or you're going to play Invasion? And Carolina, they opt for Invasion.
We're going to look at it and see how strong maybe they can be.
finding some kills near mid, starting to push up the map. They're thinking based on maybe what Felony's able to find, maybe they'll attack over towards A, but after Fellow drops, they're gonna start to collapse back on, get more traditional style here over at B.
Yeah, it almost felt like they thought there maybe it was a player towards B, just kind of leave him, let's go over towards A. Because they had a kill or two, maybe they could get onto that point, but have to wrap back towards B now, stop that clock. Clay just kind of lurking, 4-0 start for him. Oh, if he has one more bullet, he finds Fame. Maybe that just turns into a little something. There would have been a quick trade, but now there's kind of just pressure on Gwyn to have to stay alive. You would pretty much wouldn't be trapped in by Fame over towards the A Street if he's able to find the kill.
We know how big A Street control can be. Yeah, that might just open it up, alleviate some of the pressure. Instead, you don't have the bullet, then you're killed immediately off spawn. It's just kind of a frustrating sequence. Gwyn trying to have a little bit of individual flash there, maybe to set you up, but he just gets one. TJ will take down the next. Second bit of progress will go through. There's a look to get this minute extension, but yeah, as long as you're gonna have Fame kind of posted up bridge, at some point they're gonna have to deal with that when they try to get over to A.
Yeah, no retake comes in from LAG. They just kind of hang out. Clay gonna have that. He's gonna be the player looking for that one-on-one. Versus Fame, he's able to get the headshot and take him down. So you're able to find the two openers, responded though by Estrio and Flames, but there's nobody here. The A zone is wide open, and Gwyn just gonna get onto the point.
Honestly, if that went a little cleaner for Royal Ravens on the other side, like they got a kill or two in another fight, you might be in a great position to do a lot of damage here. Instead, you're battling to maybe get a tick, and now suddenly it can happen. Felony with the help on the one, Gwyn able to get two, TJ sprinting across, trying to get here as quickly as possible. If you're Clay, you just need to get an angle to help. Get somewhere you can get shots in, and he's done exactly that. Clay just trying to get damage in, hold him at bay, get the comms over to the boys. Now all the action in, and Glenn, once again, finding the multi-kills. TJ there to help. Finally, Fame will clear them off, but you get 2 points of progress. Some damage is through in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Clay was watching that cross stun, nade, shots in. Gwyn and TJ, though, they're doing 180s on the zone, trying to win those gunfights. Comes down to one more to Fame. Able to clean it up, but, I mean, you've already gotten 5. Takes a great first offense here for Carolina.
Absolutely, yeah, you'll take this, but a round one will be a whole lot prettier. Estro, nice little snap and centering there out of him to get the kill. Tough gunfight though in front on top of the van. This Felony will get the vengeance. And now you really have to avoid like those 3 or 4 down scenarios if you are LAG. Just try to trade as effectively as you can, because it's one short burst and you lose this round. Time dwindling now.
Yeah, but they never really got someone pushed up, so Clay lurks all the way up into the corner. Fellow's gonna find 1B. 14 seconds to go. And this might just be on Clay to potentially get onto the point. If he can get on the cross, now he's there. And now it just comes down to these cross gunfights. Carolina, they're in a great spot to win this, due to nobody being on the point for Gorillas.
TJ lights it up. The fact that he's able to get 3, you just need a tiny bit more, and it's done. They get the round victory. Yeah, no, Clay is definitely like, what the like, what were they doing, boys? He was tucked away. There was one person really back A that I think finally TJ or somebody hit with a frag, took him to 50 HP. After that, I think TJ gets the next 3. And Clay's like, all right, cool, boys. I'll get on the point.
Yeah, there's just nobody. That's normally the first gunfight. Either someone in the corner, someone on the vending machine. I mean, Estrio puts up 13, a banger of a round, but it doesn't matter. It's almost like what Fame wanted to do was get off of it, like kill all the players maybe crossing and then flank it. But instead it just...
They all died. It's such a weird map because, like, listen, it's defensively favored, yes. You know, a lot of times you're battling for that round 5 defense. But, like, one little defensive blunder or, like, poor position, and it's gone. Like, you do have to be, it's not free. You
have to be disciplined.
You do, yeah, absolutely. Like, it looks so easy sometimes, but that's because they're the best players in the world. But it could just take
It tests your patience for sure.
Yeah, no, it absolutely can. But the brain turns off for a moment. Not in the best position. At one missed comm, things could just absolutely fall apart. But now Gorilla is just trying to maybe answer back on offense. trying to get step one done over towards B. You've got multiple players here from Ravens to contest this.
Yeah, I mean, but Ravens they've stayed so patient. Fellow and Gwyn have really, they didn't leave Laundry and Cafe till like right now. They were making sure there was no funny business over towards A. They're pretty much like, all right, we won our round one offense. Let's just play our standard defense, not do too much, not put too much aggression over towards B. You can already see number 7 trying to get a position A Street. Basically just saying, hey, try and take A.
Listen, if someone's gonna win a crazy gunfight, one of the tougher ones on the A Street and work his way up, okay, but nothing through for free. Like, nothing for free. And we've seen some of the best teams in the world allow that to happen. Like, I'm looking at Optic FaZe Toronto. Like, we've seen those moments, those blunders where you let somebody on through. But yeah, now a little more standard. But you got to deal with Flames, who has gotten pushed up. You've got TJ in aggressive position on the other side of it, locking down the A Street, so he's going to be something they've got to deal with.
He might get caught though, right? He's trying to stay patient as well. Number 2 and number 4 are hunting him down. On the other side of the map, Estrio, there we go. So now it's a 2 dead. Fellow's got to play from the point, and he's the last one there.
And look, you're spawning out real deep. You're spawning out real deep because everybody's there in gas. You're stacking it as quickly as you can. You've got 3 people here, and now it's going to start to move and groove. First tick, done. Second tick, looming. Getting shots through on the crosses. Fame is able to get a double. Felony able to take down 1, but you still have got 2 bodies here. Just like that, it falls apart. Hey, Gorilla's answer on offense.
Yeah, I mean, this might be the first Invasion Control we see all 5 offensive round wins because
it's an offensive favorite map, Joe.
This is why these teams have probably played this 4 and 5 times. You're seeing it.
Yeah, I mean listen, when you're on defense of A and you're spawning out like B Street deep, probably not ideal.
Not ideal.
Because you go 4 down, and there's a person like literally in gas, like at the back truck. Like the game's just like, well, I guess you're going here.
Yeah.
Best of luck trying to hold out.
And then TJ just found nothing. And his teammates died B Street. Like they knew that LAG was pushing up through B Street. They just lost the gunfights.
Oh yeah, if TJ just got a kill. If he just wins his one, or honestly, if anybody does, you're probably a decent spot. But now,
you're on 2 4 streaks as well here.
Yeah, true.
Well, I lied. Now it's 1.
Now it is 1, but we'll see. I mean, this is where we're probably the most curious about maybe the buff to the Cruise. We can maybe have a little more impact.
Over towards A?
Yeah, just due to some of the longer runs you maybe have to get to cover depending on your position, but Flames needs 1 more. Hasn't been able to get it yet. He'll drop. Gwyn will put him down, so no streak through. And Gwyn in the respawns, he's been struggling. I mean, he kind of had a map 1 dud, 7 and 15 here. Rookie of the Year contender and some of the better series we've seen out of any player. Not having it right now.
I mean, just kind of not. I would say like the Karachi just wasn't running around with the rival. Here he's got another MCW, so just sort of these maps are not where his playmaking ability can really shine.
True, good point.
Oof. I say that, and then some of the best plays we've seen are from like Shotzi, but on this map in particular.
Gwyn a chance to be the hero in the sense if he gets 2 there, maybe alleviate some of the pressure off of his teammates spawning in, but at least he's able to get 1. Now you try to fan out again if you're Carolina. You got 90 seconds to work with. TJ's gotten a kill. You're 20 to 20 in lives, and you'll start to push this forward. Another domino drops. Another inch we can move forward.
And now they're on the point. That's another, there's 3 players in position to cap this. What are we watching?
This is an offensively favored map, Joe. Some maps in Control history are offensively favored. Some are defensively favored. This is clearly an offensively favored map, as you can tell by the fact that that's back-to-back-to-back offensive round wins, Joe.
Well, I know this is absolutely the first time this has ever happened.
What was, oh God, what was the, I remember you and I casted it. We were going back to Cold War. What was like the hangar one with the plane in the middle? Like the hangar map, but just the Air Force One in the middle.
Oh, checkmate.
Checkmate. I remember we casted one. What was that really favored for? It was really favored for
defense.
Yeah. And we casted like 5 offensive round wins. I remember the one time we were like, all right, sure.
Yeah, whatever. Bound to happen at some point.
I don't know why that just popped in my head, but I remember that. It was like so defensive favored, and we were like, oh, yeah, straight offense. Absolutely. I remember it was like the Mutineers and somebody. I don't know why I remember this. I'm going Mutineers NYSL. It just popped in my head. Random, maybe in fact that most certainly is not true. But 3 rounds played, 3 offensive round victories.
TJ, Deddy out, looking to pounce. Tuck to the corner though. Oh, nice little snap, but Fame able to put him away. And we'll see if the trend continues here offensively for these two teams that are showing why they don't play a ton of Invasion control.
Astro was the one player pushed up. I think he got baited by one player. He's like, I think I have a free kill on Fellow, but 2 more Ravens were behind him, so they're gonna get that. But again, it's just sort of. I would just say what our top teams do is they try to retake B a lot more, and their A defenses are much better than what we've seen here.
We'll see if the A defense can pick it up a little bit if you're Royal Ravens. But I mean, that's what's tough. Like if you're not gonna contend at all at B, and you're not confident maybe in your setups and comms over at A, like you all have 2 minutes. It's like a long time that you've got to hold and try to be perfect. Able to get another is Fame.
Dude, you
just kill after kill. Okay. Things are falling apart. Thankfully, TJ's at least able to get one, but you're still you're spawning out in Narnia because you still have gas and like back Jeep control to Gorillas.
Yeah, the only thing here is 3 extra. I think you got to go street there. Yeah, you have to go all the way around because they're pretty much in the middle of the map. Luckily, Flames and DiamondCon, they don't get much help. They don't get on the point. They don't give them a lot of kills. The rest of Ravens just fight from B-Dom and all right, we've gotten TJ to this spot.
All right, gotten back to a good position. Looked a little bit scary for a moment. When Joe starts saying, "Are you kidding me?" I get nervous, but dude, we're all right now.
For now.
Listen, this is discipline at its finest, Joe. Efficiency. I don't know what we're watching, but
no, it's just crazy because like the top teams, all they really play is Invasion control versus each other. It's just sort of the safer pick, and they do the dance. It's like seeing some of these rounds is insane.
Yeah. Honestly, it's entertaining though.
Yeah,
so I'll take it. And that's how it is sometimes when it's this type of matchup. TJ, he's kept it going. He's on 5 straight, and he's kept them pinned for quite a while. At least, well, pinned for moving up that A street. He's going to drop, not be able to get the street, but now you got 20 seconds left, and finally it looks like you're going to have a defensive hold. Granted, it got scary there for a second, but you hold here, you go up 2-1. Quinn started to pick it up because he was, what, like 6 and 16 or something early.
Oh, yeah. No, he stepped up big time. Wow. That was the last player. And we got a defensive round win on Invasion control. Who would have thought?
First one we've seen on the year. These guys, I would say, they got to be cheesing at the kill cams. They are. Like, fellows just laughing. TJ was just like giggling to himself as soon as he came back. That was an odd one, but they got the victory there. I'm not sure they think you take that much away from that. I don't know if that's going to be a regular in your rotation there for the map 3, but the fact is they need to find another one. But
not that one.
Some interesting moments, certainly.
I tried the other one.
In that control. Oh my, 2-1 edge. As Carolina will look to close it out on the control. And yeah, sorry, I know Joe and I are
I have no analysis.
Goofy during this one, but that's just like we
just haven't seen it.
We've just cast a lot of Invasion this year, and yeah, you just don't see a lot of those moments that'll happen. So when you do see them for the first time 4 months into the season.
Yeah, and those stats are bugs. So what? Flames, he finishes 14 and 16. DiamondCon, he finishes 15 and 19. Fame finishes 17 and 18. So messes up. On the other side, 27 out of TJ, 27 and 17 from him. Clay did not finish 6 and 5.
Yeah, I was actually about to say, like, TJ was kind of frying. Was he like the only stat?
Those would be some insane stats.
Yeah, that's one of the weirder ones. But yeah, no, Joe we have 2 feeds. Joe had another screen. He was reading the correct stats off for you. So Joe, thank you for doing that. You're a statistician.
I'd rather do that than go back to what we just saw.
You're my general, my father, my friend. Doing it all. As we take a look at the highlights here. And yeah, something looked wrong. I was like, was that a search game we just played? Like, why's TJ at 30? Like, everybody else has got 6.
That'd be insane.
At first, I was just staring, like my brain was like literally doing gymnastics. Like, huh?
You get third, I guess it goes all the way to around 11. What, you get the most you can get is like 44? Wow.
Popping off
in S&A. Well, we're going to a Vista Hardpoint next, and again, that's one where, yeah, we saw it at the last land between these two. Carolina was able to win 250 to 136, so they're looking in a prime position.
Prime position to close this out. I think this is one of those after. Listen, I don't know if like trolly is the right word to use, but like after a map like that, where you're sort of giggling after rounds, like you see the guys like kind of laughing it up at some of the weird moments within that map 3. Like this is one of those maps where You need to redial it in, refocus, don't play down to your competition, whatever. Hey, you had your laugh, but you need to just close it out, finish it here. These are 10 points you need if you're Carolina. You're battling to get into this top 8. These are the types of teams you have to beat if you're Carolina. And if it feels like we're more spinning like a Carolina narrative on this and talking about them a little bit more, I think it's probably, I'll just be honest, like Joe and I probably think they are the team that's more likely to be in the top 8, probably the bigger threat as the year goes deeper. That's just how I feel right now. So sort of why I'm talking about it from that angle, like.
Yeah, no, I think just due to recent sort of success for Carolina at the LAN, and then for LAG, it's just been this sort of roller coaster. And right now, we're just regressing the last stage, and then at the LAN, you lose in losers round 1, so you finish with the top 12.
Yeah, I just know it just may come across like very pro-Carolina, but I think it's just because we kind of feel they're the better team, and they probably should be a team that's maybe making a run, chance to be like that Cinderella-type team late in the year, maybe make a run at the final major, maybe at champs. I think we've just seen the glimmers where like Carolina, listen, sometimes when we cast like the 5 through 12, like you can just tell they're not a good team. There's just times you'll cast team, they're not a good team. Like, I think Carolina's like right there. Like, they are a good team when they're playing well. Like, they have the potential to really make some noise. It's just been kind of frustrating to watch sometimes when they don't close out series or they just have these all days.
Really talked about it. It's like, it feels like we haven't had like a tournament where all 4 are playing well.
Yeah. That's like a map-to-map thing with these guys sometimes too. Like, it's very rare when you see all 4. You know, when we talk about, you look at the stats and Joe will say, well, that's a well-balanced effort there. Like, you know, everyone's just kind of putting in like, it's not that often I feel like you see that. That's a well-balanced effort. That's a way of saying I don't want to read the same stat 4 times. Like,
yeah. Everybody's got 20 plus. It's a good game for the team.
Yeah.
Let's see, 0-1 for LAG, 1-2 for Carolina. Getting the 1 win for Carolina versus LAG team. We'll see if they keep that up.
Try to close it out here. Gwen did pick it up massively later in that map 3, but still not quite maybe been himself in the response in this one. Can he take over here, or will it be the veterans that'll lead the way into a closeout match? Or LAG come alive, push this to a map 5. Nice flurry of kills there from Estriel, Flames, and Fame, as they'll find everybody. Fame comes flying out. I mean, how good he can be in multi-kill type scenarios, able to do it there.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see, obviously throughout map 3, maybe those sub players couldn't get, I mean, Estriel played well, but not a lot of room to work with. Can Fame and Estriel kind of get this to a game 5, carry that momentum from map number 2, as it feels like they're playing with some confidence.
And once again, heads collide in P1. It's LAG that are able to come out on top. I think Fame gets another multi-kill in that sequence. Fame on the feed again as he's looking to get set up over towards our P2. Gwen tried to hunt him down and should have the kill, but as he takes some shots, now a chance maybe for Fame to make the play, and he does exactly that. Great patience there, gives his chance to make a play on the point.
Yeah, now they're just collapsing onto the point, and now it's Estriel. And now it's just the subs starting to go off here on Vista. You break the P2 setup, you're up 50-1 in control.
And Gwen will have the MCW in hand right now. TJ, rival out. You saw kind of the two-headed rival beast that Gorillas were, at least in the opening sequence. Maybe change as we get deeper into this, but now a contest onto the point, still 7 points. The only thing on the board for Royal Ravens. You got under 30 to go here. Kills once again through for LAG, and onto the point they go.
Yeah, I love that from Flames. Just realizes where he spawned up at. Maybe where Ravens are. You get a pinch, though, from TJ. Trying to flip the spawns. Clay is still here, but a great start for LAG as Fame's going to clean that up. He's up to 9-3 on rotation. Gwyn's already at it, but every single time, when this guy's doing this, LAG are tough to beat.
No, that's why I sort of said like right away when he had like 2 multi-kills, like he just starts to, you know, get into that little bit of a flow. The game starts to make sense. Timing seems to go your way, and he starts to dominate. Can he keep it going, though, as it's still very early in this, but granted, it's early. It's still a monster lead. But this reminds me a little bit of kind of like in the map 1, Carolina got that big lead after P1 and P2. You start to chip away at it and have a really nice hold that gets you right back into the game. It's kind of that moment right now for Royal Ravens. A chance to get back into this with 3 and 4.
Yeah, at least Ravens, you don't have a cruise to deal with. You're always able to stop those streaks, so don't have that to maybe break your setup when you're finally getting to it. But just right towards the front, LAG able to find the kills. And now they're going to get this scrap time. You're going to see 5 and 6 just try to slow down so you can win rotation over towards this P4, but Flames is here.
Yeah, you already have Flames on a route to try and disrupt this. He's got to know there's multiple here. Clay is at least able to trade that out, so you get a moment, calm down the comms a little bit, get set up now for the P4, and this is probably where you really need to get the solid hold if you're Royal Ravens. So you get the hold just like in that map 1. As Gorillas did, you're right back in basically a tie game.
Yeah, you're slowing this down now. You're waiting for number 3 to push on up from Estriel, but as that happens, you kind of get hunted down near this P3 area. Great job by TJ. They just kind of take it to him. Maybe they just knew that they were waiting for a pinch, waiting for that player off a spawn. They don't let him catch that timing.
Gwen was trying to pick up the timing, wrap him behind, maybe get a couple of players. He got some damage in, distracted them enough that it should set up some freebies for his teammates at the front of the hard point. Gwen right there matching the boys right now after a couple of rough respawns. We'll keep an eye on him as we continue deeper into this, but exactly what they needed was a big hold here, and suddenly that 80-point lead, a distant memory, you're right back in this game. That's a perfect 60 here at 4.
Yeah, already rotating is going to be Estriel, just kind of locking down that balcony side. Diamondcon and Fame going to make sure nothing works through towards that P2. You're going to have Flames on the hill. The good thing for LAG, you have a lot of the map locked down. There's not a lot of map control here for Ravens. No one was able to get through, so the first 10 seconds are clean, and they're still finding kills.
Yeah, you put everything in and making sure you got that full P4 hold, but everything's invested, so you got nothing. Really, with regards to a foot towards this 5th hard point, and you're finding every single kill in and around it. And that's what I mean feels good with your, I don't know, a hard point setup. It's really easy when you have like the first 10 to 15 seconds, just sort of, hey boys, we got every angle covered? Yeah, I'm good over here. How you on the left? Yeah, I'm fine.
Good, we're good. Trophies are up. They're not even in a position to get nades yet. And that was one of the cleaner P5 holds we've really seen on this map. It feels like a lot of the time there's pressure through P1, or at least nades contesting on the other side, but Carolina, they barely touched the hill.
Yeah, that's because Diamondcon throughout this hardpoint's been in a fight with the bridge more than players. I mean, he's been just soaking up time. Guys battling the environment. You basically get a full hold to that. Great hold from Ravens. Bye-bye.
Hey,
you just answer it.
Estriel goes on a great route all the way through. He's able to find a double. P1 is maybe the opening where Carolina could have got back into that game, but it is instantly broken by the subs. Diamondtown with some great shots in. He's right back with his mighty foe, the bridge.
So you said this was like a 250, 130 right it was last time they played. Not the case right now. It is all Gorillas. They're out in front looking to get us to a 5th and final map. Let's go to listen in right now with LAG.
Trying to put that dark that weak. I don't want the side. One shot, Clay. I need this side.
Rose that.
Keaton fell over mid there. Mid. Take our numbers new. Take our numbers new. I'm only top 10 on this. Only 10 on this. I killed guy. Middle dead.
Nice, good shit.
Trying to pick up the burger.
Try the repaint.
Top burger. Yeah, he's already on water. Oh, dead. And one top burger, 180. Burger and old. Trying to get
burger chow.
Yo, I'm repitching this whole time.
Hold middle. Hold Clay. Rails.
Yeah, Clay one shot mid. Clay one shot cafe.
Middle with you. Yo, middle. Absolute.
One twice.
I'm on top. He's up.
I'm stunning your middle.
He didn't go top rows. He didn't go top of me.
I stunned the middle.
And low, close to water. He's laying prone on the water steps.
Naded top burger. I have top burger. Top burger.
Top right.
Oh, middle and low left.
Heard you.
Weak win. We got 2 mid and then
mid child dead.
Waste time.
Heard you.
One right quick.
Yo, top cat. Top cat Gwen.
He did dead Cav.
Climb and Gwen cat.
I'm naded. Got one.
Nice.
Low weak.
I'm waiting a second. I'm in a second.
Oh, they spawned. I'm waiting.
Low, Clay, hit him twice. He's on your right. He backed up.
20, low left. 20. He's coming up top burger.
Take your time. You guys can't die yet.
Holding middle. I'm just holding middle.
Heard you. I think we can try to like bait the back. Nice job.
Nice.
Try to clear cafe here. I'm gonna get toxin new. I'm
challenging vines.
What's the nade new?
I'm cutting up mid.
No, he's watching time. One shot coffee wall. I'm gonna go rose.
Hey, Billy, that's on time. Walls up.
That's on rails.
Rails. One shot. Pillars are bullet.
You're
looking for fucking Clay.
I'm on the bar. Last
guy's for you.
Coming up close. Find the death. Two deaths.
He's blind. Close blind. He's blind cap right now. Backdoor cap.
Yeah, you got me.
Backdoor cap.
Half health and cafe.
Wrapping up mid to finish this good.
Alright, very good.
I'll turn over cap.
That's going on.
The break just there for the moment, but for the most part, comms on point, names being called, how many dead, where we're going, who's weak. I was like what I was here for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, but Clay just goes massive on the hill again. It feels like he's really turned up. He was on a 5 spree at P1, not able to find that truce.
So he's the one guy they couldn't find.
He was the last player. He was holding spawns down, and then it's pretty much like a 1-on-2, and he's able to win the gunfights. It needs the second player, and he's made sure Carolina are still in this.
Yeah, they're absolutely still in it. Down about 40. With next hardpoint ready to go, they're on rotation. Number 8 will be Gwyn. The rest of the troops got to rally behind it. Clay can't get number 5 in a row. Spawning out, trying to get back to the action will be Clay. Fellow appointment again, he's going to drop because a teammate comes through. It's Gwyn that's going to hit him. So maybe a moment of panic here. Someone's going to have to go huge again, probably for Royal Ravens. Not going to happen. The break is on point, and that's just, you just don't get any of those early kills. Like some of those transition fights as you're trying to catch Gorilla sprinting, you just get none of them.
And now they're staggered, right? They're going in 2 at a time. Fellow is the first you pick. Now TJ, now Gwyn. You have to group up and wait for each other off spawn. When you don't have the close spawns, that's just what happens. You never really get a good push now towards this P4. And props to Gorillas, obviously winning those gunfights and getting that break, but Carolina have to be better in their break attempts.
Flame, 5 straight, chance maybe for a cruise. We'll see if that could be a different somewhere as we get a bit deeper into this, but you're gonna be, what, about 15 or less points away from a victory here. Here we go. You've gotta be flawless now if you're Royal Ravens. Players dropping all over the place. Nobody in the hard point, at least for now. It's desperation time, and they're playing at a tempo and pace that, yeah, might leave you a little bit staggered at times, but now, okay, a moment.
Well, I think
set up and try and hold.
Cruz, I would imagine, yeah, Cruz, but Astro gets taken down. Your only player near the hill.
I think it's
Diamond, yeah, so Fame is able to find one on the pinch, but you have no one near the hill to get that player. There's going to be immediate pressure, though, from LAG off spawn, and Fame makes the play. Now he's got another Cruz. He's able to find one, now 2, but TJ flying in with Clay.
Oh my God, I thought TJ was getting all 3, but he had the help there from Clay. I thought that would be maybe the time to close this out of your Gorillas, but you still need 13 points. TJ, an absolute unit. In the final moments there to get the double and get back into it, plus damage into the third. We continue on. Fame trying for another big multi-kill, not able to come away with it. Flurry of trades. I think numbers ate up the way of Gorillas for now. We get ready to go back into P1, our third set.
Yeah, the biggest issue for Carolina, even if they get a break, they're going to have to deal with that Cruz. Fame's on the hill for now. They only need 8 more seconds. Maybe when he comes off spawn, he calls it in, or will he even need to? I don't think so. It's a Freaky Friday. We got all 5 games. We're headed to a map 5.
Listen. Some Fridays, like,
just
it's like a meme, like on social. See, oh, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, like 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Like you see it, that might be the case. This is not one of those Fridays. We are going the distance in every one of our series. I mean, both teams desperately battling for a victory here for the 10 CDL points. Is 10 points to separate these two squads, and
one of those matches you at the end of the year you sort of circle if you're on the losing side of this as we win this or this goes differently. Maybe we are at champs. So everything now jumping down to this map 5.
And I think, God, for Carolina Royal Ravens, you said like it's a tough schedule. And when it's a tough schedule,
pretty sure
these are the ones you gotta win. Yeah, I guess you could check that, make sure before I start pushing it. They've got this tough schedule, but yeah, for those that have been watching it, you've got some stretches where you don't play a lot of the top 4 teams. Some where you're playing all of them.
Yeah, I mean their next ones are New York, FaZe, Thieves, Optic.
Okay, but yeah. So you play what, 3 of the top 4 squads? So that's
Thieves is getting better.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the tougher stretches you're going to have. So you're definitely correct in that sentiment, but. Can they get the win here over LAG? Not going to happen there in the map 4. You said they bodied them up kind of with a 100-point plus victory the last time they played. Not going to be the case here.
And then for LAG, I mean, this could be, all right, we've survived. With those top 6s, we've gotten to this point. Like, this could just be the turnaround. Like, to tie them up at 120 points, just get some positive momentum, a W under your feet, and maybe with Flames on the team now, start to get rolling.
Yeah, because it has been so hard online for them to get any points.
Yeah.
There's just been stretches that have been so brutal. I know you can say for both squads, but especially LAG. But now we get ready to go deeper. One final map on the night. It's the map 5. We're headed to a quick break. When we go back, this one decides the ball. The Champs Tracer pack is available now. The bundle includes the Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Welcome back. Map 5's in the story of the day. We've also had some upsets. We've had everything all over the place. The matches have become all so important as we try to qualify for the top 8 with respects to champs. 10 points separate these two teams, and 10 points the team will earn if they get the victory here. We go to 6-star search.
And as you can see, both teams didn't play a lot of it last stage. 1-1 for LAG, 0-1 for Carolina. I think you just kind of saw in the player cams, obviously a lot of focus, but just kind of looking at Clay, and he was sort of the one speaking up. Like, maybe, I don't know, it's one of those series where you're up 2-1, you're going to a hard point, which you just had under control in map 1, felt like you were good to go, thinking, all right, we got this, it's done. And then you blink, and you're like, uh-oh, we're in a map 5.
I was worried about the mentality, like, after the map 3, because it was such like a trolly weird one. Like, it just, you have to, like, lock back in after they're kind of giggling about some of the results.
Well, I definitely need to lock back in.
Yeah. Absolutely is the case. Is this map 5 so big for both squads, and pretty much a defensive front towards B right now, and mid for Gorillas will be an open bomb
slow on this
plant.
if you're LAG, though. I mean,
yeah.
What, 5 or 10 seconds are going to be off the clock before you even get into an area to start this retake. Here we go.
Fallow kind of spots for info on the big wide flank, doesn't see anything. He's checking mid as well, so everything's going up through the front. Should be the calm to the boys, and they're holding off so far. TJ in action here. 20 seconds to go. TJ gets another one. Massive for him in the round, but it's down to a 1 versus 1. So little time. Diamondcon has magical 1v3 Bush. I don't think he has the time to make the play this time, but my God, he's had some magnificent moments from that position, but that's TJ.
I didn't know what you were talking about at first.
Remember Diamondcon hitting that bush, then popped up and got 3? I didn't know what I was saying either.
I remember it now. But Fellow, he was sort of just a fail-safe. I mean, Carolina, they were just up there hanging out, bomb planted. That didn't start until 35 seconds left on the bomb, where that first kill for TJ was easy as could be. The nade hits, put some bullets into flames, and I mean, LAG do a good job fighting back to force a one-on-one, but you saw with Diamond, there was just no time for him to work with to even find Fellow.
Yeah, no, you've got another 10 seconds there. Who knows how it plays out? Maybe you can make another magical moment happen. Not going to happen. And that particular round, out to the water we go, as the presence is going to be towards B. One person with a mid-eye cross will be Flame, so he's going to be the one trying to get information as the troops start to rally across, but Diamondcon just gets a freebie.
Well, I mean, yeah, he hit the stun. They knew TJ was there. TJ really just couldn't move when the stun hit. So now it is 2 dead quickly, make it 3, and all of a sudden it is Clay in a 1 versus 4. Great shots on the Flames, but he's gonna need a lot of help.
Oh, here they come!
Yeah. That's a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had the right idea. He's just laying there thinking they're gonna push him. Just unfortunately, the moment he stands up, there's a rival to his forehead. But yeah, the stun hits. Well, no trophy there. TJs can't do anything. You get the opening pick and pick them apart.
Yeah, so all offenses so far, just early first bloods. I mean, TJ just trying to play a bit of an off angle, right? A lot of the times, maybe we see one player down low towards B, or it's usually just sort of that player up top just spotting for info, but tries to get aggressive, instead catches a stun.
Yeah, so you get to a cheeky little spot. It's like you don't catch a stun or an aid, you really likely get the first blood, but yeah, remember he had 4 first bloods in that game too, so despite the loss, I mean, he was definitely having an early impact. This time the rotation across from B going to be a bit quicker. You also already had Flames deep, and they're finding kills. Fame with a multi in this one. Gwyn and TJ ripped out of it. Big moment there from Fame.
Yeah, I mean, he's just playing with such confidence. We saw it in the last map. He led the way, dropped 30. It just feels like when he's playing well, the multi-kills fly on through. They do in this round. As Clay was trying to work like anything over towards A. Flames, though, does a really good job just running away as soon as Clay pops on up, and now it's just a 2v4 for the ARs.
They can get this bomb plant and get away clean. I mean, it puts them in a much better spot, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. Look at the Wolves starting to hunt. Clay thinks he has one, can't win the fight. Now so many in front of Fellow. Does he take out a second player?
I think he got 2, yeah.
Yeah, he actually did get 2. So I think it's centers on his forehead there with the pistol for the second. But just, I mean, it looks similar to Clay in the previous round. It's like, good luck. The whole team's sending it at you.
Just early numbers for LAG leading to these victories. You kind of had sort of a split push through A from Clay and then through mid, but when one player was trying to push you to follow TJ, I think that's when Fame just comes up the mid stairs, able to find it, and TJ has an MCW, or a rival versus that MCW spot, and he just got smoked.
And I know the stats have been better for Carolina Royal Ravens. Like, they've improved in Search and Destroy, but
well, it's been 2 maps.
Yes, exactly.
The Rio, they lost. So
it's not like they've been some godlike Search and Destroy team. They've gotten better, but it's just, it's been a couple of maps they've been solid on. Here, they are getting just destroyed. Estriel and Fame able to get 2 early on, give them the numbers. Gwyn, though, brings it back. Now to a 1 versus 1. Clay versus Flames. And Clay was born for these moments, but Flames, well, what did he have? A 1v1 clutch he was able to pull off?
1v1 and a 1v2.
True. So no stranger to that. As he did it in the map too, can he do it again here?
There's just so much time to work with, so what do both these players want to do?
And the 1v1 was against Clay, right?
They're kind of playing the same way. They're both like, hopefully this guy takes a route. They're literally doing the same thing. Just very similar play styles. Hopefully I can catch a 50-50 at timing, where this guy is hitting a flank over towards A.
Bro, and these 1v1s are the stressful ones. You had like a minute remaining on the clock, like hearts pumping.
But Clay can be the more patient one. He's on defense.
True. With 20 to go, Flames making his move.
Oh man, this timing. He was just looking here.
I'm gonna be sick. Flames. able to get a crossover towards B. So once again, he's going to be able to get the plant down. Now Clay and Flames continue to dance in one of the longer 1v1s we're going to have on the year. Who's got the reads? Who's got the gunny? Here we go. Heads collide. Clay with the drop shot. And a little bit of extra love. Clay goes big in the 1 versus 1. Gets us to 2-2 in this all-important map 5.
I mean, that was literally just a 1v1 of timings. Who is going to get a better one in Flames? He's got the rival, the better weapon in that scenario, but he starts to run through mid. If he stays patient behind the bar, round's probably over. He probably catches Clay instead. Clay stayed patient and waited for the push through.
Oh, we'll see it one more time.
I mean, the hipfire hit too.
Oh.
It was close, man. Oh, he just snaps.
And I just like that's just one where you're thinking, I think if I have an MCW in that, I'm thinking drop shot. Like the only way I'm winning that at close range against a rival, he knows he's got a rival. Just drop shot. Maybe get lost and win it, and he's able to do it. The tracking was pretty good there from Flames, considering like losing him for a second, but woo! Papa Clay gets it done. Now they're going to plant here in the round 5 and play this 4-on-4 hold. Similar situation to last time where Felony had to track back in the 2 versus 2. He'll be in that position again. Like you have kind of a 4-on-3 here for a moment.
And TJ was just hearing all the nades. Everybody was starting to cook him. Clay, though, in the smoke. He's got to try to help his teammates. TJ's going to turn this into a 2-on-2. Clay just trying to buy time. Almost gets lost, but there we go, LAG with the numbers.
And I thought, I was like, when he chowed out like through the smoke, I'm like, there was a guy on the left on the bomb,
I thought he dropped down.
I was like, I thought they were like elbow to elbow almost. And then, yes, he turns, like, yep, he was still there. Oh, my God. A wild one. Yeah, they know Felony's the guy out watching kind of the deep flank. So they pick him up as he wraps back towards mid. You get the round victory and brush off that 1v1 loss.
Well, a nice comeback here for LAG. Just that last round, they had the numbers advantage, kind of threw that one away. Some overchalls, I think, on their attack, but still have the lead. A great retake there over towards A.
See if there's any differences in the attack from Royal Ravens. I mean, they just want to hit it forward through the front of the retake is what LAG seem to want to do. We'll see if there's any adjustments from Royal Ravens as we get deeper, but just some madness there at mid, but in the madness, it seems LAG do excel. Everybody dropped outside of Fellow. He is gone, and it's back-to-back, and it's a fast one there for LAG.
I mean, it's a 2-piece from Estriel throughout all the chaos, and then a 2-piece for Diamond. They're just reading the map well. It's sort of, all right, wins here. Where's the next shot going to be coming from? He is so ready for it. On to Fellow. I mean, Estriel was so weak. You saw him just hanging out in the corner. That was another quick one where they just hit it out. But what, the first blood started with Carolina?
I think that's what's tough is like some of Carolina's success has been that. We talked about the map too. It's been that. It's been when all 8 heads collide. Those skirmishes.
They're just losing them.
When you're a struggling search team where you start to find some of your success. But yes, you're losing that. And granted, it's not like LAG had been a great search team really all the year. So they may excel in those moments as well. Team nade hits though. Estriel blown to smithereens. An angle though from Flames, an angle to hit some bullets, but not enough.
Does stop the plant though, he stops the plant. I mean, you had TJ so weak, not the best nade, but TJ's got to be careful on this bomb plant.
That was closer to him than it was the opposition, so yes, not the best.
Just does not have the angle, and it's sort of a question of where is Fame. So Fellow's playing closer this time. That is maybe the change because nobody is full flame, but TJ's gonna get caught.
Yeah, that's the adjustment I was wondering if it would happen because, I mean, you've had no action if you were Fellow on the deep push through. But you just can't get this damn bomb planet. Now you're finally able to do it.
Though. That's the thing. You have 50 seconds left.
That's true. That's true. Just try to bait them out for those exact peaks and have gun up. But now you got it planted. Now you're in the 2 versus 2. Clay had the ice in the 1 versus 1. We'll see what he can do here. His position obviously vulnerable because he's got to worry about the mid push through. Also the other side, can he take down one? He does. Great tracking there, but then the trade. Now another 1 versus 1. Fame. Fellow. 20 seconds on the clock. Fame holding it. Goes vertical, spots him, and plenty of time to track back. Fame with the read. Hoodie up, round up. 5th on the board for Gorillas.
I mean, unreal read there by Fame. Just knows the player he's going up against. And I think Fellow's just got to At this point, like, you just got to hit off the full flank. He's so focused on it time and time again, where Clay has to watch mid. He's got to watch that, where luckily he was able to find one.
Yeah, no, his shots were kind of gross.
But I think TJ, the 3-on-2, you have 50 seconds left. You don't have to plant.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. No, you're not wrong.
Just chill.
Well, I mean, when you're a struggling search team, chill might not be in the vocabulary. But one more round now needed for LAG. You are up against it if you are Royal Ravens, and one you desperately needed to win on your trek here, maybe into the top 8. Not happening right now. Gorillas were 10 points back you, looking to be tied with you here with a victory. You got to win 4 straight now if you're Royal Ravens. Pushing up onto the point. Maybe working towards the plant will be Gorillas, but TJ's working in behind, some great damage in.
Might get this.
Kill won't do it. Nade, will it finish it? It will.
Yeah, you bomb. Flames, though, is trying to pick up that flank.
What's the timing going to be like? Okay, Fellows able to win it. To a 2 versus 2 we go, because Gwyn dropped as well. Flames gets another. Now it's going to be all on TJ. They know where he is. He got the opener, and while he's putting shots again, 1 versus 2 now for TJ. Series on the line. Bomb planted now for LAG. TJ, work to do. Ah, God. That could have been huge. It is not. Gorillas find the kill. And it has been a weird one. It has been a weird one. All series go to map 5. A day of some upsets, and certainly a day of frustration there for Royal Ravens. Yikes.
I mean, props to LAG. Down 2-1 in the series.
Absolutely.
Dominating Vista, and then right here from the get-go. All those, similar to Rio, just all those crazy skirmishes, the chaos, they came out on top.
And despite like all your struggles for LAG in recent months, you know, you stick together this 4.
Yeah, I
You're
mean,
riding it out.
Series from Fame.
You're riding it out in Fame. Yeah, a bomb there, especially in the map 5. Goes 10-3, nearly 2K damage. Clay's clutch early on to get him to 2-2. I thought maybe kind of a swing moment, but they don't get another round after that.
Yeah,
and yeah, every single time it was just like, let's meet in the middle. Like, you know, you've got 6 to 8 players there. It feels like LAG literally between the Rio and this one, every single one of those rounds.
Yeah, win 6-2, 6-2, similar to Rio. Yeah, as you said. And I just think you're going to go back, watch that VOD if you're Carolina, probably be pretty frustrated with some of those decisions. But like what the Des was talking about, you've been successful on Rio and Karachi. Outside of that, your S&D map pool hasn't been great.
No, and you get exposed there. Well, yeah, especially when you can't win the Rio. You can't take either search. But yeah, that's where it's like sometimes the stats are a little, yeah, they lie to a degree. Like when you look at it on paper, it looks like they've improved a lot in search and destroy. But when the map pool's that small, I mean, you could just get exposed so easily, especially when you lose your pick. And that's exactly what happens there. That'll do it for Joe and I. That'll do it for a great day of Call of Duty. But to break it down before we head out and get ready for Saturday, Chris Puckett, hey.
3 for 3 on a Friday. Feeling good as we had 15 of a possible 15 maps here to open things up. Our qualifiers are incredibly tight, and it's LAG celebrating to the surprise of a lot of folks. I honestly knew what they were capable of, but looking at their online history, I didn't even think they were going to win this one. Fame dropping 10 to seal the deal in search, or was it the Ravens just falling apart?
I just think it's hilarious because at the beginning of this pre-show when we were talking about the match setup, I brought up the point that Fame has been seriously lacking in the slaying department when it came to search and destroy. He was rocking a .66 heading into the series coming off of stage 3. Go back to stage 2, he was rocking a 1.18. He was that guy leading this team when it comes to search and destroy. So maybe this is a light for LAG that he's kind of fallen back to what we expected from him earlier in the season.
More AR work?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just talking about the search and destroy, yeah, to your initial question, like, yeah, it was a Carolina breakdown, but there's still some, like, execution that has to be done on the side of LAG. Like, their retakes were beautiful, Chris. Like, that round is like a 3v4 where they have to take their time. I think it's Diamond Khan who's all the way in the back, just baiting back and forth, just wasting time and making Carolina focus on him. And then the gunfight comes in late. Like, LAG and Search and Destroy, if you think back to stage 2, that was when they were unreal at that game mode. They picked up Flames, and he had some big performances, but they had a drop-off when it came major time. Seems like they're back on the horse there, but wow, what a fumble by Carolina. Like, this is a match you just have to win. And it was so winnable in that Game 5. Some big rounds that they threw away, man. That is going to be frustrating when they go to watch that VOD.
Carolina, not the easiest strength of schedule, and this was supposed to be an easy dub. Tonight, they fall short. It's going to be LAG who grabs the 10 points. And now I'm looking at my rankings here. We got Seattle Surge in 5th with 140 points. You've got Minnesota Rocker right behind them with 130 with the Heretics. And LAG now, in theory, could join Royal Ravens in that mix for that 8th, 9th spot.
And I don't think they have a particularly tough schedule. So when you talk about LAG, if they're going to be back in that stage 2 form where they're winning those S&Ds, they can get some dubs here and make a run, especially if they bring that land performance back. But like I'm going to repeat once again, Carolina, that was one of the biggest blunders I've seen in a round to cost them a game.
Time to put some more time into 6-star, especially on that A-bomb site. For now, though, we celebrate with the victors. The Gorillas join us live in our Monster Winner Spotlight. It's the man with the best hair in the game, according to the cat. Alley Cat, why does Zestro have such beautiful locks?
I don't know why. Maybe ask his parents, maybe the genetics. I'm so sorry. Anyway, Estro, congratulations on the win. I want to ask you guys about Search and Destroy, because this is the most dominant I think we've seen your Search and Destroy in a past couple of stages. What was kind of like the work and the conversation of reworking that game mode?
We knew like that's really the source. Like we know our respawn like all year hasn't been super consistent. We know we had S3, we won like, I think it was like 8 S&D, so we tried to get back to it and we've just been focusing on our S&D because we know we just have to have our guarantees basically if we want to think about it.
For sure.
We know we can steal a respawn or two. Like got to get back in that mode and just make sure we're closing out these S&Ds.
Yeah, I know you guys have been focusing on our Search and Destroy, and it showed in this series. But the Hardpoint as well. I mean, it was very bad last stage. You guys still won against a decent HP team. What have you guys been working on in that game mode to come out and take it?
We just noticed like watching other teams, we were just playing super slow and like too structured. Like it was like too easy like to read on the map. So it was like an eye opener. Like the last major, like just watching every team play basically because we were out day 1. Like I'm watching every team. I'm like, bro, we do not play like this, bro. So
yeah,
that just really helped us. Like it was really eye opener to how we were playing. We're just flowing and just playing our game.
Love it. I also want to ask you guys played these guys in the major, didn't go your way. What were some of the key adjustments that you made headed into this one against Carolina?
I think we knew like kind of what maps would be in there, and like we knew we got cooked on Vista on the land. Like we knew it might be back in, so we just been focusing, just making sure they don't get another freebie. They cooked us bad, so we just been focusing and just locking in. And we knew they weren't gonna like repeat that performance, to be honest. So we knew we could just come out and steal this one.
Okay.
I'm looking at the schedule. You have LA Thieves in the first match tomorrow. You guys have an opportunity to start 2-0 in this qualifier. But are you going out tonight to celebrate FaZe's birthday?
I mean, I don't know. We gonna have to link up in the course. We gonna have to do something. We might have to celebrate this one, but we still got to look ahead tomorrow and get this dub.
All right, and Estriel, in that matchup against LA Thieves, who are you looking forward to fighting in a 1v1?
I'll probably say my boy Joe, my guy Joe. I don't think we played him since he got back. Like we played him a while ago, like when he was on the team, then he got subbed out. So it's been a while, I think, since we played him.
Well, LAG tends to win that battle of LA. We'll see if you guys can keep it going tomorrow.
Hopefully, man. We need every point we can get.
Yes, you do.
That was a big one too, man. Congrats.
Yeah,
huge win.
Right, appreciate y'all.
Absolutely. Astro, we got to let you go as we wrap up the day. Big shout out to the young rookie getting the job done for LAG tonight. Alley Cat, what was your takeaway of our opening day of qualifiers?
This is just hilarious to me because at Toronto, we didn't really have any upsets. Our top 4 teams made it to Sunday, and our first day, we've already had 2 and it was almost 3 upsets on the day.
All right, let's take a look at our third upset as LAG gets the job done in your Scuff play of the game. Flames, he was pretty clutch in these searches, and this is something we expected after he had a huge breakout performance when he entered the league.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what you picked him up for, right? To be a playmaker. And you see he's getting super aggressive on this map. Every time you need him, he's jumping down their eskies, he's pushing up, he's winning his 1v1 clutches. Like, this is the guy that you needed to sort of get you guys back on track. And it didn't play out last stage, but in this one, they're hoping to do so.
2-6-2s will be the difference maker as LAG steals the upset over the Royal Ravens and makes our standings a whole lot more chaotic. We got a bunch of teams at 120 points, a bunch of teams at 130 points, and LA Thieves has a chance to join everybody with 135 if they're able to do their work tomorrow. Nameless, What are you looking forward to from these squads?
Man, I think, you know, these game 5s are incredible today. I think I have no idea who's making it into the top 8. Teams are improving. Teams with their back against the wall. We're seeing them do some special stuff, so it'll be awesome throughout the stage.
Speaking of special stuff, Ali, we saw some special stuff from Surge starting in that map 3, and they continued it on a reverse sweep over Toronto Ultra.
I mean, and that was probably one of the most impressive reverse sweeps I think we've seen all year. You're talking about going up against the team that just played second at their own home major that looked unbeatable up until they had to face off to Texas. But Seattle Surge, once again, proving that they are to be talked about as a dark horse, that they are a team that can take these top 4 2-game 5s and kind of hold the leash on the middle pack of the teams right now, because not only are they doing it in response, but their search and destroy is starting to look on par as well.
Yeah, you know, throughout the entire last stage, Seattle's control had gotten so much better. And Booza keeps impressing me there. They're able to take it in this one. Obviously, Toronto's testing out maps, as Ali mentioned, but you still have to capitalize and execute. Seattle did that throughout the last 3 maps in the series, so it bodes well for them going forward. Anytime you can take down a team that was in the finals, it's just going to give you delusional confidence.
Booza, the greatest Belgian to ever touch Call of Duty, had a stellar performance, earns my MVP for match number 1. When we take a look at what went down with Boston, though, this was a team. They had this game in their hands.
Another game 5.
Another game 5, another round 11, but it's Linz and Minnesota walking away with the dub. Ali, how'd it happen?
I mean, maybe you look at the bright side for Breach and you're like, all right, you win that map to Invasion 6-2. Like, it was a very convincing search and destroy. It was played out incredibly well. You follow that high rise with a dominant performance, but unfortunately, you head into that 6-star, you lose it over 100 points, and then the Rio, a couple of blunders from the side of Boston Breach, but on the side of Minnesota Rocker, like, the in-game adjustments in that game 5 were so good. There was a couple of rounds that they sold, right? The round 5 when Beats got the 1v2 with the bomb plan, and then the following round, Standing Linz left the B site completely open, allowing the plant. So Minnesota Rocker able to force themselves back into this game and to steal this series.
Yeah, it's a good sign if they're winning HPs. I mean, they weren't winning them last stage, and that's the reason they got these guys. Better dynamic today. We obviously saw accuracy and gunless play way more objective focus, which just led to more success in HP, winning both them by 100 points. And, you know, when you talk about the flip side for Boston, they got better at search and worse at respawn, so they just can't win.
Boston is 5-21 after 26 matches, 0 wins on LAN, and they need every dub possible. But with them out of the running, in theory, we got to turn our eyes to 5 through 11 here, Ali. There are 4 spots up for grabs, and all 7 of those teams fighting for it.
And just when you think you can, like, predict which of these teams are going to kind of force their way out, I mean, everything flips on their head. You know, I'm talking Carolina Royal Ravens, LA Thieves, Miami Heretics, but there's so many upsets that I truly don't know who's going to slide their way into this top 8 by the end of the qualifier.
Gorillas and LA Thieves battling for top 8, and it begins tomorrow, same time as today. We're going to be starting our matches bright and early at 3 p.m. Eastern with headquarters coming up at 2:45. But as Ali mentioned, it's not only a Super Saturday, we got a Super Sunday of these 4 games on Saturday. Which one's the best?
New York, Carolina, because it'd just be the classic Carolina loses to LAG, then they beat New York, and you're like, come on.
Any chance that Miami Heretics beats Optic?
They have a fill-in in Purge. And Purge is to go, so it just might happen tomorrow.
It's going down, and we can't wait to see you all then. 2:45 Eastern for headquarters. Thanks for checking out day 1 of our Major IV Qualifiers.
Yeah. You out of here, you can feel it right. Light it up till it's pretty bright. On the move like we feel it groove. Out of sight like we got a mic. Bustin' in like we finna fight. Pin it right, I'ma pin it right. Kinda run, I'ma win it tight. Heat it up, let's admit it right. But I beat you to the finish line. Cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the mountain, steep and rough. Jumping over hurdles, beat the rush. Hold it like a girdle, throwing out the burners. I'ma keep believing till I touch. Hit another level on the clutch. I'ma get up in your face, whoa. Steady keeping up the pace, whoa. Get the beat that you can taste, whoa. Squeezing by you like some pace, whoa. Feel your confidence embrace, whoa. This is the beginning, ain't no way to spin it. Headed for the finish. I'ma get up in and we about to win it. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. 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 Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. Ready, set,
on, wait, I'm waiting. Is he B street?
Yeah, B street chill. I'm on HP, guys. Okay?
Okay.
B street chill. Nice. We
that's him. Last guy, spawn.
One shot.
Let's
go, guys.
Let's go.
Come on. Fucking hell. Shit, the Vista, bro.
We just the control so bad.
you